Millie Circle off the get-go. PG going to be feeling good about that, though.
Oh, yeah. No. They had to change up their drop spots a little bit for today, so they're already getting a nice benefit from it, and they are pretty much in the grand finals as it is, and this should be a nice little feather in their cap potentially to get at least a few extra points, you would think. You never know, though. Sometimes things go kind of awry. Maybe another team rotates earlier than you expected, or they crash a position where you think you can take some wide splits, you lose a player or two early.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of a problem whenever you end up with a Millie Circle like this where everybody's... I mean, there's only one team on the Millie base itself, so a lot of emergency pickups, fast rotations can be coming into play, so people are going to come in with no information, so while you can get the hottest, best spot that you think, people might just have to blind send it and have to go past a couple of teams, and suddenly you just have somebody that's right up on top of you, and it can sometimes be hard to defend if 2 or 3 of those all have the same idea at the same time.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's part of the game. It's kind of, and it's made it hard in this event due to the fact that the circuit format has played out pretty differently than most events ever do. So having to read the lobbies, having to understand like when teams are going to change their MOs, when they're not going to make their standard rotations, their standard plays at their standard timings, things like that have made this event really chaotic, really hectic.
I love this from Navi. Go ahead, jump inside the boat, get some loot to work around, but go ahead. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them just make a quick shift, go down over into Novo itself. Looks like T1 is also already called an emergency pickup. They're going to be bumping out of Yasnaya and making a shift of their own. Early rotators probably going to be rewarded pretty heavy. Should be noted as well, Cerberus, the team that we were talking about, on the hunt for some points, is inside the circle, but they are not on military base yet. They do have a quick path to get there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of options, a lot of teams dropping towards that coast, so they're going to have the ability to either take the ferries, take the boats, whatever they need to do. FaZe is already making their way across the bridge. We're already seeing an emergency pickup being popped for T1. As they're trying to get ahead of the game a little bit as best as they can from Yasnaya. See another emergency pickup being popped by TSM from South George. So teams, yeah, really hot to get into Sosnovka as early as possible.
Xena, apparently the M249 keeps you alive. That's what I'm learning right now. No, I mean, he doesn't always rock it, but fits the narrative in my brain.
There's been a few times where we've seen the M249 pop off. I think it's situationally pretty decent. It's not as good as an AR at this level of the game, but it's not bad. And the deep clip can do stuff like, you know, give you the ability to harass vehicles a little bit better if you have no other options.
Did we just see T1 put down another emergency pickup after the helicopter already went by? I think that we saw them set it out, and if so, that's kind of interesting because it's going to mess up the timings. Remember, we can only have a couple of seconds in each one of these helicopters. So T1 doing this kind of stalls out a couple of these other options for some of these teams.
That's a little bit risky potentially, just because those emergency pickups are beacons. You know, from what we can see on the map, they probably should be fine.
I mean, middle of Yasnaya, they should.
Yeah,
right?
You're normally going to be fine. But if, like, say, Day Trade or somebody had maybe rotated a little bit sooner, you might have had the opportunity to try to mess with that a little bit if they so chose. But as we can see, that's not going to be an issue. So yeah, you're just delaying some of the other drops and things like that, making sure that you're going to be one of the few teams that gets there.
Oh, it looks like 4 angry men going to be bumping into 17 right at the gas station. So it's already going to be 1 member down. And now it looks like with the wall in between them, it could settle down a bit. I mean, nades can go underneath, maybe go on top, but it's not going to be clean sight lines just quite yet. So 4 angry men should be able to kind of reposition away and get the meds up. Yeah, go ahead and use the crate in and of itself. But Little Ghost might be able to drop one onto Bobo. Depends on how this line comes into play. Oh, I think it goes a bit too far.
But yeah, you got to look at HS to make sure that there can't be any wide flanks around 417 to get some grenades potentially, because you've got a lot of players clumped up in a spot that you can get a deep grenade in there, could cause some real damage. Delwin from the Expendables, they're leaving a little bit of that pressure as well. You can see they're trying to find whatever angle they can. Molly's being thrown in as well. Oh, Bobo and Godby. Oh, just Bobo got caught by it.
And this is a big problem for angry men. They need points, and they need to start the day. We've seen in the Circuit Series momentum is such a factor. You know, coming in, having a good first game, and then really propelling you up the leaderboard, buying more space. Yeah, we are in Circuit Final right now, but this is a squad that needs anything they can get. And bumping into 17 Gaming, who is, let's just say, safe. I mean, they're in a bit of a danger zone, but if they find just a couple more points, they should be fine. And 4 angry men being those points would make it so much easier to make sure that their qualification is secured.
Yeah, absolutely. For 17, you're totally fine. Coming up the works here, making 4 AM a little bit more miserable to make sure that you're not worried about them later in this stage. It shouldn't be an issue, like you said. But still, for 17 now, you've got firm control over this road. You get to decide who gets to cross and when. There's still a lot of time, of course, since it's just phase 1. So this doesn't have to really kick off anytime soon. With the Expendables there trying to third-party it as well. Could be curious. Chewy's going to try to take the shortest swimming route that he can. Looks relatively safe to my eyes. There was an emergency pickup for the Freaks as well. T1 did take that second one, it looks like, and went way south on the island. Curious about where the Freaks want to go. There's quite a bit of real estate open on the southern parts of Sosnovka, but they are flying right towards T1, and they haven't gotten out of the helicopter just yet.
So let's note the fact that the Expendables are presently in 3rd overall in points, so firmly qualified, perfectly fine. They are kind of dancing around both sides of this. They've got a 2-2 split where they're holding down the bridge on one side of it, and they've got 2 that are playing the hillside, so they're keeping an eye, seeing if anything manages to pop up. Meanwhile, it's going to be TSM. I think that they heard some of these shots, and they're waiting to see. They know that somebody's probably going to have to take this bridge at some point, and it's going to be 3 teams that are stacked over there. TSM could absolutely ruin somebody's day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cool part about this for TSM is that those teams are likely to beat each other up pretty well on the other side of the bridge, and whatever teams are going to be coming through are going to be a little bit in shambles, so you might be able to capitalize on that and just hold a nice split as well. So if the circle does shift like west, northwest onto the Sosnovka Island area, you're going to have a really, really favorable opportunity to take one of those prior compounds, especially if there's a hard west shift, because some of those compounds are extremely valuable in this part of the map.
Okay, Eternal Fire making rotation by boat. It looks like they might be doing a long wrap down to the peninsula where Navi's going to be at, pretty far down to the south, but we don't know yet. They could choose to stop off on anywhere that they do so please. BP's just called an emergency pickup. They're one of the few outlier teams with them and Day Trade as well as Luna Galaxy. Luna Galaxy is hopping inside a vehicle, so maybe just going to make a drive right alongside the blue, but that might be a problem depending as their closest bridge is going to be the western one, which has got the bridge camp and those 3 teams on the northern side.
Well, TE's starting to get around the blockade that 17 set up, so they might be able to just now become the ones who are gatekeeping. They're in a very fine spot. They're going to the grand finals no matter what, so they can really mess with both of these teams and just make it that much more difficult, more intense for them. We've seen that the Expendables, they're happy to go at teams for whatever reason they so choose. If they feel confident in the fight, they'll definitely take it. Still, though, the rest of 17 just chilling. Shawu over on the coast, just checking to see if there's going to be any crossfire angles. As we can see, there's not anything to worry about. But VP, another rotation. This one's going to be a little bit later than most. I see Day Trade as well popping their emergency pickup from near the lumberyard. So a lot of teams going to be coming in a bit late to this, but there's still a lot of space to work with on Sosnovka. There's still a couple compounds I could see that are open on the north, on the west. So there's a room to maneuver, room for these teams to at least find a home.
But choose wisely, because if you choose poorly, this could be quite bad, as a lot of those territory is going to be locked down. BB, who was originally here, is running a 2-1-1, pretty wide, getting control over section of, I guess, the center of military base proper, all the way over into the west. You can see Petrichor Road, they did manage to get all the way up into the hillsides, feeling pretty good about that positioning. The cluster that's going to be 4 Angry Men, 17, the Expendables, still just doing a couple of leapfrog positions over there. Nothing crazy happening just yet. I feel like the catalyst is going to be the Galaxy. Man, that is a hard ship down to the south. A lot of our teams are already in it, but these helicopter paths going to be able to go a bit further and might buy some more space.
Curious about T1. Normally, I would expect Plasonic coaching them that they're going to go for some kind of 2-2 split down here to try to maintain some territory. The problem being is that there isn't a lot of compounds in that part of the map, so maybe in this moment you actually opt to group up as 4, just secure that central southern location.
Cerberus, I think, is already going to be taking emergency pickup as well. Similar pathing to what we see the 2 of them going to be going through. Eyes just keep going back over across the bridge, though TSM still committed in, realize the fact there's going to be somebody crossing. Hectoria is going to spot out Rello, get the knock on to him, and I think that that's pretty much toast. Rello's probably going to be our first blood of the game, and she's going to be bleeding out. I don't know,
Well, I see Falcons players driving towards him, and Hecatory doesn't seemingly have a flush angle just yet, so
but
actually
surrendering placement in the circle for that, I mean, I guess that I don't know. I think that I would rather just go ahead and get a good position to play from, but it looks like they are going to commit. They want Rello up.
Yeah, I think this is okay. I think, for a lot of teams, they're trying to, again, get some, later game experience, get those team fights, kind of more fleshed out, make sure that everybody's in the right positions at the right times, because that's how you're going to win a PGC. Is you have 4 players up towards the end of the game. Code Marco doing some damage to Navi.
Okay, Nade's gonna roll back over there. Code Marco gets some vision on it, but has to be careful. He walks right back down to Nade. New angle is gonna open up. Ferris is gonna find him, get the knock. See Mad trying to line in some more, but also gonna take the bad end of that trade. So Na'Vi firmly in control of this for the time being. More and more things starting to brew as this is just such a compressed circle. Not a lot to be really dealing with outside of it, as it is going to be Na'Vi finding that first kill, and it's going to be on Eternal Fire, consistently held up against this wall. No options. Remember, they took the both teams actually took the boat down here. Not a lot else to be playing from for the time being. Warren's going to get spotted out. He is also going to go down.
Yeah, this is just a really nice setup from Na'Vi, gatekeeping the edge of this circle where EF drives into, and you know, maybe if Code Marco is able to win that 1v1, there's hope, but the crossfires were really nicely planned out for Na'Vi.
Okay, so a quick update on Across the Bridge. We do have an emergency pickup that was found and dropped by 17 Gaming. They're going to be able to pick that one up, but it is going to be with 3 teams with some crossfire capabilities and can really pump out the damage onto them. This is going to be very hard to get away from. They are already kind of elevated, so should be able to escape, but it might cost them at least 1 player. Angrymen going for the spray in is right as soon as they get yoinked up into the air. Nobody looks like they get knocked, but I'm not certain how much damage came out. Luna Galaxy spots that. They're going to go ahead and hop inside their vehicles, and they're going to be trying to cross the road at roughly the same time, while 4 Angry Men is still now going to be the team that's the odd one out, back behind everything.
Yeah, the Mad's just looking for somewhere to land, and there is some space potentially, but VP's already here, so he wants to go by the fence, wants to try to prone it out, not going to be given the opportunity.
Okay, here comes the bridge crossings as well, as we also do have 4 Angry Men starting to make their process. They did spot out Luna Galaxy, 2 of the squads that are needing to qualify, both trying to cross at roughly the same time. 17 Gaming now managed to jump out, but Soju is going to get spotted out, and that's going to be another one. It's going to be VP and Salute doing a 1-2 punch on top of him, and that late jump is a big problem.
Yeah, a little Ghost as well, going to get taken down. So 3 players, 3 different teams claiming points off of 17's emergency pickup. Not ideal at all. Xiao Wu alive, but in a very exposed position.
Okay, so you can see up in the top left, that's going to be the crossing. TSM still firmly committed. I think that Luke is now spotted out. New circle pops and keeps water in it still. It's going to be T1 in a great compound. This is a very open circle. Not a lot of cover to be had.
Yeah, this is going to be an edge-heavy circle for sure. There's going to be a lot of teams fighting by that fence line at the southern end of Sosnovka military base. A few teams out in the forest, like by where Na'Vi is, maybe could scooch in there. Cerberus has a nice spot from the mini pier. They're going to be able to lock that down.
Here comes HS jumping out of the vehicle, realizing the fact that this could be vulnerable. Doesn't want to push too fast just yet. Luna Galaxy is still having to eat blue back behind us and just watch. There is a pretty wide split that has happened for TSM with a lot of good firing angles into it. You can see it off in the distance, and Luke has already an idea on how this approach is going to go. Waiting, this rock is so strong. 4 Angry Men slow with their cross. They don't want to push just yet, and Luke doesn't want to take the shots. He doesn't want to reveal the trap, as he wants to see how many players can just walk right into his sightline. Vehicles are going to be the big factor for it, and look at this. This is so slow and methodical coming out from 4 Angry Men. They know that they can smell it.
Yeah, this is a big game of chicken right now. Who's going to move first off of this blue? But Alo is going to hit a good shot onto VP Yan, looking for a second. Just comes up short, but the blue is going to get God beat down. Finds another as they try to drop off the bridge. Some level of safety underneath, but with 2 players already knocked, this is looking dire for 4 AM.
And let's not forget, Luna Galaxy is still back behind this, and there's the first flush coming out. God V also going to be following it back behind. Luke realizing exactly who this is. This is a squad that they do not want to have to contend with in the grand finals. So now TSM playing this much more aggressive, stepping in. Luke feels like he's got all the momentum in the firefight, and he does. Bobo on the opposing side. HS already has his information being fed over by the other teammates. VP in a bit of trouble. As you can see, a couple of nades going to be raining out on top of him. It's going to be coming out from VP. VP gets eliminated.
Yeah, VP there finding some really nice coverage angles onto each other. A late blue zone, just to confirm, just in case. Doozy's even got a Panzer in hand in case another team comes crashing in. I mean, you have to be expecting to fight out here. I could see another team rolling in. I believe it's Petrichor Road up on the northeast as they're trying to find some room inside of these crashed airplanes. And TE, well, oh, look at Himas's position. My.
This is going to be so bad for them. The moment that they step out, it's another just committed trap. TE fine on the leaderboard, though, but this could be big for Cerberus. They need a ton of points. Himas going to open up, doesn't get the knock just quite yet, and it's going to be Duckby that gets taken to that gets the knock on Glory's up on that angle. So Duckby holding this does get spotted. He goes down, so a bit of exchange with Souls. He's got the nades prepped and ready to go.
This probably wasn't quite as clean as Cerberus was expecting. It didn't seem like they were really fully ready for a team to come through on that boat in terms of their positioning. I think they were they knew a team might be coming, but with the angles they were holding, they're not really able to find much damage on a TE as they're crossing. Yes, you're going to get 2, but you're going to lose 1 for that hold. You would like that to be a little bit cleaner. I'm sure it doesn't help that Flash is out there.
Just chilling. TSM did abandon their bridge camp and now we're going to be bumping into Petrichor Road in their approach. And let's not forget that we still have 4 angry men having to deal with Luna Galaxy potentially up in the north, not quite on the map what's being shown right now. A couple of wraps going to be coming in as finally we do leave the water, the compound that we can see T1 playing from. It looks like they don't like it too much. Did send out a scout, but they are going to lose that scout due to it.
And 4AM did get cleaned up off screen, so they are out of this one early without many points. In fact, 0 points for them. And now TSM is rolling towards Petrichor Road, trying to take a fight after holding that bridge. Just Alo and Luke left here. Ming down, Aches left in company, trying to see if they can find some kind of hold angle, but they're actually getting harassed by FaZe on the way out. So, yeah, the edge of this circle really favoring the defenders who've already got those crash planes.
I mean, we're right along the plane path in and of itself, so there's just the open airfield and a couple of wrecking pieces to play as Luke is going to line in, spot out pose ends and crack it both. Easy pickup. TSM down to 2, but already sitting on 4 kills.
Yeah, and Luke knows he's done, so he's just going to let the blue do its job. Yep, so he got his 2 kills. That's all he needs. Harassing Luna, another team that, is on the outside looking in of the grand finals, needs points any way they can. 2 kills so far. Is that going to be good enough? Are you going to be able to average only a couple points a game? I don't think so. So Luna definitely not the start they were looking for here. Let's see if Haven can maybe rat out a few extra points.
But he's going to be right over here next to Alo of all of the problems. So a reminder for how this circle is going to be playing. We've got that fence line that's just going to be the south of military base proper, where a lot of these teams are going to be able to use it for defense. Then it's pretty much open fields where Falcons are going to be holding down the center of the circle, leading all the way into a couple of trees and the compound that T1's playing. That's why we're seeing so much edge fighting, is because there's no options. Get your kill points now or walk into an open bloodbath.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's really the only options you have as these teams coming from the north so late. There's no other safety on the edges. There's so much open space that you just have a really tough time getting through. Not to mention you're already going to be weakened up by the blue itself. Rez being thought about here, going to put the smoke down first, hopefully being able to get Aches left back up for Summer. Haven running around the outside and right in towards potential sightlines for FaZe. Going to see if he can do his best to keep himself obscured from that, but he has 5 more first aids and he has quite a bit of ways to go.
Yeah, slowly creeping forward. Na'Vi in their position feels comfortable for now, but I mean, it's not a comfortable position. It's just more comfortable just due to how the train lays and realizing there's not a lot of threats near them at the time being. A lot of weakened squads trying to creep their way in. Big notable is going to be off to the west. We still have the Freaks strong looking into BB's position. FaZe still pretty much in the center of the airport itself. A lot of options for them to work with. Petrichor Road did kind of get out of that position that they were looking at with Akeslip, get the res, and are now on the opposing side of that fence line.
Oh,
is he going to do it? He's going to creep in. He's so close to being in the
Correxy?
safe zone.
Correxy? He's got to be the guy checking this. Okay, he's looking in a general direction, but Luna's Haven is just a little bit off to the side. Gonna have to go for the other first aid. Let's see if he's gonna spring into action.
Okay, so also going to be getting some mortar action coming out. Snakers looks like he's found some friends, and that's going to be on that very open position that Na'Vi is going to be playing from. Goes a bit far, but it's enough to make it very, very scary. BB team is eliminated. Rest of Na'Vi now going to be juking out. Looks like we're going to see the mortars continue to rain out a bit further to the south, so not going to connect.
Yeah, I think expecting them to be a little bit more fanned out on the back of that hill, but potentially because of T1's position, they couldn't get there. Alo going to go down. Nothing left for him to do. Haven, no, he couldn't get it done. It's actually Bean from KDF who got the knock and the kill.
I mean, Haven did get the knock, but this should be resible, and FaZe is right on the cusp position for the circle. They still have the wall that they can play from, but they've got the Freaks that are going to be right next to him, making it really, really complicated. Meanwhile, T1, the compound, the only compound that's inside the circle, is starting to get threatened as Daytrade's starting to look over there. Let's not forget that Cerberus is still alive, backs up against the blue zone all the way down to the south.
They're trying to find a way behind Na'Vi. That's going to have to be basically their only approach vector that I can see, but even then it's not going to be easy. I mean, they're going to need a little bit of help. In fact, Na'Vi's already getting kills onto Cerberus, losing a couple players there. Not much hope now for Cerberus as they are removed from the lobby.
Bit short on that one, and the follow-up I think is going to be a bit far, but it's going to hit the cars, and that's going to be what he was aiming for, because at least being able to do damage to the cars is going to deny out any potential full fortifications that we could see, but I mean, I don't think that that's going to be too much more coming out from that. Akeslip at least managing to make footsteps inside the safe zone, but he is already getting punished as A lot of crossfire angles starting to open up. Luckily, though, Daytrade making that push into T1 has kind of stalled out some of the vision on the circle.
Petrichor Road still limping along. They're able to find just a little bit of an edge on this hill. Summer has to use that UAV or UAZ to keep himself obscured as best as he can from the teams that are still in the military base fence line. AIRLECUAN trying to harass the side. Daytrade doesn't have many other options here. There's no real ability to flank out, so they have to fight T1.
Look at all those smokes down, trying to push in, but Zenith already got the read. Type also spots it out. Daytrade with no options just walks right into the kill box. Already set up. Zenith just dancing around the outside. This Raining's going to find another, and Daytrade just stopped in their tracks. So much utility expended, but they just couldn't get the last couple of steps.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Phenomenal from T1. Just an absolute well set up kill zone there that they execute to perfection. Really nice hold. Daytrade just never able to really find any comfort. It's even hard to find the ability to get smokes in a spot that can really keep you obscured from that compound with so much open space. FaZe and the Kwangdong Freaks are going to be the two teams that survive the military base fiasco, and they are trying to harass some of these teams that are ahead of them. Petrichor Road, of course, that would be really nice for FaZe to get them off of their flank so they could try to make a push towards the Falcons potentially if the circle does leave that fence line. Do you kind of expect it to? Yes, it does.
Okay, so cover, nothing, really. I mean, Salute's got himself a couple of things that he can play from, so Freaks at least have something. This is, when we look across the circle right there, you could see that it's just a couple of trees and not too much else to work with. Navi's going to have a very difficult rotation to deal with. T1 has a couple of options, as you can see that I think that there is a recessed hillside that they can kind of play for a bit, but not a lot, because the longer that Navi stays in position, it's going to be more complicated. Our strong team in FaZe on the opposing side of that wall is going to have to make a rotation. I just don't even know what Petrichor does. They have three different teams that already know their position, and they're just going to have to walk across an open field.
Yeah, it's really very difficult. I mean, AIRLECUAN can find some damage, can find some knocks because he's so cracked, but is he going to be able to do anything else? You know, Summer is going to go down, so it's all up to the superstar for Petrichor Road. It's been a phenomenal event for him and his squad so far, and they've come in cold to a few of these finals and been really, really good. So far here in this game, not maybe the finish they would like, but given the circumstances, given the circle, I think Petrichor Road shouldn't be too disappointed.
Notice you sending the gas really far over there next to Falcons. Navi trying to make sure that they're denying any sight lines out. AIRLECUAN, I mean, what do? You just have to kill everybody on FaZe, then turn around, kill everybody on Navi, then try to walk into where Falcons are just going to be taking shots at you. I don't even know what you do. I think that you can just pretty much hunker down inside the blue zone. That's about it. FaZe, they want more though. They're trying to get forward. AIRLECUAN still having to chase after his car. That goes the opposite way of the safe zone, so that's not going to be the best. As I think that it's just going to be committed to see how long he can survive in this position. He's finally going to go down. FaZe has to make a rotate now, and they are already weakened. Kwangdong Freaks got a ton of vision right along this point, just laying down peppering shots on top of him.
Yeah, the fact that the Freaks are able to get Salute into a safer position sooner because of that extra little bit of cover that you're going to find in that part of the circle has opened up some extra angles, made it a lot easier. The grenade barrage begins, but Falcons nowhere near any of these. FaZe as well starting to rain in. Finally, Flood connects.
Okay, and that's going to be all she wrote for FaZe. No options to work with over there. Navi trying to creep in onto the Falcons, and that means that there's going to be a bit of a crossfire setup between where we see the Freaks playing from. T1 does stretch over into the west, so at least inside the circle for the time being. Freaks with a bit of high ground can look down over there, but not clean sight lines of what's going to be going on with Falcons. Well, I say that, but Snakers does reveal himself and now has to juke back over into some type of cover. The other members of the Freaks have also spotted out T1, so a lot of vision. Almost everybody knows where everybody's positioned at inside the circle, but it's just a matter of, can you even find an angle to do anything about it?
Yeah, the Freaks are just farming damage right now, but they're going to try to make a push out.
I love it.
Raining, he's got a smoke to try to barricade this. Type taking some damage out in the open. He's going to go down. T1 trying to spread out, trying to control the circle, and the teams are punishing them for it.
And with this, I mean, Type, that was the center point man. He's already going down inside the firefight. That's going to open up a ton of movement for the Freaks, but they can't take down Raining just yet. He's got that rock for cover. New circle is about to pop. Where are we going? Where is going to be the new safe zone? Is anybody going to get favored? And it's going to be right next to Navi and Falcons, but Falcons lose their cover.
Yeah, nobody really has cover inside of this except maybe Zenith from his spot, so everybody else has to keep making pushes. I would like to see KDF continue to swing around this southern edge, clean out the rest of T1, and then try to use one of those little hills or defilades, whatever you can find in this next circle to try to make a go of it. Navi also in a similar idea.
Oh, here we go. It's only one member over here. It's a weak side push. They've got a ton of options to work with. Zenith, how much can you do? Can you bend in? Goes for the spray, and car rolls over right up on top of him. Does get the knock on one of them. but that's going to be enough for Na'Vi to have some time to get placement and at least some control over the circle down to the south. Reining's just having to sit back and watch. He can't take any actions as the Freaks up to the north have their eyes set over onto the Falcons.
Yeah, there's a knock over there, so they decide to change directions. They realize now that they're going to be going up against the full forces of Na'Vi on the other side, so they have to try a different approach. But Flood is ready. Roth as well, taking down 2.
Just that defense is going to buy them some positioning inside the circle. Haven back behind this one. Salute still up, very close range, but Reining is going to spot out Heaven, get the knock onto him, and take him down. So buying another point, but Na'Vi has already heard this. They realize where to move, and they're creeping up from down in the south.
This looks like a nice game for Na'Vi. They have control over the circle. They should be able to keep the Falcons at bay. There is a P90 there for the Falcons. Could have a role to play. Reining trying to once again be that solo snake for T1 that causes problems. Salute almost gets a knock. It's going to let loose with the grenade. That's the last frag in the bag. Can it connect?
Wing and a prayer right now gets some damage, but not as much as he wants to. He's just got to cling to life over here as Na'Vi has this whole circle just in a chokehold. No other options to work with. Reining seeing if maybe he can get one more point. It's going to be Na'Vi creeping forward, finding more and more on top of the Falcons. Falcons who've just been harassing everybody for so long. Those mortars getting thrown over into Na'Vi as it's going to be finally vengeance coming back for Na'Vi, sitting at 10 kills and creeping forward by the second. There are no options for anybody else. They just have to run as Reining is going to go down. What can you even do, Falcons? It's going to be a now 2-2 split, locking you out. One member is going to get flushed. The only one still alive, just having to watch and Flood.
Yeah, Flood here, just going to give a go, but there is nowhere to go. He's trying to do what he can, and he's just going to let it go. Absolutely a phenomenally held game there at the end by Na'Vi, controlling their space so well.
I mean, having to deal with mortars, having to deal with the hard rotation in over there from the east. Let's not forget about the fact that they made the rotation fairly early over into this point and then had to contest with a couple of people coming up with boats back behind them. So just overall very cleanly played on a very hard shifted set of circles all the way down to the south.
Yeah, they really maintained space really nicely. Kept control of that forest in particular on the southeast side of that island is really, really important because that's about the only danger zone they have to worry about behind them, and they nailed it.
And Luna Galaxy and 4 angry men bumping into each other in a bridge camp situation is a massive problem for them to have to deal with. They need everything that they can get. Can they find it in this next game?
Just built Diffex as Na'Vi comes out with a big win to kick off the last day here of Circuit 3. Let's take a look back at the highlights. It's Avenger and Jiggleton.
Yeah, honestly, in this situation here, all I saw from that start of the game there was just emergency pickup after emergency pickup after some bridge camps, and honestly, military is just so hard to play right, but the amount of E-pickups here, it just makes, you know, some of these teams that have a hard time getting there, it makes it so much easier and so much harder to cross the bridge.
I mean, for sure. I think that the way that these teams are going to play today, having reached a lot of them having the point threshold, it's going to be so camp heavy, and we could see that in TSM to 4 AM on the bridge. 17 having an E-pick up there, and they must have been counting their lucky stars, but so many people at E-pick up in front of them, it's just so difficult for them to take space.
Yeah, and then another chance here, like Cerberus camming the boats coming in, and it's like Expendables having a rough time. Then Day Trade on that southwestern side also kind of holding a little bit out. It's a little super rough to get into the game here, and this is also why having that military priority in a Milta drop or a Fairpier drop is just so crucial, right?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks to see Novo open.
Yeah.
I think that might have been Luna's alternate drop, so they went north towards because it was first on plane path, and then they see the zone and they must just be kicking themselves.
A little bit kind of rough ending too, like if the T1 hadn't lost one player, I felt they could have done more. Also, Freaks, it was some sort of a Hail Mary send into Falcons. It didn't really work out. It really should have, they think.
I think today really is just about flexing muscles for a lot of these teams. You know, if Freaks somehow wins that fight on Falcons, they're in their head for the rest of the Grand Final.
That's true. It's about setting yourself mentally up for how the Grand Final is going to be.
You know what I liked about that endgame was Na'Vi had sort of the chance to dominate Petrichor. You saw him kind of looking down on them when Ike's left got knocked.
Yeah.
And they chose the smarter route, right? They gave up on that knock. They let them sort of be slowed down. and then rotated down to what ultimately became the winning position from them.
Sure.
And to sort of see what T1 was doing and do a really, I mean, greedy sort of 2-2 split to just dominate that circle, set Navi up for a big win. I like seeing that, but I need you to explain something, Tig, because T1 was going bananas with emergency drops, but you can only take so many. What were these guys, why were they doing this?
As we saw at the start of the game there, they had an extra emergency pickup planted next to the one that they had deployed. The emergency pickups, only a couple of them can be used at a time. So T1, knowing that they're going to land on the military island, can deny other people's emergency pickups if they put it down around a minute before pop.
Would you consider that rude? Or, do you expect, like when you got an emergency pickup in a desperate situation, have you had that happen where you're like, oh, this is not happening?
Yeah, we've put it down and all four of us will stand there for 10 seconds. We watch the rope go up and then we try to connect and it's like failed to deploy and we're like, oh, we made a big mistake right now.
And honestly, that's a fascinating. I like that teams are starting to think in that way of like, how can we really throw monkey wrenches into other teams' systems? We're back on the desk, Tavi's, Martin, and we got Tiggleton. He's going to hang out with us a lot today, so I'm pretty excited about that. Game number one, it seemed like some of our top teams, or not our top teams, the teams that needed to find points, were doing okay, but not walking away with what they really needed to. How bad of news is that for, say, teams like Cerberus getting caught up in that kerfuffle with TA and not getting the points they wanted?
I mean, realistically, these teams don't have to put up that many points to qualify.
Okay.
That's a blessing and a curse because your mentality changes from let's drop some big games, let's play for the win, to let's just get ours. And honestly, whenever you have a mentality shift in that way, I find that can actually be like counterintuitive. You start playing without the confidence that you need to.
That makes sense. So let's take a look at the top four teams. Navi comes out in with 12 kills, not 12th place, first place, and dominates it. So Falcons, T1, and KDF. Martin, this is a little bit of a move from the Navi that we've been seeing the last couple of days.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Not so much from fantasy, but happy for them that they kind of get into the mentality as this is the last potential practice game that we have before going into the grand final. That's really what we're going to see from them, yeah. So big for DivX, 5 kills and 500 damage here, but Hector 1 kill, 900 damage. They were dishing out so much damage and making and forcing all the other teams using utility, using all their heals, putting down smokes to have that kind of cover that they had. And Navi actually managed to have so much control, kind of coming off of the higher ground on the eastern side, and then just kind of moving their way in and making sure that they can lock down that eastern side.
Man of the match going to DivX.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I want to talk to you about today. I want to get your take on this team because Hakatori has long been sung as the hero of the team. DivX has been kind of on the rise, but also this is a team that surged onto the scene this year. Some people have said this could be the future of PUBG, and then they've had some also really tough performances. Having had enough time to watch them play and go up against them, what is your take on their strengths, their weaknesses? Do you see them as staying power in PUBG?
Having played against them a lot, there's a lot of times where I peek a guy on Navi and I get two-tapped. Every time I fight them, they have the tightest peaks and it's not even close. That team mechanically, I think, is just disgusting. They really, on paper, shouldn't be losing any 4v4s. What's going to matter to them is building experience, team chemistry, and hopefully with solid leadership, they can have good strategy. I think that's like the way forward for them.
That makes a lot of sense to me, and I think Ibiza summed it up yesterday. I ran into him after that fight where he was on the rock and Ferris was drilling him. He's like, who was in the glider? I was like, it's Ferris. He's like, that guy hits all his shots. It was absolutely bananas. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Remember, we are reflecting the chance to go to the big show here at the end of this. So we're going to keep tracking how all of our teams do. Petrichor, Navi, these guys are all qualified essentially, and they get to kind of do what they want.
It was the rich getting richer here.
It was.
Right? We're seeing Navi, we're seeing Freaks, we see Falcons, all these teams already safe and sound, and that's really scary for the teams that are coming to this page here now, right? It's getting extremely close. Still 2 points for Cerberus in this game here. Luna also getting 2, but they are still currently outside the top 16, chasing to see who's going to push someone else's out. And yeah, Foreign Grimmen getting bridge camp there in that situation makes it rough for them. Only 1 point in that game. Facegun getting 6 in this one here makes them come somewhat safe in this one, but still pushing themselves away from that bottom 2-3 in the top 16 is really what matters.
I have to ask the hard questions. Does anybody know why TSM seems to hate 4 a.m. so gosh darn much?
What do you think, Zeke?
I think it's unrelated to this game, but there's a lot of history there going all the way back to 2019 PGC, some hot drops. I'm sure TSM, when they've already qualified, they're going to love to upset the fans a little bit.
That checks out. And it has been. They camped that bridge. They were causing trouble. Martin, do you expect to see that amplified? More teams getting kerfuffle happy as we move forward?
Well, I'm just excited to actually have a military game because we've seen very similar circles on Erangel so far, very similar circles on Miramar. So I'm happy to see some of these kind of curveballs being thrown in our last circuit match.
Let me ask you, when you see that military circle pop on your drops, what do the team comms sound like? What's the most said thing?
It's a military zone. E pick up, E pick up, E pick up.
E pick up, E pick up, E pick up. It seems like a lot of teams have really. That is one of those things that was recently added to the game that has absolutely changed the face of PUBG. We're going to see even more of that today. We've got something like emergency cover in a couple of maps coming later, and some of the new guns. I have not seen so much Lynx AMR in my entire life as we have in this event. It is time for us to get into our second match of the day, our last trip to the grassy pastures before the grand finals of PGC. Let's get into it with Match'em and Paper Thin.
The last errand goal for a couple of these teams as they need to make it happen. We had a melee circle to start it off, and I know that could be hard to find points on, so maybe we'll get a bit more of a standardized one, but I don't know. These circles just don't feel like they want to let that happen.
No, we have had some rough shifts for sure here at PGC so far this year, but curious about this next game. You know, some of those teams that needed points didn't really get them, so we're kind of just in the same situation coming into this next errand goal, you know, trying to find that hot start, that hot game for teams like Luna for like 4 a.m.
I'm going to call out Tiggleton right now. I've listened to your comp before. Whenever you get a military base circle, emergency pickup isn't what you're saying. It has a couple of other, I guess, sure, colorful words.
Colorful words?
Yeah, yeah.
4-letter words in there? Absolutely. You know, you gotta let them know how you feel about the circle, which start here. Ian had a bit of an opportunity maybe towards a Na'Vi as he fanned out way up outside of Yasnaya to try to get a little bit of more control over this, as Na'Vi is stuck in some pretty awful looting locations. Got some vehicles, they've got some time. Will the circle be fortunate to them in this opportunity? No. Not the worst.
I mean, yeah, it's there's not a lot of good looting options for them to deal with. They got some trash loot that they can deal with, but they saw, I think, that the drop down over to Kameshki, so they really can't deal with that. Stalber's already been taken. Cerverni's held down. I feel like this is just a see if you can find any type of vehicle, grab it, maybe try to make an early rotate stop off somewhere, but I don't even know where you would go for a stop off. As we even see that Shipyard, maybe even Ruins could be a bit more complicated, as that's going to be where Freaks are already holding down territory.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a little bit tricky for Na'Vi in this game. A good start, though. You know, again, a team that is well into the grand finals, so it's playing with house money at this point. However, we do have the Expendables. Clory's driving right behind Alo. This is the most Expendables thing I have ever seen.
Just rolling right next to TSM. TSM's just, I think that they'll be okay with it for now. I'm trying to juking around. Looks like they might go for a stop off. And no, Glorious really, really wants this. Alo's trying to go for a couple of sightline breaks. Instead, pulls him right into position to his car. Gets locked up. TSM needs to get some type of loot very, very quickly. Glorious on the hunt right now, bouncing between. And look at this. A nice shift away yet again. TSM navigating this pretty cleanly so far.
Oh, this was expertly navigated by Alo. Now Clory's is exactly. He is screwed, dude. There's a shotgun coming for him. I saw some micro Uzis in there. Everything in the kitchen sink here for TSM.
Sparking looks like he's leading the way with the shotty, and now it's going to be Glorious having to run the opposite side. Goes for the pre-fire, does get the knock. It's going to be on to Kurt. Tries to go for the flush and does manage to pick it up. Now running into the crates for some type of safety. He's going to go down. It's going to be Alo, the one that kind of started off all of this. So they're going to run over. Do the punches. You got to let him know. You got to let him know. No, we're not going to let that happen again. That's a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of what is going to happen in these lobbies sometimes because of the chaos. You know, Clory's gets a gun early. He's got the inside track onto getting towards TSM. In this case, it was Alo. He was running down, has the opportunity to feel confident enough that he can at least get one and done there, just decides to go for it. And, you know, again, you're well within your rights to do that once you get into the game. I don't think there's any bad blood or anything like that. Maybe just a contestant over a vehicle drop potentially is going to kind of spawn that situation. But let's listen to a doozy from BB Team.
If we get 0 points tomorrow, we cannot qualify to the grand finals. But I think after today, we like tomorrow. So I think we kind of safe, but we have to prove also for ourselves and play good tomorrow. Actually, nothing, because I think the format is kind of hard if you're not winning the first games. So also, we didn't win 2 games today, and it was hard to play until the last game, but we didn't actually fix anything. We just focus on some of our small things in the team, and yeah, not at all.
And I agree with that. There's not a lot that needs to be fixed on the squad. Just kind of cleaning up a couple of like the positionals and firefights, you know, those types of things. That you're already at the international stage, the biggest stage for PUBG. At that stage, you have to realize, okay, we've got it. We just need to clean it as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, I like what he's saying, because that's what I'm hearing from a lot of the teams coming into today is just, hey, let's just try to, you know, take some good fights. Let's work on a few things here and there, but otherwise let's kind of play our game and just kind of get ourselves mentally, physically prepared for those grand finals. That's the case that most of the teams are in. Some of them, of course, not in that position. You know, you look at Cerberus, you look at Luna, you look at 4AM, you know, they're right on that bubble 16th position. So those are the teams we're definitely keeping our eyes on. VP in a world of trouble potentially as well. Tanvu taking some damage.
The Expendables are making some friends that I don't think that they want to make today, as they're going to be right next to the Freaks, as it looks like the Freaks were on a track to try to pick this one up. Salute actually stepping away from it, so I think that they think that this can kind of cement in and calm down in position.
And if you wanted there to be a wild card team in this event, it definitely feels like it was the Expendables. You know, they can pop off one day. We already saw it where they were the top team in one of the circuit finals. They are very talented, very aggressive, and play with a little bit of a carefree attitude. Oh, Bean,
That's not
he's in trouble.
Go, Bean. He's going to walk right into that doorway and get picked up. Feels like this is kind of a carryover from what we saw going on with the Expendables. Luna Galaxy back behind this one, just shifted in right after the TSM firefight.
That's a huge point pickup for the Luna Galaxy as well. Every point so crucial for them. So the Freaks maybe going to learn the hard way that on a circle like this, on a pretty fair central circle on Erangel, assuming Luna's in the grand finals, that's something you have to be aware of, is that they were pretty quick out of North George to rotate past the ruins into that compound. So we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. EN keeping an eye on him.
Oh, while we've got the leaderboard up, I do want to point out to you guys, yes, in between 5th and 7th, there is a missing spot for 6th. Well, guess what? That's because they're not playing today. That's going to be Twisted Minds. The other thing to note is down there in 13, 15, that 14th place position, that's what we're going to be keeping a lot of our eyes on. That's the Gen G position, and most likely going to be jumped over.
Yeah, you kind of expect it to. A lot of damage here from TSM. So they took an emergency pickup to get here. Remember, they're already down a player. Purdy Curdy already knocked out early by the Expendables. Guangdong Freaks as well towards the Pachinki area. Raining. You see Roth driving out of there. Takes a bit of damage, but should be A-okay to regroup with the rest of the Falcons there. T1 going to be trailing, nipping at their heels. FaZe coming in late out of Kameshki. Navi coming in late to the eastern edge as well. So right now, things are settling up here for our phase number 2. Just a couple more teams trying to make their way in and seeing how far they can find some real estate in the circle.
One of them being Navi. Looks like managing Liquid in the circle pretty far over the east. So it's going to be where the Freaks are going to be at. FaZe is going to be coming up back behind them. VP is already inside the circle with the exception of Beamy. Looks like he's going to be able to regroup. So Falcons' position pretty strong for the time being, right up on top of Potato itself. Going to get a lot of vision up here for the time being. Also a lot of control, depending on how these circles go. Have to assume that's going to end up somewhere in this area, but it almost kind of does like smell like it's leaning into this Pachinki area, as a lot of teams are staying pretty much centered around it, with Freaks, 17, a lot of guys, the Expendables still playing around the outside. There could be a party happening here in a second.
Oh, you gotta lean into the gambler's fallacy here and just say, oh, certainly there won't be hardships in this game.
Oh,
certainly
right.
not.
We haven't seen.
Yeah, just gonna go dead center Pachinki.
Meanwhile, it's gonna like hard shift to the south and be like, ha, military.
Yeah,
base
military base. That's where Navi's
Right.
going. They're driving all the way around. I thought for a second maybe Eternal Fire was gonna have an opportunity to get some revenge on Navi with the way they were driving by the farm, but not gonna be the case. FaZe as well, driving down that road past Milta towards the bridge, and Navi's actually stopped at the bridge crossroads on the main island side of things. It's curious to see if maybe them and FaZe are actually about to bump heads.
This looks like a perfect example of what Tickleton was talking about whenever he said that the web that Luna sometimes sets up is there's several team members that are kind of stretched along this line, so if anybody jumps in a vehicle and drives along it, you could instantly end up losing multiple members, as it's just going to be information carried over perfectly. As the Kraken, though, does go down, there is the risk of that web, as you can slowly get picked apart, as the rest of Luna Galaxy now going to have to respond. It's going to be Haven already inside of a vehicle driving away, as Posa's got some vision on this, but doesn't really want to, I don't think.
And I think it's tough when you already have kind of one of your traps already sprung. Like, certainly VP saw it in the kill feed that Luna got a kill onto a KDF member. They know where Luna's dropping in North George. They have to suspect that these compounds are therefore occupied by Luna potentially, because you know as well that the Freaks are Rozhok, right? So somewhere in between there, is where likely Luna and KDF butted heads. So, we didn't exactly get to see what happened here with Virtus Pro, but I have to assume that they were kind of alerted to the fact that Luna's going to do those kind of things. Plus, of course, your research, your history, your knowledge of that team.
Dude, TSM, they got goals today, man. I respect it. They're playing along the format, and they don't care about if they're the villains of the lobby, they're going to try to make sure that they are the best villains that they can be. Step in, it's going to be another casualty lined in as TSM finds Little Ghost, gets the flush on him. Sparking did go down, but he should be resable. This is a very aggressive, shifting TSM, and this is a very strong compound inside the circle as well.
That's a huge find, too. I mean, as soon as you see Lil Ghost be the player in that kill feed, he's very likely alone for 17, because that's the way they play the early part of the game is 1-3 splits.
Good call out. Yeah.
Usually it's Lil Ghost on his own. So that's a really nice find for TSM. Now they're extremely centrally located. Cerberus going to have to make a bit of a move. They set up with a 2-2 split early by their drop. Now they're going to be rotating away from that. They do have compound right in front of them here. If they so choose to stop up or maybe just use this as a point to control the edge of that zone. Another thing Tig was talking about that makes Cerberus so annoying is that they will kind of set up their traps on the edge as well. A little bit deeper into the game sometimes even, so you've got to be aware.
I was talking to Falcons the other day, and they said the funniest thing about the Cerberus is they're just like magic. You're just like walking along, and suddenly Hamas is there, and you just get knocked. And you don't have any idea on where anybody else on Cerberus is because they don't use like a ton of similar styles in how they approach different areas. They have like different patterns on how they approach in so many different areas that just because you get vision on one, you have no idea where the other ones could be.
They're magicians. Yeah, they're illusionists. They do a great job of obscuring what kind of strategies, their playbook is very deep, they're very smart, they're very creative, something that has made them so successful throughout this year and previous years as well. T1 going to be rotating south of the ruins. Careful there, Ian. I don't like the buggy, but, don't wipe out for yourself just yet. There is a knock there for Suju. It's going to be Roth from the Falcons who are trying to make their way through Pachinki. And 17 is just kind of fanned out here on this southwestern edge, trying to keep the other teams out.
I mean, they got the knock, but I think that should be resible, and it's just more and more friends starting to enter this Pachinki area.
Chalbe?
He wants it, but I think that that's a bit too risky.
I think the nade could get in there if he... No.
I think he went for the safer one, but that's not going to find anything off of it. So now he's kind of on an island with Falcons encroaching in, and that's why he's getting peppered from the side. He has to run away. That's going to be BB team that's playing into the hills just south of Potato. So not a lot of free options in movement. So 17, who had this under control for a while, is slowly losing member upon member on different angles.
Gumin actually going to find a knock onto Zepion and the flush as well. So the Freaks also still stuck in Pachinki, just kind of harassing teams. Certainly, you're going to be happy to keep 4 AM at bay. I mean, there isn't any particular drop spot reason, but, definitely KDF.
Are the Freaks trapped in Pachinki, or is everybody else trapped in Pachinki with them right now, is the way it feels?
That's a good point, Matt. I think it's the other way around for sure. T1, though, has FaZe to contend with. FaZe wrapped all the way back up around to the north side of the circle, trying to find a free edge, trying to find areas where teams might not be, but T1 kind of taking their time in this game, trying to play it a little bit more slow and steady, not really opting to harass anybody. Heaven does get knocked. So now you have kind of a conundrum for the Guangdong Freaks. How are you going to get back to Heaven? He was all on his own in that building, and if he gets, trying to get to him could cost you your life trying to cross some of those roads.
Navi finally finds themselves inside the safe zone. They did a quick stop off over in Shark Fin, way over to the east, and like you were talking about a second ago, Paper, wrapped all the way down around the military base, so they should be in a better looted situation, as we were a bit worried about them at the start. Circle does pop, does keep in Pachinki, as we still also have the road leading in from the south. Petrichor Road, yes, in a very strong spot on that hillside, going to have a lot of territory that they can control down to the south. Meanwhile, looks like FaZe has an idea, and that idea is going to be trying to navigate right next to Pachinki. There's a couple ways that they can try to make a push into this one, but could be a bit of a disaster. Playing down to the south of it is going to be Salute. Doesn't line in any shots just quite yet, so FaZe doing a good job navigating an open area, but TSM is about to start getting some vision. There you go, 17 also does.
Yeah, 17 is really doing a good job destroying FaZe on the way through, so just Corexi left alive for FaZe. Suju down in the trenches, trying to see if he can sniff out that last player. Corexi does go for the heal. The other FaZe members, I think, unresable. Corexi trying to hit some Dragunov shots. There's a grenade from Alo, gonna take out Gustav. Corexi gonna let loose with some frags. Suju trying to use stuns to creep his way forward to find those points.
I mean, 17's just kind of been forced down into this angle, and Freaks are still kind of supervising up on top of it, as well as TSM. So this is just straight up trench warfare. Grexy does run over, uses the nade to buy some more space, at least push them away, but next one's going to follow up. That's going to be too close to Vex. He is going to go down. So Grexy, the last one up, desperate situation, but 17 can't really push either, as it is going to be TSM, throwable, starting to line in right up on top of FaZe. Not going to connect just quite yet, but they look like they're going to aggress this. They feel like they've got some control over the area, but I mean, you can see they're dancing around it. They don't really want to make that commitment just yet.
Yeah, if you step out too far, you're going to get punished most likely. T1 getting cut down between a couple different teams. Luna got one member. EN gets taken out by VP. Make it all of them by VP. Beanie and Lukaruk's going to combine. T1 not able to get into the Phase 3 zone.
Just at the south is Day Trade also eyeing a similar pathing, but they're going to have to deal with the Expendables as well as VP. So Cars just rolling away in sadness, as it is going to be Beanie hitting 50 kills. Not quite up to his 60 med kits yet, though.
He's trying to catch up to that one game of first aid kits used. This is a nice hold, though, for VP. Some very needed points there. Going to put them up into 14th place overall. So certainly got to be thanking your lucky stars a bit. As the Virtus Pro boys, Day Trade trying to crash towards TE. I could see some grenades being thought about by Duck Juice, but they're not going to connect. The guns are going to connect, though. Tanbu got one.
And takes down Belmont. That is massive. So with this, it's going to be a bit of a slowdown. Outside angle's going to make sure to hold it, but it is going to be Flash. That does manage to take down Duck Juice, get a flush on him as well. It's going to be Tanbu at range, getting some shots in, but can't do too much more. He's all by his lonesome over here, so he has to just retreat. And Nurens can't quite make the committal in to try to assist because it's going to be VP's Beanie that's taking some extra shots from the outside of this.
Yeah, this is about the only fight that's really going on. VP's Ibiza thinking about trying to get as close as he can there. Trying to look for some opportunities to maybe steal some knocks or something like that. Finally, Nurens shows up to the party. Well, no, he doesn't. Goodbye.
Well, just hand-delivered kill point there, as the Expendables are at least going to find a couple in this, and that's going to feel good for at least trying to balance out numbers. I mean, they're already fine off, though. They're playing with just a ton of points to work around. Na'Vi, you can see that the arrow is being drawn over next to Petrichor Road's position, but that would be a very hard rotate to make with the rest of Petrichor on the other side. So, Tanbu's just got goals. He's like, no, I'm going to take down as many of you as humanly possible and try to deny it out. Flash slowly creeps in, so couldn't quite get the flush. Might make him resible. Depends on how aggressive Tanbu wants to be here.
Well, it is the Expendables, so
Exactly.
I'm expecting aggression. However, still a couple frags for Tanadol. Still expecting him to maybe be up on the roof with the way that first one is cooked. Let's see if the second one can get behind the building. Yeah, it does. Almost gets him.
I just appreciate the fact that it crept all the way across the first floor up. Ooh, there's a good shots coming up from Quepa and the Mad. That's going to be Cerberus eliminated, and more problems starting to mount for Cerberus.
That is devastating there. Cerberus trying to find some kind of entrance into this next circle, and that's going to allow Na'Vi to try to backfill once again. EF to EME18 squaring up like we saw in game number one. Obviously a very different scenario. Hakatori trying to sneak underneath Petrichor Road's nose as Tanbu just holds the trigger down.
he's gonna step back around the corner in a second. I know it. Oh, okay. Well, Day Trade now out as Petrichor Road. I don't know with that high ground. I know it gets a lot of sun. But what, do you just like plant bullets in the ground to farm as much damage as they're doing up there? Because they're just harassing all of these teams they're trying to make an approach to.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to need some extra ammo being up on that hill because you have great sight lines, especially to your south. You can control so much space in that area, especially with Chewy's off angle that he has as well. So they can't roll around towards maybe a different angle to try to find the ability to get a flank on a Petrichor Road or something like that. You kind of have to come straight at them from the southeast angle like we're seeing here from Hakatori. So a really nice split. The only question is can Chewy as a solo lock that spot down?
Where are you going, BB? I mean, going Pachinki's side doesn't feel too good. Falcons are kind of beaten in looking at what's going on with 17, and they're split in the weak positions they're going to be playing from. Day Trade also encroaching up next to VP while it's happening. BB, not a lot of real good ways to navigate this, as the EF position combined in with Petrichor position, making it absolutely hellacious for anybody on Na'Vi to even find a foothold inside of a position that they can play from. Finally creeping in, I think that might have stabilized for them. BB looks like they're going to be playing the sewer great, and so that should be survivable for now, but it's not necessarily feeling good. A couple more vehicles over there will make it feel a bit safer, as stopping off inside the smoke right out in front of this one. He should have a path over, I believe. As Eternal Fire doesn't have the cleanest vision, and best of luck, just going to return damage.
Yeah, tough spot for BB, but the fact that they're finding knocks onto EF now might open up an opportunity for them to try to make a different push. See if you can kind of collapse EF between yourselves and Na'Vi, potentially, if they've got a decent read on the positionings. However, you do have other teams that are going to be coming out of Pachinki. Yep, Falcons, exactly. Rello going to strike, takes down Phil first. Grenades, doing a lot of damage to Na'Vi, but no knocks found just yet.
I mean, Na'Vi, this has been such a hard game for them to deal with. Now just down to DiffX.
Kill feed.
This is just, yeah, I mean, where do you even go at this point? Is he's just all trapped by himself, looking up into this one, seeing if he can find any angles, but there's just nothing to be had. Thanadol looking up into VP. VP very firmly committed in their defensive line as they can now flush out, take care of this last member, and then move in from the east. The Pachinki teams also now all having to leave this position as Falcons do roll in, and it's going to be a lot of teams kind of combining in to finish taking them down. Falcons, though, do have pathing over pretty close to where 17 Gaming is going to be playing. Freaks now can just move into the suburbs of Pachinki itself. Odd team out is going to be Luna, who has to maneuver through 4 angry men or Freaks, and that's going to be harsh.
Yeah, you still have Thanadol alive. He got a knock on a VP. He's got 4 members of VP in front of him. 1 knocked already, trying to keep the players pinned, but he is taking a lot of damage himself. Looking for that extra little headshot. Couldn't quite find it onto Nixie. Both players going to go for the first aid. Ruin is going to actually take out the Falcons there for EF. That buys a lot of extra space for them on that eastern edge. Just 17 still inside of that sewage drain on the outside of Pachinki to worry about right now. Freaks looming as well, potentially. Really, this fight is just all about peaks and timings, and Thanadol takes a whole bunch of damage.
Dude, Thanadol, I feel you. You're at like almost 600 damage, I think I saw a second ago, or something ridiculous like that. You're popping up a ton and just cannot find a kill. So Chewy did leave the safety of the hillside and moved over this other hillside, and he's going to finally finish out that firefight. It means the Petrichor Road's going to have a ton of control inside the circle, but could be contested whenever we see VP approaching him from the west.
It's a phenomenal setup that Petrichor Road has. It controls so much space out there, and Chewy doing a wonderful job on the edge, sweeping back and forth, making sure that there's no flanks, that Petrichor Road can control the southern side of that hill. Godby is going to find one, but he's got a teammate in front of him. Has to be real careful. Bobo steps in, takes down another. Luna in trouble.
This is very big. If we can see 4 angry men pick up
what a
these
bounce.
kills, they want everything that they can find. That's going to be a team that's going to be chasing after back behind them. But Freaks, hear this. They backstab perfectly on top. Luna is at least buying some safety. The blue zone, they doing a ton of damage. Vinny just trying to crawl out of it and narrowly does not make it. He's going to go down. And so it's going to be Poza, the last one up, sitting here right on the cusp position of 18th place.
That's a huge pickup for 4 a.m. That blue zone bounced right to a spot where it would catch a couple Luna players that were down. Now it's the Freaks' turn to try to push through. Posa alive. We see him do some absolutely incredible stuff. Throws a gas can out in front of him as well. So he's going to be able to buy a little bit of extra time. But this is all inside of another circle for the Freaks. They don't necessarily have to push through this.
The turtle position right now. He's got a shield on both sides of him. Just trying to cling to life is... I mean, it is a pretty cheeky little angle to play from, but he has to be careful. Looks like he wants to step back and buy himself a bit more space. New circle is about to pop. Where are we going to be going? It is over into the Petrichor hillside with TSM going to be gatekeeping out everybody leaving Pachinki.
So for Petrichor Road, the real challenge right now is to just make sure that no one's going to be able to get onto your western or eastern flanks as much as possible. Try to funnel all the teams onto the northern side. Make them fight for that space so you can have an entire half of this circle to yourselves. That's really what I'm looking at them doing. Chewy's going to be on eastern guard duty, Summer on west, and you got Mamu and Aches left as kind of pivot people in the center that can watch potentially a team that is able to come from the north. Not very easy, though, because of all this extra stuff that's still on the northern side of the circle. TSM's compound still in there. That's going to allow TSM to prevent teams from going up that northern side without taking a bunch of damage, potentially.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if VP could manage to make the cross into some form of safety, as Petrichor Road is pretty committed into their sight line on it. Meanwhile, VP, they see a whole bunch of potential points walking around inside of Pachinki that they might want for themselves. Freaks keep trying to step away from this position of Post and trying to be defended in, but finally going to find him. That is going to be Salute that takes down their dreams, as FaZe having an opportunity to continue their climb up the leaderboard, but it feels like VP has the momentum in position.
Yeah, and I'm watching Petrichor Road turret on top of EF right now. They do not have a lot of space to work with to try to get into this next circle. And with those great sightlines that Petrichor Road has, it's going to be very, very difficult for the Freaks. Out of one obstacle, another in front of you. It's a cheeky little position here from Xiao Wu. Just trying to hold that entrance out of that tunnel. Salute and others still have Corexy. Corexy's still alive for FaZe. That's huge for them. That they're able to get into placement points off that solo player when the rest of the team got wiped out so early in this game.
So, and there you go. That was the angle of approach that I was worried about. Summer's been defending this for a long time. He's been hearing those shots come out from VP, firmly defended in. The rest of Petrichor Road looks like they're starting to regroup on this angle. That might allow EF to find some more maneuverability over there into the east. Chewy looks like that's going to be his job to stay back behind, make sure to corral a bit of whatever EF is wanting to try to do. So Petrichor Road, actually a couple members in Summer look like they're playing right up against the zone wall, and Summer playing very low on the outside of this. 17 does go down. They have an opportunity to fend in. Nade's going to roll. Don't go quite far enough yet, but VP now realizing the threat is danger close. They have got to be careful. It's going to be EB playing on this side, making sure to fend off any approach that Summer's wanting to make.
I love this from Petrichor Road. They've been sitting on these frags for a while. Now's a great opportunity. There's this little divot in between the two hills here to the southwest of Pachinki. You can funnel a team in there, maybe find some opportunity to get those grenades to connect. Hasn't worked out just yet, but I like the strategy, I like the idea, and I like the proactivity. Summer calls for help right away. Aches left and Ming are going to be quick to respond, and then you can just leave Chewy to watch your flank. In this case, actually, he's coming to barrel in. They want VP out of this.
It's like, oh, hey, there's a crate here, guys. When did this get here? I'll take it perfectly fine. TSM still trying to fend up against the Freaks maneuvering in this position. So new circle does pop, and it's going to be pretty close for EF, so kind of good off of that. TSM already inside the circle. Bad, though, for the Freaks and potentially VP, as they are a very hard gate kept now.
I mean, again, if as Petrichor Road you can keep them from being able to threaten your western flank as much as possible, you have an opportunity. VP kind of has to make a choice. Are they going to just try to sweep through Petrichor Road, or are they going to try to deal with TSM, who's still in a compound? Very difficult decision for VP to make. I think they have to just try to take a fight with Petrichor Road and try to get that done, because trying to reach this compound is going to be difficult unless maybe the Freaks can find some knocks.
Okay, TSM, they've got the walls, they've got the defense, and the Freaks are starting to line in the smokes. This does slow down TSM's control over what could be going on back behind them, though. So they're very safe in position. Alo is going to go ahead and get knocked on a salute, and Freaks, I mean, this is just playing from a hazard position. They just have to firefight their way through or try to creep to get in closer. They still got this little trench that they can keep playing into, but that's all they got. Every single time they go for a peek up, there's somebody from TSM just waiting. Blue zone nade is going to end up a bit short, but combining with a Molotov, this is going to stall out a lot of the encroachment and time perfectly with the blue zone coming in. That'll buy some more damage and very much weaken the Freaks for anything that TSM needs to do in the defenses. Look at all these throwables just coming out. Every single smoke now having some type of problem that's going to be coming after him, while Luke is just playing this so aggressively in their face, daring them for just go for a peek around the smokes. The moment they step through, there's just nothing. Sparking's up on that higher area, just absolutely raining in damage, and even then, Eternal Fire is on the outside of this, just seeing if maybe they can pick up a free kill.
Meanwhile, VP did take down Chewy for Petrichor Road. They're down to 3 players. Sparking holding the window, trying to make sure that Cumin can't get around the fence. Alo's just going to push across. Cumin had no idea. And that's going to be some big kills for TSM.
So VP now making the committed push up the hillside, but it's going to be while EF is coming up back behind Petrichor Road. They need to finish this fight fast. Big shots coming out, but it's going to be BB that takes down Akesleft. Petrichor Road in some trouble, and they don't even realize the big problem yet. Coming up back behind him. Big spray coming up from Summer. Goes for it. He is going to go down. EF, though, going to be the biggest beneficiary of this. They're rolling up right behind us at the perfect time.
Yeah, absolutely great kill feed reading here. Code Marco Rurin already thinking about the frags. Going to reach out, see if they could steal a little bit of extra utility as well. But with VP in shambles, they have an opportunity to get some more points, get some more kills. TSM also trying to collapse on this fight.
TSM realizing that there's points to be had up here, has to maneuver quickly. They're just running up on the opposing front of it. VP put on a hell of a fight against Petrichor Road, but ended up taking too much. EF, 10 kills, vibing up here on top of it, but the problem is it is a 3v2, and TSM already has the circle.
Yeah, TSM now looking to close this game out. Think about that early maneuver they made to take out Lil Ghost in this house, secure it for themselves. It has been very, very profitable. Certainly this property has appreciated in value as this match has gone on, keeping Ruin and Cold Marco at bay as best as they can. Alo just needs to make sure that none of those EF players are able to find that flank angle.
Close range god and Alo just had a ton of close range targets to just nom up over and over again. Now playing a bit further back, he's going to be the guy that's up on top of the hill, or up on top of the building, looking up the hillsides. But I mean, Code Marco already has a beat on it, so can't do too much yet. Ruin, though, is creeping up very, very close to Luke. I don't know if we... Oh, yep, he does get spotted out, so now EF can continue being get kept out.
Oh, he's got to be so careful there. Alo gave an opportunity for a knock. Luke is actually going to take down Ruin, so that's one piece of the puzzle taken out of the equation. Luke stuck behind a tree. Smokes are going to come through, try to back him up. Sparking, going to try to move into Code Marco's flank.
Yeah, Luke's already got an idea on where the last member is. Sparking's going to be playing the other side of it. Looks like he's going to be the one. Jack clocks on top of it, goes for the spray. Sparking picks it up. There you go. That is going to be TSM picking up our second game.
Yeah, I mean, just think about all it takes sometimes is making that one aggressive maneuver in the early part of the game to take a piece of real estate, to take a spot. That propels you into that late game, even though you lose a player very, very early in that. Curdy went down right out the rip because Clories was chasing down Alo.
Hey, but let's not forget also on the opposite side of that, TSM made the push into compound, found out Solo in position, bought it early based off of a push of their own. Early aggression, the name of the game, big benefits for a lot of teams, but I mean, I just love Pichinki Hillside games. I think that they're fun to break down, and Petrichor Road just had a beautiful read on it and put up so much work. Let's get everything ready to move into game number 3.
It was a low, sparking a high as the TSM boys walk away with a party chicken dinner. Luke 12.
Yeah,
What did you guys think of that game?
Another e-pickup situation where they actually managed to take away one of the kind of hardest compounds to take away, but they did it early on, and then it paid off huge, right? And also that fight with VP at Petrichor Road, we're down to EP with 3 HP. It couldn't have been tighter, right? It was really the chance for Eternal Fire to kind of come in and get some points and to close it out. But yeah, TSM 3-man strong versus a 2 on Eternal Fire. Most likely they're going to win that when you have an Alo kind of peeking over the hills, making sure they're not going to take control of that.
Yeah, I think it really goes to show how much early, confident, aggressive plays can reward you in the late game.
Yeah.
TSM running up on the 17 solo and 3-man e-pickupping, both plays that, you know, are high risk, high reward, and they will reward plenty.
Yeah, and especially when you do this early, right? It's very likely that we're not going to be seeing a 17 gaming like 3 or 4 men in there. It's usually a split. It's usually a situation where these teams are playing like split in the first couple of zones. This is where you want to take these high risk, high reward plays. This is where you want to take those e-pickups, and I really like what I'm seeing from TSM with this. Again, playing without pressure, but also playing to kind of put your confidence on another level, preparing yourself mentally for that grand finals. And yeah, TSM is looking good. Would you consider them a favorite at this point already?
I wouldn't consider them a favorite, but I consider them a dark horse.
Yeah,
they've shown insanely consistent performances throughout the year. I mean, there's just a distinct difference between a winning team and a team that consistently plays as well.
Yeah.
TSM's always been that team that plays as well, but do they have what it takes to win? Hopefully this time.
Let me ask you this, because you bring up their consistency. They're also, not to sound rude, but like one of the oldest teams in PUBG. Because they've been around a very long time. They've been playing for as long as I can remember. They've got a ton of experience. How much does that veterancy play into an event like this?
I really think that Purdy especially is just an elite IGL. He
Yeah.
always keeps us cool. My teammates' experience with him at Nations Cup, they only have positive things to say about him.
Yes.
Reflecting on him as a good leader and confident.
That's awesome to hear. Also, because not only have they been consistent, they have been absolutely fascinating to watch the way that they take these fights. In fact, let's go back to that push on 17. They came in as a group. It feels like when you're fighting TSM, it's like fist fighting an octopus. Even if you get them once or twice, there's another fist coming from somewhere. Like, what makes this so effective?
Yeah, honestly, for me, it's just, and we're saying this is something that most pro teams do, but even a lot of teams here is not doing it as tight as TSM does, right? You see Sparking, Halo, they're running in so tight that it's almost impossible to get 2 knocks with the amount of bullets to take down one guy before the next guy is going to knock you, right? So it's really this 1-2 quick punch that we're coming in from TSM here. How they're clearing houses together is just, the confidence is at an all-time high. You're saying they're old. The other guys are not that old. Like Alo, Sparking,
I'm not saying old in age.
that old.
I'm saying old play. These players have played for a very long time.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, let's take a look at those top 4 teams. TSM walks away with 9 kills and the win. Eternal Fire gets 10. They have been benefiting, I think, from some of the chaos that's happening in this lobby. They're sort of sliding through, avoiding the fights, and they started getting into these end games very consistently. VP walking away with a big 10 that I think they definitely needed, and KDF looking strong as ever. What's your take on KDF so far?
KDF, I mean, they've been playing absolutely balls to the wall. My experience playing against them, you know, Heaven's the last guy standing on his team. He knocks H when he spray transfers a smoke and just looks for a random headshot at me. He's just full confidence, swinging everything. Several games they've just dropped massive kill games, and I think that it's really the teams like KDF and EEF at the moment that are just taking the fights to other teams, being proactive, that are showing like the best PUBG.
I like that idea of this proactive fighting style. Seems to really be coming to fruition here at the end of PGC's qualification stages. We'll see what happens in the grand final and how that shifts up. But again, TSM walks away with a big win, and it does seem like their style of play has worked well for them throughout the year, both regionally and internationally. When you guys are looking at TSM as a team to play against, is there something that stands out to you as sort of like what they do best or better than anyone else?
TSM is just the type of team that doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They never are making irrational decisions, never sending it out of place. They are just disciplined, calculated, and I don't think that the pressure really affects them.
That makes sense. Alo, by the way, man of the match, not surprising there, 6 kills. He was not only the anchor, but the closed fist of this team in that match. But they seem to be very even keeled. They're also one of those teams, Martin, that I feel like when you see them around the lobby, they kind of move together, they work as a team, they're not interested in what else is happening. Drama's not for them, they are focused on themselves.
Yeah, they're working as a unit, and it's really coming here great. And for them, for me, like in terms of TSM, with them getting 19 points, this one here, again, this is just a day for them to be a kingmaker if they want to be it, and also set yourself up for grand finals, right? Because if you're able to do things like this, it's huge. Obviously not much damage for Alo, but still 6 kills. He's coming in, he's sweeping. You saw how he swung around on that wall, making sure that they took down KDF in a time where they needed to kind of close that fight before somebody else could potentially push on.
Well, let's take a quick look at that leaderboard, and we'll come back to them. This is the top 12. They are the ones who obviously are in a pretty good position. 17's able to move up to 50. Virtus Pro off the back of that game is now at 51 and going to be feeling a little more comfortable about their situation. The goal today, everyone, is to make the top 16. If you're at the top 16 of this board when it ends, you're going to get that bid to the PGC Grand Finals, $1.5 million, and more importantly, the ability to say that you are a PGC champion is on the line. Now let's talk about that bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Server is only getting 2 points here, obviously at the bottom of the list in terms of the teams that are playing right now. And Luna Galaxy is still outside the top 16. Gen G, 1 more game, 2 more games, and they're going to be pushed out of the top 16. And then it's really up to Luna and Cerberus to kind of fight for that last spot. And then once we come to the later stages of the games, we're going to see some of these teams. Again, one big game for Cerberus, they're in there. They're right in that mid-pack. It's not too worried about it yet, but still, we're coming to these wildcard maps. It's a little bit harder to be consistent on those.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think Tago and Rondo are like some of the scrappiest maps that we have. As an addition, I think they are completely like the momentum changes of the day. If you start off poor on a Wrangle and then have a good Tago, all of a sudden you feel back in the mix. And vice versa, you know, sometimes you're playing Rondo and you're like, I don't know this map as well.
Yeah.
What do I do? And then you die, and then you're like, we feel lost, you know.
I also feel like on Rondo especially, like, it's a little bit more predictable if you have some data, some heat maps available to you, right? We have like a lot of these high mountains that are considered land ridges, a lot of these rivers here, and the teams that are well prepared for that, they have, what I've seen so far, tend to be doing a little bit better there because they have a little bit more information, feels like. What do you think?
I think that's kind of the problem with Rondo, is it's so predictable. You kind of know where it's going to end early, but the players are so good, everyone knows where it's going to end, so there's no obvious available play to make a play for that zone. And then if you end up thinking about the zone too much, you don't think about how can I maximize points this game, where can I pick up a team fight, you know.
It feels like it's more often that it takes longer time to realize that I'm not winning the game, I should be focusing on getting points, especially on Rondo.
Interesting. Now, real quick, what's your take on, how do you like Tago? Or how do you play Tago? Is it a tougher map?
Tago, I think you need to just be an aggressive team. The dips and the rocks are massive and playable, and that's just a drive-by map. I mean, the cars are quality, you know, hard to shoot people out of, so
Fair.
If you're not drive-buying on Tago, you're probably doing it wrong.
Let's see if we get some drive-bys after this quick break. It'll be time to Tago, so don't go anywhere.
else but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It's Tego time, and it's a wild card map, and a wild team needs to get some points. Cerberus is in some trouble right now and might have an opportunity. This is a squad that we know that can kind of wrestle back when things get a bit crazy, so maybe these two wild card maps might be what they need.
Yeah, well, it has to be what they need. I mean, it's looking really dire right now for Cerberus. They have not been able to get anything going here today. They've gotten just absolutely destroyed in a couple fights. They tried to camp the mini pier there on Tosnavka Island. That didn't go very good against the Expendables, not as clean as you would have liked. And then in this previous game, they just all of a sudden were wiped out of the map, and now you're starting to get nervous that maybe a team that we thought should be easy money in the grand finals, maybe not.
And let's not forget, there's the looming threat of all the squads that have a ton of points and could start kind of making that harassment. You know, nobody wants to start off the day just picking on somebody that can't get any points, but now if you're starting to get to that stage, and Cerberus is a threat. This is a team that we know can perform on an international stage. They can walk away with a victory. So some eyes might be drawn to them if they see a member lose, maybe get knocked early, maybe get lost early, maybe if they don't rotate as fast as they need to, there's an opportunity for other teams just to pounce right on top of them.
Well, and especially with what we saw yesterday from Cerberus, I thought they're back. Dimas had a classic, clutch game where I'm just like yelling at my TV. I'm like, he's just better. And today we haven't seen any really thing interesting from Cerberus because I don't know why. I mean, it just doesn't feel like they're quite functioning today yet. And
I think that there's a ton of people that are playing fantasy that have that same wrestling mentality. Like, do I put Dimas on my team? Because we know the fact that he can pop off in a big way, but it just feels like it hasn't happened yet. But maybe Tego can be the opportunity that squad so desperately needs right now.
We'll have to wait and see what Tego wants to bring us this time around, because it is going to be very challenging.
Playing path's not too friendly either, as it's going to be starting up over airport. I mean, oddly appropriate given the way that playing path's going to be going, but then ending up over next to prison, so very southern. Not a lot of eyes going to be drawn over into that northwestern island, but also a couple of drops might be a bit harder to get to, so we might see some contests for some drops.
Absolutely. I think maybe, around Palace with Falcons and the Expendables, maybe they just want to duke it out, try to fight for their spot in the grand finals potentially. That could be something to keep an eye on. I'm curious about 4 a.m. where exactly they'll want to go today, because they are going to go over to Kangnung as that has been opened up. So T1 won't really have an easy route to mess with them. Not that it has been the biggest of deals in some ways. 4M's been struggling a little bit. Luna's been struggling a little bit. Cerberus has been struggling. So some of the teams that we were really kind of keyed in on needing some points today have been having a rough go of finding those points.
I just love watching the freaks as they're like kind of parachuting over. They keep eyeing how many people are going over to Palace. They're like, are we going to see Falcons and the Expendables go over there? They were trying to see if maybe it would happen. But whoa! Very hard western shifted circle on this one. Ton of water that's going to be in play. Hop ho, pretty much near the center. That's a weird sentence to say.
That's the first time those words have been strung together for you. I love a hop ho ending. I mean, other than the fields around it kind of suck, but I mean, for me, I like to drop in that vicinity of the map when I play. So,
well, we also still get a bit of like that northwestern island in play. I mean, it's kind of 50-50 on the split with the river running right between it. I mean, channel, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It leaves back in the ocean on both sides, so we'll have to see the situation on it and how it's going to develop, because teams are going to have to make some pretty awkward committals.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is going to be a tricky one to kind of figure out, because there's still enough of the north in play that it could end up there.
Nobody to shoot, so they're just going to randomly shoot their guns. I love it.
Yeah, why not? Just, it's so funny. We got a chance to have a quick chat with the TSM boys after that game and said, what's going on with Clories? Why is he doing that? And they were just like, we don't know.
Expendable stuff, man. Expendables just do whatever Expendables want to do. Sometimes it's a good idea. Sometimes you lose a member early. Hey, at least they're having fun. They're playing. They can do whatever they want. So if you're going to have a fun day, this is the day to do it. Right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the whole thing is, even the Expendables probably were just like, whatever, let's just go. Let's just see what happens. Get it in their heads at the very least, but now, TSM's got to be thinking of the back of their minds. They're like, if we have an opportunity to kind of screw them over, maybe we're going to take that now.
I just wish I could have heard Kurt whenever he went over there. I mean, he's, that had to make him a bit salty.
Yeah. Knowing Kurt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So looking out, Cerberus is rotating very early, and there's no surprise on that. Squad definitely needs points. We're talking about beforehand. Navi in a prime position to pretty much do whatever they want. Being already in position down on the southern, I guess the main section of the land itself, looks like he's trying to get a foothold for the rest of his squad, but he has to be careful. The rest of the Expendables are kind of in between. Well, I say one of the Expendables is in between them.
I'm kind of curious about the way the Guangdong Freaks are going to want to approach this. The Expendables as well, if they want to gatekeep the bridge, that two-tiered bridge that's in between Hapo and essentially Godok.
Well, we've got ourselves an interview with Fairest.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm joined by Navi's Fairest and our coach Alrain to talk about that first crazy Erangel. It was a hard circle shift as soon as we started off. I want to talk to you about the strategy, the comms behind when you were making your first push into the circle with Falcons above you.
Перша гра, питання в тому, як ми грали проти фальконів в кінці гри, як ми здобули перемогу.
У нас був план на рахунок цих ріджей перед нами. Ми просто їх зайняли і знали, що робити далі. Побачили, що в нас соло Т1 і просто в'їхали в ньому по інфі.
We saw the ridges over there before the position of Falcons, so we knew we will confirm it, and from that side we understood that from the other side T1 player is solo, so we just moved away from Falcons, and that was the winning move for us at that game.
Yeah, that was a beautiful space spread out that you guys showed on the first Erangel. Best of luck to you, and let's go back to Tego. Say bye.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, good to see you. Okay, so emergency pickups have been called by FaZe and 4 Angry Men, and that's where I'm a bit concerned. 4 Angry Men's pathing on this one is pretty interesting. They've got to be pretty careful as they're going to be dropping right on top of potentially Freaks, and Freaks are making me happy as they're making a rotation over there next to Hapo.
Yeah, so they're going to not opt to kind of hang out around that bridge. It is a little bit tricky to camp that double-decker bridge because there is that extra layer to it. It makes it kind of easy to make easier, I shouldn't say easy, but easier to get underneath it or above it or something like that because you have a couple different angles to worry about. But anyway, big 2-2 split for Na'Vi early on in this, trying to control so much of this territory. You're going to see most of the teams settle up south on this of the channel because that is where the circle is likely to go. So that's where a lot of teams are going to be kind of fighting for some kind of space, and now we have a bit of a battle here. Snakers, Roth going to combine. Roth finds another. That's 2 knocks here for the Falcons.
Yeah, Eternal Fire on damage control right now. Not a lot else that can be done at this point, and this is actually pretty messy over here, as there are a ton of teams. 17 Gaming also going to be able to hear this one. Quepal already in a smoking glider, and not too many more options that they can work with. Is it looks like the push is going to be coming out, makes the jump down. Urn also manages to get over here. They're trying to right back over, make sure that nobody can make the push onto Code Marco, at least manage to keep him alive, but Rello already leading the path for the Falcons. Got Flood back behind him. Blue Zone nade already going to be out. Looks like Falcons don't want to push this too heavy. They've been hearing a lot of cars rotating over here. No big surprise. That emergency pickup that came from 4 Angry Men hits at just the right time with this distraction, managing to kind of sneak away from it as Rello does find an angle, but doesn't get the shots in the way he wants it.
Love the way that the Falcons are playing this, just trying to kind of smother EF out of this one. And yeah, Rello continues to find those good angles to keep EF from having any opportunity to really punch back. There's a ton of smokes down, so do you even go for Code Marco? Yes, you do. Ketpa gonna make the attempt to go for the res. Some grenades are ringing out around them, but it is gonna be Code Marco up on his feet. First aid should be coming shortly. Another grenade, though, so close to Ketpa.
And Falcon's fine with that res. I mean, they didn't want to make a commitment down into it just quite yet, so instead kind of let the pacing, let the smokes kind of dissipate a bit more, provide more opportunities for their firing lines to go in. Falcons know that they've got this under control, but Kleppa's trying to turn it back around, at least managing to get the knock onto Roth. Rail on near on no life, has to step away, but see the rest of the reinforcements going to circle around, see like they want to try to make sure that they commit in, keep that res up and alive. So Snaker is now going to be the new point man in, looking down inside the smokes, going for a couple more blind sprays, but Code Marco doing a good job of clinging to life, but I don't know if he's got too much more left in him. That nade's going to be pretty close, and finally finishes out.
Yep, that was a tough fight there for Eternal Fire. Meanwhile, FaZe, the team that would love a few more points just to feel a little bit more comfortable squaring up in Hapo with the Freaks. So Freaks are 2-2 split. They have to be extremely careful in that situation not to give anything over if they want to get deeper into this game. Now, Falcons are going to be able to make their next rotate as ARLECUAN.
Day trade, yeah.
Day trade showed up, got a couple of them, so they just have to peace out with the remaining members.
Just that one Falcon remaining has to run for the hills Day Trade chose the opportunity and the perfect time to pounce. We also do have a bit of a lineup between VP and T1, the only teams that are playing the island itself, as well as TE. That's what's got something to end. FaZe still having to contend over with this Hoppo situation. It's going to be Heaven, does creep back up, gets up to that second story, so Gene's going to be able to get more of control over in this lower area. The rest of the Freaks, though, going to use that timing to try to navigate in, provide some type of support. Gene's already has a read on it. This is very cleanly played by FaZe so far. A lot of information, really counter-maneuvering around a lot of what's going to be going on, but I mean, it's Salute, man. That's the only thing that concerns me is right now with Salute being trapped, the Freaks need to find some way to give him some angle to play from.
Yeah, a couple K2s, though, for the side of the Freaks. Those aren't the ideal guns to have. Different ARs, a lot of damage done to Bean in the back. Now Corexy knows he's got him weak. Going to see if he can find the knocks with the frags. Gustav going to combine in there as well, but they're just going a bit wide.
There you go. Salute's going to finally get spotted out. That's going to be Corexy that manages to get it, so more space to be played from. The rest of the Freaks just backs up against the wall. Realize that this might be a bit too heavy. Don't want it, but it's going to be Dithax. Actually gets a knock onto Heaven. So, and Human goes down now is where Corexy finds it. Freaks, I mean, they don't have too much more they can do out of this. It's pretty much just get out of dodge. I don't even know if they can. James is just trying to assert authority down right now. It's going to be Luna Galaxy's Posa with some vision in. He was trying to see if maybe he can vulture up a point, but Navi also with a ton of vision from so far away. I mean, Freaks just in tatters right now.
Yeah,
absolute shambles.
Perfectly placed blue zone. Covers all of that smoke as well. The Freaks there getting punished for that 2-2 split early. That's something that certainly FaZe is very, very happy about. Corexy trying to find the up and over to finish what they started. And oh my God, that is so much a Hoppo in this next circle even. So we're definitely going south. It's just how much water is going to be remaining after the next couple of phases. You do have Petrichor Road way down by Hosan Prison watching.
I was hearing in my ear somewhere in the distance, Toby is yelling, Island Circle?
I wish.
But no, we'll have to see as this all is leading into the fields that you were talking about are so terrible to play from. Cerberus are trying to roll up next to Luna Galaxy, so that's going to distract Poser for the time being. It's going to allow Bean to have a bit more room to play from, but he's got nothing. I mean, he's got this wall and the smokes that he's got, and it's just a matter of time. FaZe doesn't want to make too much more of a push into it, but look, TE is rolling up in the distance. I don't know how much more they can stay locked in on this. They've got a lot of targets that are starting to approach. And, oh, look at that. He's creeping up at roughly the same time, tries to go for a big play off of it, is going to go down. FaZe is going to go ahead and secure that as rolling off into the distance is going to be the Expendables.
The Expendables were just hoping for a bit of a drive-by, but the fight's over, so not much they can do other than try to take position. Now they can claim maybe a better edge of Hoppo for themselves. Take maybe that southeastern corner, and that could be really, really valuable as the next couple of phases roll along. TSM harassing Luna. They're stuck out on the beach. Luna's starting to wrap in a couple more players from below where TSM currently is positioned. So this could get pretty dicey for TSM. They're not in a really favorable position, but the firepower sometimes gets them out of bad spots.
Luna Galaxy's web tightens as the two that are playing down to the south, slowly creeping up, finding new angles. And it is going to be Vinny that spots out Freddy Curdy. He's going to go down and get flushed pretty early in this one. Now TSM, less and less options to play from, trying to make their way over into that coastline area. But I mean, it's just going to be about seeing if they can time it right, and they do. Poser's going to be trying to wrap next to him. So it looks like they do find at least two of their members some form of safety.
I'm a bit worried here for Luna as BB rolls through. Now we're starting to take some damage from them, so this really wide web that they have cast maybe getting snipped apart. T1 finds some purchase over on the eastern side as they're going to drive in underneath Day Trade, who had filled in where they were able to bully Falcons out. And a free car potentially, or just want to set up a car fort on the edge, just find a nice little dip. You can see they've got themselves pretty well covered in this dip from that western side as well, where a lot of teams are going to be. So this is a nice staging point for T1. Make sure you keep Day Trade off of you. Summer parachuting in. Looks like he's going to get there. They're going to lose Chewy in this pickup.
Man, this is a bold drop in at this stage as there are a ton of teams already in there. Ming's going to go down as well. Should be good. Yeah, should be able to flush him out. There's a lot of different assault angles to work with. So Petrichor Road at least managed to keep two of their members up, and it's going to be Ix left and his buddy Summer. So at least finding some safety inside of this. While this is going on, Sparking is trying to wrap back over with the other members for TSM. Looks like he is actually, yeah, he had a little Uber come over and pick him up, so they should be able to make it back into safety. Luna Galaxy is going to let that one go.
Yeah, this is tricky for Petrichor Road, to say the least. Being in the middle of Hoppo, very, very tough to navigate that situation as the circles are likely to start leaving that area. Of course, we're going to see our Phase 3 circle here in just a moment. Belmont, not much of an angle onto T1 other than Type, who's driving around. It's T1 getting ready for a pre-rotation. We're still keeping Hoppo in, though, so this is going to get pretty interesting.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Navi's emergency pickup. You know, definitely was going to be used there. As T1...
Well, if it went island, bro.
If it went island, it would have been big. All right, Zenith being down at the time, a big problem. The rest of the day trade starting to in. Raining got some good angles to play from, though, and starting to try to turn this one around. Belmont, though, is a big problem. Raining, Type, trying to secure something in a desperate situation. 2 members up for day trade as well.
Man, that was a crazy good riding shot from Ian, but he's going to pay the price. Raining and Type still harassing day trade, and that is, if he hits that, I'm going to lose my mind.
No way. He is just sending that off into the distance. Type with no options. He's going to go down as well. Then Adol is going to spot it out, and so it's just going to be Raining with some more information now, spotting over the blue zone, but still a pretty early circle, so I wouldn't be too concerned for day trade playing from this position.
No, I don't really think much else is going to happen here. They know where Raining is, so they can just watch the blue, wait for him to have to make a move. He would have to wrap pretty far to a different direction to get out of there. Not sure if he has a car up on that hill or not for Raining. Luna still kind of in this standoff with BB. It hasn't really kicked off just yet, but this next circle is going to give Luna the opportunity to try to set up kind of another trap to see if they can get BB to fall into, really sink their fangs down.
There we go. This is what BB is pretty much going to be playing from here on out. They have a little corner of this rice paddy that they're trying to defend up, and Luna Galaxy's going to have some high ground vision to look into it as well. They have Luna Galaxy close, but shouldn't have them close for too much longer. The other members from BB doing a good job of kind of forcing the Luna Galaxy members' heads down, so going to get them a bit more space, and yes, BB should be able to regroup. Luna will regroup as well. Raining did get out of the blue, so has managed to send it past day trade and actually ends up with a building for him to hide in. I don't know if it's a building or shack, but at least something.
He managed to drive out of there. He did have a vehicle available, I assume, since he got there pretty quick. BB is going to find this compound wide the heck open somehow, some way. This has been left free for them, so that's really difficult now for Luna because they tried to set up a bit of a trap, and there's some real estate ahead of them that really didn't get accounted for. They're going to pay the price. VP has been playing slow, steady, safe. That's been the name of the game. And look how many first aid beamies have. Look how many first aids.
Hey, if it worked once, it'll work again, right? Already in the blue zone. He loves it. He just loves the way the blue zone.
It just feels so good.
It tingles good on the
Yeah. That's what it is. I mean, just amazing. I love the way VP is approaching these lobbies. They just want to make sure they get to the grand finals. They just need, some points here and there to make sure they're through. Big fight there for 4 a.m. Getting Belmoth knocked. They might be able to kind of hammer down on top of day trade. They do have Beanie coming up dangerously close behind them. They need this fight to kick off, and they're doing a good job. One more member to go. Just Flash.
Silver spots him out, and there you go, trying to find something else out of it. Can they get the knock on it? Finally do manage to find him, so 4 Angry Men going to pick up even more points. Going to feel pretty good about it. Actually, yeah, we can hear him yelling off in the distance there. But now it is going to be VP, the slow and steady, versus the 4 Angry Men on the outside of the circle, where Navi is going to be trying to keep it all.
Well, that puts 4 a.m. ahead of Gen G in the standings, so that's definitely part of the reason that they're hooping and hollering, because they know how important those kills were. Now they can play with a little bit more freedom, a little bit more flexibility, and they've spotted out VP on their backside. All attention towards this northernly direction. Circle is going to move, still keeping some of Hoppo in it. A little bit of fields, a little bit of hills in there. But for now, 4 a.m. just trying to see if they can clear this edge. But of course, they have Navi ahead of them in the compound that is on that northeastern side of the circle. God, V playing point. VP pretty well grouped up. Seeing if they can sneak underneath, find a good angle. But the angles that 4 Angry Men have here are really, really good. And I think VP knows it. They're just going to peace out.
They still need to manage to make it in the circle. Also, don't be baited if you're watching on the map. Lucarux is not part of 17 Gaming. He's just right next to 17 Gaming, and that's going to be a bit of an outlier position for them to be playing from. Cerberus, though, another team that's desperate for points, is when you have a lot of moving targets. They're going to be next to him. Tan Vu gets the knock on his Kraken, providing some reprieve for TSM as they make a pretty desperate send.
For sure. Cerberus needs to find some points somehow, some way, but Flood actually, that sole survivor from the Falcons, is going to back them off from harassing Luke. I think Kraken's okay. Grenades coming out, and this is kind of the tough situation that either VP or 4AM was going to face if they try to cut in towards this compound is Na'Vi.
This isn't even in the circle, man. This
No.
is just, I had to stop. There's no other options. Other members are going to be rolling up. A lot of smokes are going to be dropped. Are they going to go for a stop for them? They not. They're just going to keep on rolling. They're saying it's too hot. We're going to go ahead and stop off and provide you some type of pathing with our firefighting capabilities. Feels like that's going to be the plan. So looking back in, 4 Angry Men on Operation Rescue ZP Yan, as there could be a bit of a dust up there, but you can see Na'Vi doesn't even really care. They're more caught up in taking shots over
no,
VP.
no, no, no!
Oh, right into Flood. He pops off with the Panzer Faust, runs back around on that angle. Now switches over to the AR. He's got to be careful. A lot of shots now drawn over into this area. It's going to be 17 also making a very quick push around over here and just nowhere to go. Falcons eliminated off 1 point.
As soon as I saw that Panzer, I'm like, oh boy, this is not going to go great for VP. Although, of course, we know that Beanie still somewhere out in the blue. That's his natural habitat.
Bloomy.
Yeah, absolutely. As Cerberus going to get a pretty favorable shift. BB as well. Just going to need to lock down their town, see if they can find a way pretty deep into this game. Yeah, 4AM going to have to make their way through the fields. If they can get rid of raining, they're going to have a nice little corner to play right on the edge of that road. Na'Vi going to try to take one of these edges of the fields. This is one of the cool parts about Tego, I think, is that these fields are kind of sectioned off into squares and triangles and stuff, so you do have a little bit of extra cover compared to maybe Erangel, where the fields are a little bit more hilly but wide open, and a little bit of cover and hay bales here and there, but Cerberus, I think you're poking a bear there, Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's the problem, though, is it gives you some cover except from those high ground positions where people like Cerberus are going to be playing from. T1 finally getting spotted out. Rainey's going to get eliminated. It's going to be all she wrote for them. So 4 Angry Men on their approach do manage to find a bit of a compound to play from. Na'Vi do feel like kind of the authority over into the north for the time being, while Cerberus is just kind of surveying all the land that sunlight touches. It's going to be a couple mortars landing next to FaZe. They do manage to finally leave Hoppo and get I guess, a little bit of a corner to hide from, but it does not feel good.
Man, it feels like a bit of guesswork. Just trying to dial those in. That one's good.
Delwyn just drops it right on top of Gustav. The other one goes a bit further, but next one's going to line back in on it. Gustav, nothing to do. FaZe just gets to go, well, I would have rezzed you, buddy, but thanks for the loot.
That's okay, though. FaZe is having a really nice game. 8 kills already.
Yeah.
They are feeling very comfortable now about their spot on the leaderboard, so they can play with a little bit more freedom, play a little bit more loose. Some grenades out from 17 Gaming as they're trying to get in towards the backside of Na'Vi and FaZe. Here's that replay from Flood, hits it right in the front. Actually got one knock. It was actually Corexi who got another one with the SLR from afar. And then 17 drives in, runs over one of the VP players and gets another kill. So I think they're all confused about
It's like, I thought we finished out the squad. Why is there another squad? But
I thought Panzers were good.
I mean, yeah, no, gosh. I mean, double-edged sword there coming up is 17 Gaming now trying to maneuver out of that position. Falcons at least going to get some insight on what it would have to be like to leave that compound. His little ghost already going to be down. Suji's going to be creeping forward. FaZe is going to be the new target. That could be a problem for them to deal with, but the Expendables have a pathing into a very prime position to be playing from, and Cerberus realizing it as well, now having to defend up. That's a moment of, I guess, breathing room for the rest of the teams inside of the circle.
This could be one of the biggest fights for Cerberus in this event. They need to win this, and they need to win this clean. Some grenades are out. Neither team really finding tremendous amounts of damage, but you've got that level 3 gear here for Duckmai. You've got FAMAS. That grenade is right next to him!
Oh, that is a big problem. And now the Expendables have the momentum coming in. The new circle pops, absolutely showing the importance of this positional. So the Expendables don't want to make too big of a push just quite yet. It's going to be Slowsy on the side of it, trying to get some more damage in. Has a good spray angle to work from, but there's a ton of members for the Expendables coming up back behind. Haisaki's going to be the one that gets knocked onto Duck Juice. Slowsy has to maneuver away from the Molotov, so he's kind of been pushed out of the firefight for the time being. Himas playing very far back, doesn't have a lot of vision in this one. Delwyn creeping forward. Ooh, spots out Haisaki, gets the knock in. Already realizing that there's going to be a new threat over to his right, and Slowsy still remembering that position. Let's not forget Summer from Petrichor Road creeping up back behind this moment by moment.
This is a really tough fight for Salalzi with this AK. He can't really spray the way he wants to. That's why some of those initial sprays were good. Delwyn gonna step up, find another. Cerberus gets the res, but that's gonna be Salalzi sacrificed.
Cerberus has got to make it happen here. The Expendables maneuvering forward, getting more space in it, and finding more and more every single time. Hasaki down yet again, but Emas, the last one up, the hero for Cerberus. Can he make the hero play? Has to go for the spray. It does get the knock onto Delwyn, but only 2 points right now. It doesn't feel good. Presently sitting in 19th. This will be the halfway point for the day. Cerberus needs points so desperately, knows that there's a down member in front of him. Tombu's gonna go for the peak road corner, and Cerberus cannot find it.
This has just been so rough for Cerberus. BB's just getting slaughtered by Luke. He's got 3 of them already. Gonna swoop in, pick up some freebies. Goes for the frag to try to get the other flush. Didn't get to see it, but Luke a solo for TSM. Absolutely devastating BB team. 4 a.m. still kicking, but look who it is behind them.
Oh, well, I mean, he's got met. Oh, wait, no, he's going to go with a nade this time around. Going to go ahead and throw it. Good lines on this one. 4 angry men in a bit of trouble there as they did have one of their members go down. Zipion, not a lot that can be done. It's going to be Hackatory also spotting out Luke, who was a pass just a moment ago for all the teams that were down in the southeast. FaZe just going to be chilling up in the north. TSM does get eliminated. It's going to be Expendables with the high ground with Summer right next to him, and down in the low ground, Na'Vi. BB's a doozy trying to make a wrap in, but I think that Tanvu is going to have a good position where he's going to be able to spot this pretty clean. Going to be able to get stopped off. Can he get managed to make the rock? He can.
Ooh, that was very close for a doozy. Tough rotate he had to make there. FaZe and Na'Vi dusting up on the other side. The Expendables just going to try to wrap underneath, I think. Try to take a doozy out, get some grenades there potentially. Zipion just going to try to heal this off. I mean, you maybe just found a bunch of heals. Are you going for Beamy's dead body? You know he's sitting on a boatload of first aids.
If you're paying attention to this, you should know that Beamy has 4.6 million meds back behind you if he's sneaking it back behind you. So let's keep in mind that Summer is still alive for the Petrichor Road boys right next to the Expendables. So that could be a mounting problem for them as we're maneuvering later and later into these stages. Na'Vi in control of pretty much everything to the east, and now it's going to move into the no man's land. A bit of the hillsides still in play, but the Expendables kind of reading that Hoppo might have a solo that is stuck out, but do not know exactly where we can see Petrichor Road Summer at.
I think they have a pretty good idea that somebody's back here, whether they saw it or just kind of remembered from the fact that, okay, there were 3 teams in Hoppo, Petrichor Road had 2 after they lost 2 on the emergency pickup. Let's see Luke sprayed out. Oh, that is so clean, Luke. Oh, no way.
Just better.
Oh, dude. Oh,
so good.
That is filthy, dude. Absolutely filthy. yeah, I'm sure. I mean, what can you do there except just go, what in the heck happened?
I mean, it's got to write it off sometimes.
Oh, my God. They're so close. Oh.
Okay, that's going to be a problem. Got to be careful, especially when maneuvering into this next circle. FaZe going to be holding down, oddly enough, one of the better cover points inside the circle for the time being. Na'Vi aware of their positioning, trying to crest in, get closer and closer. It's going to be the problem of can they defend it for long enough. Delman going to opt into a long wrap around. We've seen him do this a couple times. The rest of the Expendables just going to go ahead and maneuver in a bit closer into the circle. He's going to play further back, make sure that nobody's creeping in on some side angles to assault them from. So Expendables do manage to find some rocks to play from for the time being, but this is our circle. Look at how open it is. There is not a lot to be had over here. As Na'Vi going to be kind of defending up back behind some shields. That's about all you got. Maybe a car, too.
Yeah, the real question is Summer, does he have enough room up on that hillside? Does he have a tree he can maybe hide behind, keep himself obscured from a couple different teams?
Got a couple crates, actually.
Yeah, the crates too. That's a good point. The crates are there to hide behind as well. So see what role Summer has to play in this late game. Na'Vi, though, able to just hold up in their field trench.
Just spray every bush, man. You never know on this map.
Tego.
Oh, Calories. Starting to get closer and closer. Him and Delwyn have an opportunity to backstab onto Na'Vi. Na'Vi's very firmly committed and making sure that FaZe can't do too much, but that might be an issue as this duo for the Expendables has gotten so close.
Calories just going for a little extra loot there, and they're going to steal the Porter, drive it away, keep it in for a little bit of extra cover, a little bit of extra maneuverability. Of course, Na'Vi has some vehicles to work with as well, as they have the edge of this field to kind of play with. So the Expendables, a lot of smokes, only 3 frags are all in Calories' hands. Some stuns there for this late game. Phase 8 going to be revealing itself pretty quickly. FaZe clan is in trouble. They only have one smoke to try to get out of this dip. And certainly, yeah, FaZe 8 not going to be favorable to them. So they're going to have to find some kind of way out of this. I can't imagine it's going to work. It is going to be so difficult.
I mean, you've got to take down Clories, who's got a bit of a high ground viewpoint on top of you, and then there's Diffex on the other angle, just waiting to pounce. So, FaZe, two-pronged approach might not even be able to work. This is going to be pretty difficult, as yes, Summer did find himself a couple of crates to kind of hide out next to for the time being. He does need to maneuver a bit further forward, but he can yet again just keep using the frontal wave that is the Expendables and all the chaos that they soak and just kind of creep in back behind it time and time again, buy more placement points.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Summer, it's just a point of pride. You know, you want to end as the top dog. You want to end as a top team because you know Navi's probably going to catch up to you by the end of this game if they can come through with that chicken dinner. So you want to find just any of those extra points you can, just whatever confidence, whatever ideas coming into the finals in terms of just, hey, guys, we're the best team in this phase of the event. But Fex actually gets one. Craxy down. Clory's quick to flush.
All right, Fex, you've had some big plays so far. Can you manage to make some more happen off of it? He's just harassing into Navi right now. Not a lot of good angles to be played from for them. They have to deal with Fex, and he's just trying to find a way to creep in. Finally does go down, so Navi gets some terrain to work with over in the north, and it's going to be mirrored very quickly by the Expendables. Tanvu playing very far back behind. I think that Summer is just kind of beat it in on him right now, watching him rotate. And yep, just creep in yet again, Summer. Just find that next tree. That's about all you can do. I don't think that he's in zone yet. He's pretty close, though.
He's playing for a win. I think he's playing for the win. Clories finds a nice grenade onto Hakatori, though. Kind of open things up. So Clories, the only guy with those frags, putting them to darn good use. Now they're letting loose with a barrage of utility. Summer creeping in behind.
See, just firmly focused in. They were I mean, the Expendables were playing over here just a while ago, so they think that this is pretty clear. They thought that phase was going to be the last issue for them to deal with. He just gets to watch this walk forward. Navi backs up against the wall. How much damage can they do to the Expendables, and can Summer exploit it? He's now creeping up right back behind Clories. He should have an idea on who's going to be playing in different positions around this one. Delwyn's going to be creeping over into the east, so Navi with 2 up has to deal with it. But a big grab coming up from 2 of the members from the Expendables. Creep in, back behind, seeing if they can backstep what's going on with Navi, but good read off of it. Delwyn's trying to find something, but Clories does go down. Navi starting to get more control over this firefight, but a lot of damage has now been done. Duck Juice juking around on the outside of this one. Summer could have an opportunity. He's got control over the center of the circle, but a lot of down members on both sides. Summer just trying to figure out which one he wants to go after, realizing, okay, this is the Expendables. I'm going to start buying some points, pick up the downs. It's good vision. Sprite gets a knock on one. Summer's got control over this one. Ferris does manage to take down the Expendables, but it is now a 1v1. Petrichor Road has the inside track on the circle, so it's going to be Navi's Ferris that has to step forward, already down to half-life. Summer's got everything he needs to steal away this victory from these 2 very strong squads. Can he manage to pick it up in the end? Couple of shots go over. Ferris steps out. No options, no cover. Summer peeking over and over, finally connects, and it's going to be Petrichor Road that steals it.
Oh, great timing here from Summer. Tremendous patience and knew exactly when to strike. The fight got really devastating for both the Expendables and Navi, and he waited it out, chose his moment, and chose it perfectly.
Boy, that is the most PUBG ending I have seen in a while. Just the solo backstab on the 2 strong squads the moment that they jump in on each other. And the Expendables, they play aggressive, so that's the squad if you're going to be able to do it too.
Whole time I'm thinking, oh, the Expendables are tunneling in on Navi. I think they don't understand quite what's going on here just right now.
I mean, they cleared that area. They approached from that area. They're the ones that had to clear out Cerberus from there. They thought that they had pretty much everything under control, and then suddenly that one guy on the opposing side of the tree, on the opposing hill that was just hiding out a couple of meters away, takes the game away from him.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just thought they had cleared it, didn't quite do it, but an impressive game for Summer. That's done. That's all we got for Tego. Let's go over to Rondo next and send it over to the analyst desk.
It may be winter where you're watching, but right now it's all about summer as Petrichor takes it to the bank and gets themselves a big chicken dinner.
Yeah, difficult circuit here to start things off with, of course, but a lot of teams taking control on the western side, and Expendables was looking really, really good, but they forgot about one thing. They forgot about the kill feed, and there was 9 players alive at a time where they were pushing Na'Vi, and I think maybe they were so certain that the snake in the grass was on Navi's side and not there. And what do you think, Tim?
I mean, yeah, TE really just has to know there's a solo there. I feel like that's not the type of mistake that you could expect them to make in the grand finals. 9 players alive, they've seen a team get insta-wiped, they know it's 4v4, and there just has to be a solo buy.
Yeah,
an option.
I mean, you look at the kill feed, you see FaZe get eliminated, and you see there's 9 left. That has to be the talk. That has to be, guys, where's this last guy? You should be looking around more, I feel like, clearing your back. And those rocks were center. They were pushing aggressively. They were being over-proactive, I feel like. But yeah, we got to give it to Summer. What a clever play, taking that opportunity, turning around, taking control of that rock and off the center. And also how the Expendables and Na'Vi fight evolved with them being down to just one player and a knock, right? That's just perfect for Petrichor Road, and yeah, crazy game overall here.
I feel like that's just the story of the Expendables a lot of the time, just
right,
loose, running it down gameplay, and it's feast or famine, really. I love to watch it. They clean Cerberus up so well, especially like, you know, the pressure that Cerberus is feeling in this moment where they have to qualify. TE's the type of team that's going to punish that, you know.
Yeah, mechanically they're just so there, but again, it's these smaller, minor mistakes that, of course, again, at top level we're criticizing a little bit, but at the top level there's few things you miss that is going to make you lose a game like this here. But yeah,
that's not a minor mistake, though. I mean, that's a massive to not catch. There was not a lot of space for a snake to hide.
I mean, again, we're on the comps, right? It could be this. We're clear. They're coming exactly from where Summer was. There's this tiny spot that Summer could be in, and they're just expecting it's got to be a Na'Vi side. It's got to be somewhere. But at that point, they're letting go of the center of the circle to push something aggressively. If they were more patient, they would have waited for that bridge that Na'Vi had would have been pushed out by the circle 50 seconds later, and they would have been fine. And they would have had 2 rocks to hide behind, and there's no way Summer would get 2 or 3 kills with that. So yeah, it's a little bit of a mistake, but huge clutch from Summer. We got to give them the props.
I'm assuming that's what you're alluding to a little bit when you say that's a mistake that they will not make in the grand final.
Yeah.
Because when you do have yourself sort of qualified,
sure,
you don't necessarily feel like you have to watch the kill feed at the level you normally would. That's a great win for Petrichor Road at a time when I think they have been looking to increase their trajectory. They ended 2023 great, right? They had a 4th place finish at PGC. They came into the PGS series and they got, I think it was a 5th, a 9th, 2nd at EWC. And then they sort of had this fall off where we can't get them out of the teens. And it seems like maybe Petrichor has found their feet again and is on this good climb, and I think now is the time that you want to peak, right, going into the grand finals of PGC.
I mean, yeah, Petrichor, like, historically, always on the last day of the event, drops an absolute bomb. I think we saw that at EWC, they dropped like 60-something points, and that's the type of team, they absolutely had the opportunity to win. Yeah. That's the type of team that, like, when they find their form, they're just dominant, and it seems like they found their form earlier in this tournament rather than later, which is a complete contrast to how we've seen it in the past.
They could have won, but they didn't win. Who won? You won.
This guy that got grouped.
Well done. Yeah, you did. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, we got the rest of the day to talk about that here. Winning all the big tournaments outside PGC, winning basically all the biggest prize pool tournaments outside PGC, and yeah, it's just been kind of a curse for you guys. You've only been in 1 grand final for PGC, right? Out of 5.
Yeah, it feels completely wrong.
Is it a curse? What's with you?
I think it might be a curse at this point. I mean, Strimzy said it, even before I was on the team with Strimzy, like he was like, I'm cursed from Oakland.
Wow, we'll look at the top 4 teams here. Na'Vi with most of the kills along with Expendables, but it's actually Petrichor Road. This is obviously the top 4 in terms of total points earned here. Petrichor Road got that 10 points for the win, so 13 points going there. We also faced with a big one here with 9.
That's good.
It's good to see them in there to kind of get them safe into that top 16 going into the grand final.
I think that's the key, moving to that safe position. And while we won't look at Petrichor, exactly.
9 zeros right there.
Not huge impact for them. This really was a Na'Vi Expendables game in terms of like where we sort of look at that end game. It's just so happened that Summer was a sneaky boy.
I mean, I think that might be the lowest damage win from a team of all time in history. 164 damage for a total dinner.
That is probably also one of the most sickest clutches in terms of actually winning a game. Imagine you're like, oh, we're 3 dead. Let's just try to maximize points here. Boy goes out and gets 3 kills, a win. That's 13 points in a salvage game where you're down to 1 man for how many minutes? 15?
Absolutely. And I will say, often I will argue when this situation happens, maybe this person doesn't deserve the man of the match, has to come from the winning team. However, that play to sneak in at the end takes not only brass, but really an understanding of the way the other teams are playing. Even to that last flush, that flush he got against Na'Vi, threw confusion into everything. You could see all the 2 players remaining being like, even the callers being like, where'd that shot come from?
I like the cheeky greed with also flushing one of the guys on the far side. I think it was Dog Juice or something on the far east. That was 10. It was one of the TE guys at least. But yeah, 15, 2 times 15, 2 times 13 point here. It kind of adds off for Petrogorod. They kind of established their lead a little bit more in our total. But still, it is that bottom that we're really interested in seeing, right? FaZe Clan, with the points that they've gotten so far today, 22, I would say at this point here, it feels like it's pretty safe for them. They still have 3 more games to play. Let's see what happens at the bottom here.
BB team also going to be up there at 54. Let's take a look at that bottom. Break it down for me, Martin.
Yeah, 31 points for Cerberus here. Only 2 points in this last game after having 2 points total in the 2 previous. So 4 points in 3 games. It doesn't feel like it's enough here. Luna 7, they're a bit better. They're still extremely close. One of the teams are going to take over Gen G here. We're going to be seeing it probably in next or the game after that.
Gen G will continue to fall. Really, the server right now is Cerberus at 31 because you got 4 angry men at the nearest attack point at 45. They're going to have to try to move past that as well. Tig, if you're in this situation, you're looking at a world where you're already down by more than 10 points going into the next 3 games. If you're in Cerberus's position, how does the team try to sort of approach those next games? Do you stick to business as usual? Are there other options? Are you just trying not to think about it?
I mean, speaking from experience, having recently gotten grouped in this exact situation, it's really hard to not look at the next games and be like, well, we just need 3 points average.
Yeah.
But I think if they change it up, if they change up the methodology that they've used to be a successful team in the past, they won't get 10 points in 3 games. That's the reality of it. They need to play aggressive, play to their strengths. Cerberus is the type of team, they are the dogs.
Yeah.
The 3-headed dog. They run it down on people and they obliterate them. And we need to see that in the last
The scary thing is just like you're running up against a team that has nothing to play for, no pressure, and they're just looking to fight because they want to practice against some of these teams that are the best in the world. And for me, in a situation like this here, when you're seeing Expendables, you're seeing them. They just want to fight. They want to take it on. It's not necessarily because they're targeting them, but it's because they're used to fighting against this team, and they want to take this team on to make sure that they have the confidence. They're putting their morale on another high to prepare themselves for that grand final.
Well, it's time for us to get ready for game number 4. You mentioned Cerberus. They're normally the 3-headed dogs, but they've been playing like the 3-headed pups right now with only 3 games left to play. Will they grow some fangs? Will we see their teeth? Will the claws come out? It's time for us to get out of that condo. Head to Rondo, baby. Game number 4 on the way.
Rondo time as Cerberus, known as the gatekeeper of the afterlife, could find themselves pretty much maneuvering into that afterlife. There is no option for them. They've got to get some points. They just cannot find anything that works today.
I mean, you hope that if you're already in hell, you're not going to be staying there, that you're going to be coming on out. But hasn't been so good for Cerberus today, for sure, to say the least. But still 3 more maps to go. Still plenty of opportunities for them to come through and show us that they are the team that we thought they were. Just waiting on this plane path. And Cerberus out pretty late on this one, looking towards Ryan, seemingly in that general direction. TE up there though as well, and we know that TE, they're willing to mess with you.
Bro, they'll just drive. Hey, somebody's over here to our right, guys. Let's go ahead and go after them. We saw that happen with TSM earlier today. So if you're going to land next to any team, I feel like this is the team you least want to land next to.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Oh, they're eyeing it too. Look at those arrows from TE just constantly being like, where are they dropping? Where are they dropping?
They're definitely thinking about something. And that, well, okay, that circle definitely in their favor.
Last one was though too.
For sure, exactly. That's the thing. Like, Cerberus just hasn't been able to do much no matter what the situation is. Pretty close to each other off the rip there. See if there's any fighting in test track, as Twisted Minds in there today. So 17 and Na'Vi going to be able to use that, at least for now. Of course, Navi's usually dropping there anyway, but it looks like TE is not going to try to do anything just yet.
The other side of our squads that are needing to get some points, Luna Galaxy, dropped all the way to the south of Rondo. It's going to have to cross the entirety of it to get there, and doing a bit of trash looting on top of that as they did land next to TSM. So Luna Galaxy in a bit more trouble, to say the least, on this one, as they're going to have to make a pretty desperate shift all the way up into the north. FaZe Clan also pretty close over here. Freaks, to start off with, is this is going to be, I don't know, problematic. I would say that fortunately for Cerberus, the Expendables are moving more west, so there is some space to kind of line out and maybe not being chased down, at least off the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's looking like for now Cerberus is going to be giving some breathing room. Dude, Summer just, the way he's doing this too, he knows he has him on the bad side of the blue. He can just wait for his perfect opportunity to strike. Does so. I mean, this is a guy, right? Summer, going back to the original PGC in 2019, played for VC Gaming. I think they got 5th at that event. He's a wily veteran. He's been around a long time. He's usually an IGL. But in this case, he just shows his smarts, shows that veteran play.
It's just like Avenger was talking about, right? The other members died on the emergency pickup on approach. So he was just that game by himself. And yeah, not the biggest damage numbers, but he maneuvered through and somehow clutched what was just a complete turnaround of a game, because they jumped in the middle of Hoppo, lost everything.
Except X Left. X Left made it through the original drop, but it didn't really matter too much. But guys, we want to hear from Type, see what he has to say for T1.
예, 혼자 남아도 상황 따라서 좀 벌 수 있는 판이 있고 없는 판이 있는 것 같은데 이번에 좀 벌 수 있는 판을 만나서 집중 잘해서 좀 먹은 것 같습니다, 포인트를. 결승전 대비해가지고 열심히 하긴 할 겁니다.
Try my best indeed. Almost clutched up against 2 different squads, man.
He's crazy good. There's a reason there's been a lot of hype about Type in Korea, dude.
Yeah.
He has been really pumping out the damage in the PWS, and now he's starting to really showcase it for those T1 boys as well. Nixie out in Narnia, just
Well, I think that most of the players are kind of eyeing Narnia.
Yeah, that's true.
So far to the north.
That's a good point. This is a pretty hard-shifted circle up towards the north. The real question is it going to go north of the river or not? Kind of in one of those sort of 50-50 scenarios for everybody. 17 moved out of test track pretty early. Still doing a little bit of looting, but they are just nipping at the heels of EF. The Expendables, though, they do have one player pretty far out from the rest.
Of course it's Delwyn.
Yeah,
of course.
it's Delwyn, and he's keeping an eye on what's going on potentially with Cerberus if they try to come in this direction. We know they're not. Mortar damage, top 3. Gyumin, Delwyn, and Tanadol. Not bad.
Delwyn has been making some really cheeky, sneaky plays over here for the Expendables time and time again, as we do have a bit of rotations that are starting to line up now, as the Freaks pretty close to Quetpa, as he's got himself a compound to be playing from for the time being. The rest of EF kind of lined up over there next to Salute. This is just kind of an awkward stop-off. Nobody really wants anything to do in this one between the 2 different squads. Petrichor Road also going to be roaming pretty close to 17 Gaming. A couple of shots. This is going to be just down to the southwest of where we just saw Quetpa at, so might be also something to bump into here in a moment.
There's a lot of teams where Petrichor Road is sort of driving, so you have to be a bit careful. The Mad gets Ming. X Left has to switch over to the driver's seat. He's dangerously close to going down, but trying to drive away. Oh, but the angle is going to be good. Xiaobei, Xiaowu going to combine there, take him down, and that is a big loss for Petrichor Road.
That was an aggressive approach into this circle. I mean, that's... They got away with it with 2 of their members, but that just does not feel good. And I don't know. A lot of people playing in the center, specifically south of the river itself, so a lot of the teams feeling like this is the way it's going to go. But that felt a bit greedy from Petrichor Road for the second time in a row.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think they're just, you know, high on confidence, right? Like, they're just like, we just won the game. We shouldn't have won it. Like, we could do whatever we want in these lobbies. And yeah, it turns out, you know, yeah, you can't exactly. A little bit of an awkward position for them. Maybe they were expecting the test track fight to go or last, but it didn't.
There's no twisted.
Well, but 17 and Navi are in there together to start, but 17 left pretty quick. So just maybe a misjudgment from the side of Petrichor Road on that. Hard to say.
FaZe are kings in the north right now, along with TE. We're going to creep down and going to be very close to Cerberus, much to their chagrin, or maybe to their benefit, depending on how this is all going to land. BB making a similar approach to what we saw from Petrichor Road, just on the opposing side of the road, and they're going to stop off and think a bit better of it. They don't like the way that that looks, so they're going to shift away, and they're going to have a couple options, a bit more down, test track just below.
Yeah, that was a better timing there for BB than it was for Petrichor Road for sure. So now they're going to be like, that's interesting. Well, let's go see what's going on in test track. We can at least use some of these taller buildings to get a little bit of information there. One of those ATC-looking things. See if they can find themselves a better way to approach the next couple of circles. Cerberus has split over the river, so it's a 2-2 for them. Sending out Hisaki and Himas to try to find out what's going on the southern side. The other two up on the north. And just trying to hedge their bets as best as they can, seeing if they can get through. Of course, a lot of the teams are going to go towards the south of the river. There is a little bit more of the southern part in this circle, so it's more likely to go that way. But it's PGC, and I'm feeling a north shift. I don't know why.
I don't even know at this point. You can kind of go wherever on the stage of it with the way the water's lying. I don't know. This is going to be just y'all in general. Because, like, this river also just kind of, like, jukes through the entirety of the circle.
Yeah, no, it is kind of a snake of a river. So it's going to be interesting to see if it does go north. But more likely scenario is that it goes south, and that's why everybody's lining up on that side to try to find their way through. But a couple teams are going to be hedging their bets. T1 is one of them, with the Expendables still fully on the north side of the river itself, trying to see if they can make a crossing at some point. But Delwyn will spot Type. I have to assume that Type sees him too. So Delwyn says, okay, well, we know somebody's over there. Maybe let's try and find a different direction to go. Luna's going to be coming in fairly late on this one. I just see him out in the southeast corner of the map, just caught a glimpse of them. So they are really taking their time. Salut's going to pay the price for that early position he took out on his own. He's going to get cleaned up by the Mad from EF. So Luna trying to play safe, trying to play for points.
Well, remember, they had to do the salvage drop all the way down to the south, so this is just, they're just chasing the circle from here on out, as Glorious is going to get the easiest tap that he could potentially get on the Zenith, and kind of jukes around, but quick push coming up from the Expendables. That's one of the things I love about this, guys. If they see, they just sense that they have an advantage. They will be quick. They just flood down together and know that they've got the authority, the capabilities to do it. They have complete and utter faith in their firefighting. Look at this, just chasing in after T1. I mean, they want to go for the res in this, and Glorious is already up on top of him, just daring him to go for it. What do you even do if you're T1? Just one member down, and suddenly you're just pulled apart.
Oh, I mean, it's incredible, the confidence that they're playing with and how they're able to use that to their advantage to find some huge points. We are very likely going south of the river as it is shifted center as far as the first circle went, but as far as the next circles go, it's going to be pretty south. Tire got popped there. That's a problem for Type. Has to be super careful. Delwyn's so close, but just can't quite find the mark.
Looks like Rain might be maneuvering back a bit more to see if they can intersect, as that is the grossest sound on the face of the earth. Is, yeah, no, it's just like, it just like makes my teeth hurt. It reminds me of like a dentist drill.
Oh, dude, that's, you made it worse.
Somehow, I know.
Somehow you made it worse. Oh, speaking of worse, KDF in trouble. Bean's already taken a ton of damage here. He did find a knock on the Sparking with the Molly. Oh my God, Bean!
Bean manages to get another knock on it, but it should be recoverable. The rest of TSM. Oh, actually, reinforcements now coming up for the Freaks. Is Humans just on the outside of this one. And is Heaven? Yeah, Heaven's also going to make the commitment in, and this is a very damaged TSM. Nades, blue zone, got in. Good toss coming up from Human. Now see if he can buy a bit more out of it. That's going to be Purdy Curdy coming up whenever he needs to for his squad. Heaven now the last one up. Does he want this? Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and continue the advantage in. I don't know how much more you would want out of it, though, as it's not going to have any clean angles of approach. Is TSM starting to get their numbers back in order?
That was a nice grenade from Yumin, understanding that the blue zone would be flushing them out of that bathroom. Placed it perfectly, but didn't really realize the positioning of the last couple of players on TSM. Heaven has to throw some smokes out to keep his angles obscured from some of those other teams, whether it be the Falcons or whoever else. There still is some T1 players in the mix. Heaven thinking about the grenade. They're coming around the outside, and he hears it.
Oh, does manage to step away. More smokes now going down. They have a rough idea on where he's at, but he manages to get another knock. Finally taking down Purdy Curdy, who couldn't see the Freaks get a moment ago. So Juke's back out around the smoke. seeing if he can creep in. That car being down is providing some form of cover. Halo does manage to get some damage in. Looks like Sparking's just done with this. He's going to step out, but has to step back away from him. Had to just keep juking through everything. And that is the most annoying kill that TSM has ever had to get.
He had the smoke grenade launcher out there for a second, trying to see if he could buy a little bit more time, but TSM was having none of it. BB in 17, a fight that almost kicked off when BB drove close to them. Xiaowu was just gonna tuck himself into the corner here. He's putting the blanket around him, getting ready to say goodnight. Not really, but 17, I think they're trying to set up a bit of a bait play. That's what this smells up to me, but leaving Xiaowu on his own, I don't know if you're gonna have a position to cover him from where they're going, so this is just kind of a whatever. Let's see if we can just ruin another team's day.
I mean, they're feeling pretty good in position right now. They're ahead of the lead position on the 45 points. You can see it's 53, 55, 55, 56. So unless we just see a massive pop-off from the bottom of the leaderboard, they're pretty much fine for the time being. Really, it's just going to be on Luna Galaxy as well as Cerberus finally finding a couple of good games. And going to be Corexy crossing over here. Cerberus, we were just speaking about, going to be the team that's closest to him.
Himas has a P90. This is a huge pickup for Cerberus. If they can get this gun to do what it normally does, they can absolutely change their destiny here at PGC. This circle should go south? Yeah, okay. We're already cutting out the river. No more water left. And this should be pretty interesting over towards the north, especially with Cerberus and FaZe. That's kind of the biggest fight, along with Luna on the east, coming in from the blue.
We know Cerberus can firefight. This just feels like this is the test of Cerberus's mental. Can they really just unite as a squad whenever it's a desperation position? Because, I mean, it just feels like they haven't been able to get the... I would have thought in this system, Cerberus would have been one of the pop-off teams that exploit it the most. But it just feels like they're a bit lost in it all.
It is surprising. I thought this was a team that could thrive on some of that chaos, for sure. But hasn't been the case so far this PGC. Corexy, close to the bridge. Might hear this car and is going to go take a look. Duckmai, Salalzi in that vehicle together. Going to be driving past, maybe just trying to drive the car into the river to get over. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It feels like they both have the same idea.
Oh, Himas is, oh my gosh, this is so dangerous. Look at where the rest of FaZe is coming from, the other side of this hill. They might find an angle on him, but he's got some distraction with the other two members trying to drive through the river.
Yeah, they just sent it down in the river. They're now going to be on foot, though, and this is going to be maneuvering down into Bamboo, which has kind of an open area as it recesses down the hillside from where they're going to be creeping up into. So it's going to be Jeeves that gets some vision. Haisaki takes a lot, and he is going to go down. Gustav is going to find it clean and open. Easy flush to be picked up there. Cerberus in trouble yet again.
But if Himas strikes, it might be Corexy who backstabs him. I don't know if he has any clue that there's another player behind him.
Oh, the moment he opens up, Corexy can just jump up on top of him. He has to keep peeking over there, but he keeps just looking over to his left. He hasn't looked back over into the bridge just yet. The other members for Cerberus just under fire, creeping forward. That's another knock. It's going to be Fex that finds Lolzy. Himas finally comes alive. He gets the knock on Fex. He wants the point. They need anything, but it's going to be Corexy now back behind. Shots. Himas, can you clutch up for your squad? You've got a member back behind you. You have to fight it out. There's no cover to be had, and Corexy is going to take him down.
Oh, just another devastating fight for Cerberus. Yeah, Duckmai's still alive, but he's on a beach with just smokes for cover. Jeems trying to get there. Oh, yeah, absolutely. FaZe wants to knock Cerberus out of it, and they've got Duckmai down. The Reds did come through on a Salalzi, but he's not long for this world either.
And it just feels near on impossible for Cerberus to find anything. Just that 1 point going to be something on the day.
Crazy. Absolutely wild stuff. Luna still has a role to play in this game as well. 17th just behind Genji in the standings. Genji at 37 points. So I imagine for Luna this is going to be a very slow, very safe, very cautious approach. However, the side that they originally tried to drive through on the eastern side really congested. So they made a wide route back towards Test Track, back toward the southern side to try to find a way in.
4 angry men is going to be having to keep them a bit of a monitor as they do have themselves Bamboo and can start to creep in. With the new circle the way it has popped, TSM, yep, in a very strong position. Bamboo going to be getting a lot of attention, though. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of squads try to lean into the safety that maybe all this Bamboo could provide. But also, if you drive your cars around enough, you can actually kind of clear it out and get way more vision.
That's true. It kind of depends on which way you want it. Do you want some extra sight lines, or do you want teams to have sight lines onto you? just going to try to keep those cars as safe as possible. That's really one of the bigger challenges for 4AM. If the circle does leave the bamboo area, trying to find ways in and out of there. FaZe, 150 kills here at PGC. Type did find a knock on a Clory, so T1 got into the circle. Ibiza, oh no, Belmont, poor Belmont.
I mean, and you can see all the rest of Day Trade just stops and goes, well, I guess that's not an option anymore. Is a very nice sneaky play, kind of reminiscence of what we just saw 17 trying to pull off just a moment ago. Petrichor Road, though, did hear Ibiza. Looks like they're trying to eye over here. They're all just down on their bellies, making sure the fact that they can get hunkered down for the time being. Chewy's going to pick up Ibiza, so quick exchange between them. Meanwhile, the rest of Virtus Pro looking down inside the circle. Going to be at least comfortable for the time being, but there is a stack of teams over here. Petrichor Road, VP, Day Trade, BB creeping up back behind 17, Luna creeping up back behind the other members of 17 who are running a very wide split.
I'm pretty curious about Luna's positioning and if they can break through into that next circle and if there's going to be safety for them inside of it. Petrichor Road just hanging out, still have a vehicle to work with. Suju took a bunch of damage, I assume, from the blue zone grenades to try to flush him out, but he's just hanging out right around the corner and he's, oh my god, he won that fight! Haven tried to duel him. It is going to be long-range fire from Vinny to cover. That is going to get the knock onto Suju. But now you've got Xiaobei there, and I don't think there's any way you're getting Haven back.
Well, I mean, BB is also kind of providing some overwatch. It's going to be Xiao Wu that was trying to see if maybe he can provide some cover as well, but he's about to be pounced on. BB, realizing that there is a opportunity for some more points in front of them. Could I wouldn't say they desperately need it, but could find some more off of it. And this is Xiao Wu's position. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. If anything, now that Day Trade is creeping up back behind BB, this is going to be a very strong point where he can maybe sneak a lot of points.
Like, they haven't seen it. They have no idea.
It blends in.
Apparently it does. I mean, part of me is thinking, is this some, Sun Tzu stuff? Like, you fight your best when your back's against the wall, and, if you just put a barricade in front of you, your back is definitely going to be against the wall, but Xiao Wu could just wait this out and just kind of let everybody around him. Yeah, Tanadol got a knock.
Right in front of him. Day Trade is now taking those shots, and that's going to reveal position. Don't forget the fact that VP is over here as well. They could choose to see if maybe they can get a flank onto it, make it a full four-way fight. Well, I guess three-way fight in Xiao Wu, so he's now going to creep forward, find some tools, but he gets spotted quick. Tanadol already on that angle from just a moment ago.
Yeah, just kind of some...
He's probably like, wait, that's a 17 player?
Yeah, how is he there? Oh, well, Flash gets a knock on a Phil first, so Day Trade marching forward in this phase 5 blue. Still have a little bit of room to go for two of their players. Tanadol and Nurin's in there. And Flash leading the charge has Spyro underneath him. Gonna lob maybe some grenades down there, just looking for the angle.
Luna Galaxy did sneak into pretty much the center of the circle.
But they're in trouble.
Yeah, they're getting punished for it. 4 Angry Men did not like that. Vinny down for the time being as this position for BB is just not coming out the way they wanted it to. Day Trade's going to be coming in back behind them, and you can see that they're going to roll down that hillside. There's a couple of trees, but it's going to be pretty open after that. Nade rolls right up in front of, just barely clinging to life. Has to stop off, man. Throw down a couple more smokes. I don't know what you do. It's going to be more nades to follow down. Mini red zone right up on top of Spyro, and just no options, really. Finally manages to get it going, but he's just going to have to run right through the blue zone nade. New friends going to be appearing as well into Bamboo. It's going to be TE, who's been so close for so long.
Is this going to allow Posa to get a little bit deeper into this game, maybe get a few extra points, because now 4AM has to turn their attention to the backside. So good throwables here to clean out the space. Zepion as well, going to deal with Duckju's attempted flank. Clory's going to try to re-aggress that angle, see if he can clear Zepion out of that rock. A good grenade gets about half damage. Delwyn finds Godby. 4AM's falling apart.
Oh, Pants bounced on top, though. Manages to right a bit more, but no! A quick exchange between the two. Clory's finding more and more, and 4 Angry Men go down.
This is just madness here around Bamboo. Here comes T1. Maybe they're going to take a go at this. You have Tanbu at the other side. Why not? I mean, Bamboo looks cool. Type takes a whole bunch of damage, but actually those bamboo trees soaked up some of those bullets. Finally finds Type raining, trying to hold on as Clory's above him. Clory's very, very weak. Tanbu just needs to clip that head one time. Raining, staying cagey, staying alive.
It's a race to the bottom right now as Luna Galaxy gets eliminated as well. Raining.
Oh, this grenade's so
good.
good.
Nade rain down right back behind him to take him out. T1 now eliminated. So it is going to be TE in control over Bamboo. Just on the outside of that, VP pretty much in the center. It's going to be Diffex trying to make a big move right on top of Eternal Flower Code. Marco is going to go down. The other members for Na'Vi going to be making an assault into TSM off the way that this is played. This is going to be pretty interesting. We also do have Chewy pretty far back behind this that could take some shots into Na'Vi, but he's not trapped out in the blue.
Yeah, that's it seems like Pharaoh's play style here. They lose some players early, and then we just try to snake it out for a win. It's going to be Na'Vi, 4 strong, TSM as well. Chewy's got the links. There it goes. He's got flash. Nice shooting there. He's got 5 kills on the game. A big smile out of Chewy. Some stuns to keep Na'Vi at bay. Luna did go down, by the way. They only got 1 point in this game, so we're going to be going into Miramar with a very similar situation that we started Rondo with.
TSM's like, please go away. We're so tired of people trying to breach this. We're so done with it. Circle shifts away from the compound to boot. So Hakatory trying to line in, but it is going to go down. Pretty Curdy does spot him out. Diffex trying to pin up the Ferris right now, but sparking the last one up for TSM. Tries it, does spot out once. A 1v1, quick exchange. Ferris just narrowly manages to cling to life. But with this, what do you do? How do you path back into the circle? There are just no options to be had.
Chewy couldn't find that flush with the SKS, is going to succumb to the blue zone damage. Ferris could get both reses, I'm pretty sure. I don't see anybody feeling like they want to mess with this. At this point, CP on there. Nice hold as we get a replay. Delwyn, though, has been brilliant on the flanks for the Expendables. Okay, yeah, you got a Panzer. That's a freebie. Clory's going to finish what TE started there. And a little bit of frustration out of 4 AM. Probably would have liked to have won that fight, obviously.
I mean, just only in 15th right now. They do have a lead on what's going on with Luna Galaxy and Cerberus, but just one game can make it more complicated for them, so it does not feel good for the time being. Meanwhile, VP starting to get some attention from TE. 17 still has Zhao Bei alive down here to the south, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be too much longer. A lot of people taking shots at him, and it is going to be the Falcons that pick it up. Hello, Falcons, in the compound, pretty comfortable. Now starting to take the shots now at the Expendables.
Yeah, the only team with 4 players still up. Nixie taking some peeks, but taking some damage while doing so. So going to have to heal up just a little bit. Lucaruk's going to try to use some of that bush for some cover. Na'Vi has a few vehicles behind this hillside. There's that big rock just to the north of VP that once the circle kind of goes towards that direction, which it's pretty likely to, they can just drive behind there, set up shop. Falcons do have some control over that space, so it's kind of going to be about the angle that you're going to be able to take with the bamboo still under control of TE as well. That's kind of what's preventing Na'Vi from making that push initially. Now they're going to make a go of that. Let's see.
They just have to go this direction. They don't have any other options with the firing lines the Falcons have set up. They own pretty much everything that's going to be on the opposing side of the road. So Na'Vi do shift in. It's going to be a new contender right next to VP, who's already having to deal with the Expendables so close. So everything's starting to come up Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons have to be feeling good. There's even a ghillie being
on top of a roof. Super useful.
Yeah, it's really good. It'll definitely blend you in with roof tiles. Delwyn just poking as we get ready for our next phase to see exactly where this one's going to go and find out who's going to come through with a win on Rondo. Everybody in this lobby already good to go. You're going to be seeing yourselves in the PGC Grand Final, so come through, try to come out with a win, try to get some momentum. Coming for Friday, grabbing a little bit of stuff out of the lotus flowers there.
I just love bamboo as well. It's a fun place to drop, firefight around. I'm glad that we got to see it for just a second. Also, this external area around it is pretty interesting with the giant rock and the way that we can see Na'Vi try to exploit it. So could be big as the new circle definitely leans into that road as the center position for it. So Falcon's going to have a lot of control over into the east, and it's just going to be a funnel in on the VP's position. Na'Vi, with a little bit of oversight, might be able to take a couple of shots into what's going to be going on with the Expendables.
Yeah, no, this is looking really strong for the Falcons. It just depends on the Expendables, who are always a bit of a wild card. Are they just going to want to try to send it in towards the Falcons, just try to make the fight that way? I mean, Lucarux could just chill in the bush all day.
So why do you need a ghillie suit? Look at this.
Yeah, exactly. The map is your ghillie suit.
This is a giant bush, so he is just all the stealth all the time here. And if anybody manages to make it to him, they're going to have to deal with an unpleasant surprise. But Na'Vi, you can see starting to peek back over onto the side that where the Expendables are going to be approaching from. Rella's trying to make a bit more of a shift in, and he does get spotted. Na'Vi's not going to give him that much control, so it does go down. Falcon still with a lot of control over in the east, though, as this is a pretty little sneaky play cut from Delwyn. Who would have thought? Creeps in over to the south and might find himself with a bit of a path in.
Well, now you've got a slightly weakened Falcons. Made it just a slight bit easier. I mean, the position is still ultra favorable for the Falcons. you know, with those rooftops, with the other side of the road. I mean, trying to get across that road for Delwyn. No more smokes. He has 5 frags, though. I mean, he's got that going for him. Let's see if he can find some connections.
It's an old meme, but it checks out. The
Yeah,
problem
thanks.
with it is we also have Roth that's getting closer and prepped up. Nade could be good. Are they even expecting it to be in close? Good throw coming up from Roth. That just sent Expendables to the lobby.
Oh, that's got to feel good for Roth. I mean, he's just kind of steady as she goes. Here come the grenades now from Na'Vi. Gonna get Nixie. He is done inside of those hay bales. It seems like Lukarux thinking about a grenade, thinking about getting out of that bush, seeing if he can do something about this Na'Vi push. They do have Diffix down. So a res going to be attempted. Roth flanked out to that rock. Flood up on the roof. They're trying to harass Na'Vi, trying to not allow them to escape from either side of this rock.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is just pressing everything up on top of each other exactly the way the Falcons want it to go. So, BP, blue zone nade up on top of you. Gonna have to leave the little bit of cover that you have for the time being. Na'Vi is pretty much the bigger threat in it. Nope, new blue zone stacked on top. So, at least have some safety for the time being. But notice what he's got on his back. That could be a problem for Na'Vi once they crest around the side of this little, I guess, mini mountain, whatever you want to call
Oh,
it.
if they drive at him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the real question is Na'Vi going to try to wrap around to the western side of the road, or are they going to just, use this cover, just try to drive around and see if they can find a better position? Might not lose everybody to that little surprise that could be waiting for them from Lukarux. Roth has plenty of cover with that tree as far as we can see. Flood still providing overwatch for his teammates.
He can just chill here. I mean,
Yeah.
go inside the circle. This is what we're talking about, the control and the angles that Falcons have right now. It's all into Na'Vi. They have to find the peak perfect opportunity. They have to make sure that they get the knock on Roth, or make sure that they dodge out Lukarux's positioning. They've got multiple members up and alive, but there you go. Lukarux gets the drop onto Diffex, and suddenly Na'Vi on damage control has to step away from it.
Oh, that's rough. The follow-up is going to even get the flush as well. Now Flood, keenly aware of that position. He's going to see that Panzer and be like, you stay over there. We're not going to let you get any closer. If you want to mess with Na'Vi, that's fine.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Lukarux, he's just playing with explosions right now. Already got the knock on one of them with the nade. Na'Vi, I mean, you've got some cover, but that just means a new potential target for that Panzer to bounce into. So Theorist knows the threat's over there, trying to creep forward. Notice all the smokes down. It's going to be hazardous creep forward. Now it's going to be stunned right up on top of Na'Vi. So Lukarux just continuing to rein in and torment those poor guys as they're trying to creep in. Meanwhile, Falcons still keeping control over everything. There's just nowhere to go. If you're any of these other teams right now, you just have to deal with this high ground positional from Flood, and it is so ridiculously strong.
Yeah, not much that anybody else can do in this one. I mean, Navi's prone down the ground. The smokes reveal their positions. That's easy pickings for Flood. Susset is going to get Lukarux. Now, yeah, this is over.
Picks it up, and Falcons managed to walk away with a very tight victory. I mean, that was just very well controlled from multiple circles. They knew exactly what was going on, navigated it well, and I mean, big plays as well. That step up from Roth, just dropping the 8 on top of the Expendables is what bought him all that space.
Yeah, great timing from Roth. And a mostly clean endgame there for the Falcons. Maybe you rethink how you position Relo for that endgame fight, but other than that, you got to be happy with how the game went.
Lukarux, the unofficial other member for the Falcons inside of that firefight, just making sure that Na'Vi could not get anything going, man. That was, I mean, you got to give it to Na'Vi, though. They had a valiant attempt with their backs up against the wall, trying to find some way to figure out something to buy a couple more points inside this very, very hard lobby, but we now have to make our way over to Miramar.
The Falcons unleash their wrath all over the lobby and flood forward to relocate VP and Na'Vi back to the start and come away with a massive Snaker's chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's great. Let's go with the Falcons spread their wings and they're able to actually come out and get something out of this. But then again, it has been somewhat of a rough game here. In this situation here, it's a circle that we've seen many times, and you approach it somewhat differently every time, right? You see TSM, they're highly prioritizing this little kind of high ground there, but it never ends there, and you always have to get out of it. And that dip on that kind of northern side of it, you saw Eternal Fire go there, they put pressure on, you saw Na'Vi go there and put pressure on there, and ultimately it delayed TSM too much. And then there's this FaZe Clan eliminating Cerberus. Cerberus still not in the top 16.
I don't know what happened there. You don't know what happened. Why? Why did it happen with Cerberus, Tiggleton?
I think they were playing to get fed. You know, they split a compound across the north side of the river. They were hoping for a favorable north shift. We know Rondo's not really like that. It doesn't like to go north very often, so that kind of caught me off guard. I was a little surprised. FaZe Clan backfilled them. I thought the P90 on HIMARS would give them the confidence they needed, but
He got one, he won that one.
he did get his one. He got his.
Yay.
Yeah, but yeah, a bamboo circle here, and you know how this ending here in the bamboo, you could draw a circle around bamboo, and like those 200-300 meters around bamboo, we see so many endings there, especially in between the compound on the east side, that kind of high ground walled one-story, and then the bamboo area, and it so often ends here. And this rock that obviously that Na'Vi ended up playing on. And I feel like especially this compound here that TSM died to Na'Vi, and it's so hard to defend from that northern side. Is it really worth taking it for late game priority? Because I feel like it's so rare you win from it.
I mean, it's about getting points, you know?
Sure.
I think every single pro player could sit here, point at the map. I think, like, Circle 2, I was like, this is ending on Falcons, you know?
Yeah.
All the pro players can say the same thing, but how do you do something about it, you know?
Yeah.
Where are you getting your points? That's what these teams are thinking. And teams like Luna right now, they're on the cusp. They need their points. They're sending for the middle, making desperation plays. They know where it's ending, but I mean, they're just getting crushed by these teams that are playing confidently. They have nothing to lose. They're running out. They're flexing. And
yeah, it's rough when you're playing against teams that are playing to have practice, to get fights, to get as many engagements as possible. And then on the other end, you're playing as a team to get placement and trying to get fed a little bit through circles. And yeah, some of these situations here is a little bit difficult, but then again, you can see how strong Expendables are. Like if you run into them, they're going to try to get as many engagements as they are here. And overall, still not in the top 16 for Cerberus from Luna, and 2 more games to make it. Miramar, as you mentioned in the beginning, Toppies, have a little bit more crevices, a little bit more dips that you can play. And I feel like that style, it kind of accommodates how they want to get in.
True. I mean, because it seems like they always want to sort of run at those fights. I mean, you saw them on the beach. When left alone, they can't seem to sort of make 2 and 2. They need to be able to sort of play, duck, dodge, dive out of the way, and they're just not getting that in those first couple of maps. Now, we'll get to them in a second. When we get to the scoreboard, we're going to focus largely on Luna and Cerberus because they've left the door open for a lot of teams to give them a hard time. Right now, though, it's about those top 4. Falcons got 7 kills, but Na'Vi and the Expendables, yet again, are showing up in these late games and putting up a ton of points. Right now, Na'Vi is really something that I'm watching as we look at the PGC Grand Finals. Like, they seem like they're really back in their groove.
I mean, Diffx is just a complete demon at the moment. This guy is unstoppable. I mean, I like to compare Hakatori to the villain from Rocky Balboa. You know, he's like, if he dies, he dies. This guy's just ruthless. He doesn't hold back. So, I mean, if this team, if they can keep this form up, I could definitely see them being a dark horse contender for the PGC title.
Absolutely.
When we started the show, I said Na'Vi, they're my number 2 pick to come in as one of the favorites. We talked about a little bit, right? But here, Falcons is able to close it out. Fantastic nade by Roth on 2 Expendables, right? And you don't want to gather on a rock like that. But that's kind of the only opportunity they had to kind of set up with a car. And you just know Falcons, they've been in that compound for so long, they're going to have a lot of utility there. If you want to kind of spread out, you want to make sure that you're not stacked like that. But yeah, good for Roth and the boys here to kind of get their groove on too. They knew that this circle is likely going to end very close to this compound, so they locked that down, stayed 4 guys strong, and Roth is going to get man of the match here in match 4.
Yeah, you can see that they walk away with a decent amount of kills, a lot of damage, not a lot of damage taken, just from sitting in there bristling and making sure that nobody comes to what is essentially going to be the winning spot. So good job to them. They played that very well and maybe broke the curse of the booth.
Yeah, and I like that, the curse of the booth a little bit. There's a little bit cursing maybe in terms of Relo running out, taking position early on when the compound was still in. I feel like that, I don't know if it was a greedy play to take space, but I feel like it was a little bit early. What do you think?
It was obviously early. I think Relo probably knew that in the game, but in his mind, he's like, we're winning this game no matter what. We have a great spot. how do we dominate this game?
Right.
And that's probably
Play for kills, play for more points.
Yes.
Play for the mental attack on your opponents that you're about to see in 2 days and just make them even more worried about dealing with you. All right, let's take a look at the total leaderboard. Remember, this side, a lot of these teams that you're going to look at 1 through 12, they are pretty much confirmed they'll be going to the PGC Grand Final. With 2 games left to play when we get to Miramar, it really does come down to this race. Gen G somehow is still in this, hanging by their fingernails at 37 points. I thought they were going to be out by now, Martin, but it is not to be, as Luna and Cerberus have been slow.
Yeah, Luna needs 5 points, Cerberus needs 6 points. If none of them does that in the next 2 games, Gen G, they are, they're staying. They're not flying home early.
Not even none, either, right? Because only
one of them needs to do it.
Absolutely.
It's either Luna 5 or it's Cerberus 6.
Yep.
It's not both of them, it's just one of them. And then it really comes down to, okay, it's very likely that it's going to be either Gen G, Luna, or Cerberus that's going to be taking that spot. Like, there's additional 10 points. There's additional 14 points for Luna to take over Foreign Grumman. But Foreign Grumman is playing. They're defending. Gen G is not, and that's really their focus. And that can really get to you, right? You're just thinking, oh, it's just 5 more points. There's 6 more points. And that is really what is potentially stopping them from thinking and playing toward their usual strategy, because it worked yesterday for Luna. How they've been playing yesterday is not what I've been seeing so far to them from Luna's.
I like that you bring that up. And again, welcome back to the desk. It's Toppy's, it's Avenger, and we've got Tableton joining us here today. Breath of fresh air. We talked about Cerberus last time. Let's talk about Luna. You're used to playing against them. Martin kind of touched on what he didn't see them doing today versus yesterday. Are you seeing holes in their strategy that you're not used to seeing when you play them normally?
I mean, yeah, regionally, again, this team, they rely on their kills. This is not a placement team, and it sucks to see them rotating in the blue, taking their time to get to the zone, and then making a dive play for center. That is not the Luna that we're used to seeing, and I think that they're going to have a talk with their coach and come back out refreshed for these last 2 Miramars, feeling confident.
So let me ask that. It seems like they came in with that strategy today. They've been doing it since the jump. Is it difficult? I mean, is there a world where you can change that whole, throw that playbook out with the last 2 games, or is it just too risky to make a major change like that if it's how you prepped?
It's a difficult question. If I had the answer to that, maybe I would have qualified.
Hurts, man. I think that's the tough challenge that both Cerberus and Luna are dealing with. Guys, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to the dusty dunes of Miramar, and we're going to find out if teams will let sleeping dogs lie or if the moon will rise on the PUBG universe. Don't go anywhere. Amazing 2 games coming up next.
my pleasure to introduce you to Cruising Chaos. We've set the stage, and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be back down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rumble.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly!
Miramar, the last chance for several of these teams to qualify, but man, Luna Galaxy and Cerberus just don't feel like they can find it. Gen G sitting back right now, hopes, dreams, praying that that continues.
It's hard to imagine that we would be in this position coming into Miramar. It really truly is. I mean, you know, both Luna and Cerberus doing their darndest to try to find ways to get through, but they just keep getting torn apart. They try to make moves and they just lose.
And in Cerberus's case, they're such a strong squad that you know teams are eyeing them. We saw that with FaZe, right? They turned around and they were like, wait, that's Cerberus. We just got a great opportunity to deny them out. Because if you can deny Cerberus into the grand finals where we know that they can warm up and they can pop off, it's a great opportunity for every single one of these teams that's inside this lobby right now.
Exactly. And I mean, this is what makes it even more scary for Cerberus, as you don't have a good start to the day. Now teams are going to start seeing you in a kill feed or something and be like, oh, you know what? We can just end this for you right now.
And I thought that Luna Galaxy, who has this kind of split play mentality that can really do some crazy stuff and also kind of survive into the later stages, just kind of buying a couple of placement points here or there with some solo salvages if the game doesn't go their way, would already have managed to qualify. But they can't find that today. They're finding different approaches, but every single one of them just finds them slowly getting picked apart piece by piece. And now Miramar is their last chance. Can they find it? Can they find a way to navigate? Because we know Cerberus can pop off on Miramar. Is this going to be their map?
The big question coming into these last two games of the day. Two more Miramars decides the fate of a few teams towards the bottom of that circuit finals leaderboard. And we are already up and over with the plane path. It's running fairly central, to be honest. So as far as that goes, it is going to be fair. I'm just kind of curious about, Luna and Cerberus. Cerberus should have Power Grid open. No Twisted Minds here, so they can drop there potentially free. We'll see if anybody wants to mess with them. VP is going for their southern road to go down to Resort, it looks like. TSM going up to San Martin, 4 a.m. over in Hacienda. So kind of curious to see if anybody's going to try to mess with each other a little bit early. Day Trade going to drop way past to try to find some vehicles to get towards water treatment. And that is the biggest things to look for on this map currently. Few VP players I see under fire from Luna. Don't know if that's going to amount to anything. Haven't seen any damage come through onto Ibiza as far as I can see. I haven't seen the red circle pop out around him, so looks like he is safe and out of there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interestingly settled for the time being, but again, the cruel mistress that is the circles have been kind of mean to everybody. We're going to make our way up to the far northeast this time, so squads to keep an eye on. BB is pretty solid in positioning. FaZe as well. 4 Angry Men right on a cusp position. TSM is going to be playing on San Martin, just on the outskirts of that. Looking out though, Luna Galaxy, second time in a row, furthest team away from the circle.
E-pickup would be quite nice for them maybe, but you also have the ability to rotate all the way around the western road up through La Coberia and then go towards Campo Militar potentially. If you just need to drive, just make sure you got a little extra gas and you are A-OK. Around El Azahar with BB, they should be safe. Well, let's hear from Summer, the IGL for Petrichor Road.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Petrichor Road Sima and our wonderful translator, Christian. Summer, that was incredible. 1v4v4, incredible clutch with incredible timing. What was going through your mind when you realized that Navi and the Expendables had no idea that you were there?
就是在第三场最后时刻你表现实在是太棒了。就是在1v4v4的时候，当时你的时机也是把握得非常的到位。那么就是在最后，当你发现Navi和 TE 都不知道你在那的时候，他们可能以为你死了的时候，当时你是怎么想的？
我想着就先拿个优势的位置嘛，因为前面他们一直在往后面看，但是他最后没看到我。我发现他们往前顶了，我直接去把那个石头最好的位置拿了，他们就记了。
Yeah, the thing that came across to me was to find an advantageous position, because I saw that TE and Navi were looking forward and they were looking for someone, and in the end I found that they didn't see me. So my thought was to find a very good position, and I saw that stone, so I covered myself. I hid myself behind that stone, and that was a very good position. So I got the final chicken.
That was an amazing game. 恭喜恭喜 Summer.
谢谢。
All right, we're gonna go back to Myanmar.
We know that the Expendables can be an aggressive team, and Summer just sneaks up and exploits that, realizing the fact that their focus on the squad in front of them is going to give him the opportunity. And you mentioned it yourself, he was going for the victory, and in his mind, that's all he wanted at the end, and managed to pick up a massive play. For his squad is Thenadol, Daytree, bumping in alongside TSM. That's going to be Purdy Curdy yet again, getting found out kind of early.
It's been a rough day for Purdy Curdy. He has been not having...
was this a mortar being thrown over here?
Yeah, why not? You've got mortars in San Martin, maybe. Poor Kurt. Just another rough start. Yeah, let him
Hear
know.
the horn.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah. Okay, so emergency pickups. There's a few of them that are coming into play right now. Luna Galaxy already in one. We have the Falcons getting prepped with another one. The rest of the TSM already regrouping. Salute. Looks like he's in an awkward spot right now, right next to FaZe, and he's trying to sneak his way out of there. Need to go down pretty early in that last game.
Yeah, Salute seems to be practicing some solo plays here for KDF, but he's going to call in some reinforcements, maybe try to set up a bit of a barricade.
I appreciate it, but can we do it like after 10 minutes? My fantasy.
Apparently not. I'm sorry for you. A little bit, not a lot of it, but a little bit.
Hey, look, you're so far ahead of me, you can let me have this, okay?
Can I?
It's allowed. Okay, a lot of crisscrossing paths as everybody is moving pretty centered inside the circle. 4 Angry Men FaZe and the lineup that we saw just a second ago, pretty close to the Freaks as well. Luna Galaxy is going to be dropping into a very contested location, so this is going to be pretty dangerous for them Falcons as well. A couple of options over to the north if they want to stretch that direction. It's pretty much open. The bottom half of this circle is where we've got everybody at.
Yeah, right now everybody's getting kind of congested on their way past Hacienda. A few teams were kind of scraping over there, as we saw the Freaks and FaZe trying to do what they could. Cerberus, all eyes onto them, one of the last teams that are going to be making their way through the Conga line towards the center of this circle. So they're going to have less ideal pickings compared to what a lot of the other teams ahead of them might set up shop at. The real concern I have is if maybe there's Luna or the Falcons who drop somewhere near this or something, and they might kind of cause some chaos for Cerberus.
So Cerberus, if you're going to have an opportunity, I feel like Miramar is going to be your opportunity. This is a map that really feeds into their playstyle, the way that they really want to navigate the game, and provides them with a lot of foot push opportunities. They still have their vehicles to work with as well, so they need to make it happen here.
Yeah.
Not just because the fact that, yes, okay, they need to make it into the grand finals. This is where this squad should be excelling at.
Hey, you would think. I mean, they're a very solid team. It's hard to imagine them not in the grand finals. I mean, we've already lost Sonics. Are we going to lose Cerberus as well? VP coming in way out towards Lociones. T1 driving in that direction as well. Luna's just going to try to take as much real estate as they can up in that northeast corner. Try to, once again, kind of control a lot of space. That web that we've been talking about. And see if they can maybe just get those points that they need. You know, 16th place is going to be currently Gen G with 37 points, so that's where these teams want to get to. But I mean, you still have to worry that, you know, as there's that only that 16th spot, so somebody might not make it. That it's tough, man. It's so hard right now for those two teams because everybody else in the lobby can just kind of play how they want. They can play for a little bit of fun. They can practice some things, and they might be practicing on you, and that makes it so hard.
Okay, well, RNG can be a cruel mistress at times. Been running the Luna Galaxy all over the place. We'll have to see where the circle maybe gives them some type of opportunity. They've got, like you're saying, a ton of space up there to work around. So really, unless this goes south of Al Zahar, maybe goes along the Death Star Trench itself, that could be a spicy game, which is the exact opposite of what Luna Galaxy wants. But looks like we already do see 4 Angry Men making a commitment down into the lower section of Death Star Trench, and this is quite strong if the circle does go here, and it's pretty centered up, so there's a decent opportunity it could.
Yeah, for sure. Again, a lot of teams are going to be relying on, you know, their heat maps of how circles tend to generate, and so a lot of them suspecting that this might go south towards that vicinity, because that's where pretty much everybody has set up. Oh, that's painful. That's a knock.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Just patience paying off there, as there's not a lot of options that Hackjoy can really do. Snaker's going to go ahead and support it, make sure that they secure that kill. So just overall cleanly played over on the eastern side of this one for the Falcons. Petrichor Road just going to be to the south of them as well. Na'Vi pretty separated out, so not a lot of opportunities to provide reinforcement in this one. While it is a strong area that they're playing just to the outskirts of Truck Stop, they've got to be careful because they're getting a lot of encroaching threats.
Yeah, this is, I think, maybe a little rough for some of these teams because we haven't seen too much of this part of the map. Rurin hit some good shots on the Nixie, but the dust storm has obscured his vision, so he's just going to retreat into the safety of that and disengage. VP still trying to make their way all the way around Impala, going all the way to the coast, as they don't like what they saw from those EF positions. Think better of trying to drive in that direction again, and don't want to lose any players along the way. Day Trade, they're way over on the western side. They're east of the water treatment, making their way towards the road to try to set up a pretty wide 1-1-1-1 split.
T1 down here next to Canter, so pretty much no one around them for the time being. They've got Peppa that's just over to the east, so no options or opportunities really before them up until Minas Generalis is where we're going to see Heaven from the Freaks going to be playing from. 17 going to be a bit further off to their northeast, but I mean, a lot of good opportunities for them to make stop-offs, get some information, so this shouldn't be too risky. So very safe, standard approach coming up from T1. Love to see it. Off in the east, we also do see that it is going to be VP getting pretty close to Petrichor Road, as they're going to be right up against coastlines. That could be a bit of a problem. Chewy's going to be pretty close to this. Delwyn on the opposing side of this, so two different squads that could be pretty violent if you bump into them early.
Oh, for sure. And it looks like for now, Petrichor Road is going to back off. Heard those vehicles coming and thought, or maybe there was a rotation. Oh my God.
This is big for Luna Galaxy. They do get some favor in position, so they have first dibs.
Yeah, this is nice for Luna. They can set up around Al Zahar potentially, control some of that space. There's a few compounds there. Maybe Day Trade does that. I don't know. That's pretty ambitious. But they could get there if Luna leaves it open. I mean, I think for Luna there's a couple of those compounds just to the north of El Azahar that are going to be open for them to set up shop in. I think that's probably going to be one of their better bets. You got to be careful, though. A lot of other teams already on the move, already trying to secure some of their spots in and around El Azahar.
Four Angry Men trying to do the same thing, but they're going to be running right into the Na'Vi setup. So Molotov going to be coming out, and Falcon's going to be providing some support as well. Good angles on this one, and it's just going to be easily shut down. Are we going to see some more come out of that one? Nope. I think it's just going to be all she wrote for this position for the time being. BB already committed into Azahar. Looks like FaZe is going to do the same thing. The other members, Four Angry Men, going to be playing on the southern area, just due south. So they're okay for the time being, but they do have 17 Gaming. That's going to be pretty close, continuing to shoo them further into this area. They've got a couple of dips they can play. Also, just shift down. Azahar in this area is going to be open, so they should be rewarded with that. But, I mean, if you're making the commitment into Azahar right now, you just have to pray that the circle goes here, because getting out of this place is just a disaster. It's down inside this valley, and there are so many teams already up in the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can make escapes out of the north side of El Azahar. It just kind of depends, but this is, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Cerberus, not to FaZe, not again. Weakened, rolling down, crashes on the outer wall. Already going to see a big nade rolling out in front of them. The rest of FaZe already regrouping, but let's not forget 17 Gaming is up on top of this.
Yeah, this is really, really tricky now for Cerberus. They've got to make a move, and they've got to make it fast. Smokes are out. 4 AM could have a role to play in this as well. They need to get through into this compound to at least get some safety. FaZe is giving up a little bit of space. Is Cerberus going to be able to establish a foothold?
Push, Crexy on one side, angle force the rest of FaZe.
Oh,
regroup. Crexy does spot out Duckmai, going to go ahead and take him down early. A lot of damage already coming back out. Crexy yet again going to spot out Hisaki. That is just an absolute kryptonite angle that Cerberus can do nothing about. Gustav just raining in more and more flashes, denying out any form of visibility. FaZe realizing that they've got all of the control inside of this, but says no. We're just going to go ahead and step away. This is a bit too hot and heavy for us. Let's just go ahead and regroup. Let's let everybody else over here handle this. But TSM, also with oversight, as well as 17, means that Cerberus is not out of the frying pan just yet.
This is really smart from FaZe, because they know that there's going to be other teams that have angles around the outside of that compound. They were pushed out from the inside, and so the longer they stick around, the more those smokes dissipate, the harder it's going to be. T1 is going to find a knock and a flush onto the Mad. EN going to kick things off. The rest of Eternal Fire trying to get through to back up Code Marco, who's on an island by himself momentarily, but the reinforcements have arrived. It looks like EF wants to fight this out.
Oh, this is isolated, at least for the time being. Kwepa is actually maneuvering to a different hillside. Maybe to see if he can get a better sight line to provide some type of support, but that means that it's going to be even more isolated. Raining did take a lot of damage, so instantly gets dropped. Off the Zenith has to be careful. Nate's going to be landing pretty close to him. TSM, though, is hungry. They know that Cerberus is a threat, and they do not want to give up just quite yet. Alo already down, Smoke's going to come through, so this is going to be a pretty similar angle to what we saw Cerberus in their approach.
Cerberus has to play such solid defense right now. The good news for them is FaZe is getting ripped apart by BB team. And that can make things difficult. We are heading still more towards El Azahar, so Luna has some work to do. FaZe, though, getting really just destroyed. Shot in the back. Gustav cleared the door open so they could throw a molly, and not sure if that caught Crexy. No, it doesn't look like the fire got to him in time, but he's in a perfect spot for a nade, except Spyro doesn't bounce it in.
Oh, gotta be careful with that. Is now going to have to step away. Crexy just having to lean in, taking more and more damage. Every single one of those little bit of tick damage is starting to stack up. It's finally going to get the med off, though, so this is going to stall it out. Meanwhile, you can see that Cerberus still having to deal with TSM in that close range positional right below them. It's going to be a problem. A lot of teams now starting to get sight lines and what's going to be going on over here. 17 actually stepped away from it, and so that's buying some more space. And Crexy thinks that he might have the time to go for the res. TSM cannot find an angle of approach onto this. It's getting riskier and riskier for them by the second. Finally, they got the smokes lined up. They're starting to make the push in. Cerberus needs to get this, but Luke opens up. It is going to be Himas that is down. Isaki goes for a spray, does get the knock onto him. Instantly going for the point off of it. Cerberus already out again.
Only 1 point for Cerberus. Only one more game. That's it. And they need some help from Luna, and they're getting destroyed by Daytrade up on the northern side. Daytrade has collapsed around them and has already found a flush. Luna loses a player. Gen G certainly has to be sitting at home being like, don't tease us like this. Certainly not.
TSM thinking that might be an amazing trade there, sacrificing 3 of their players to keep Cerberus out because Cerberus could have had an opportunity. Close range firefighting's moving into El Azahar could have been a big game for Cerberus, but now all attention draws back over into Luna Galaxy where we can see Day Trade lined up against them. Poza is going for a wider flank, but remember, this is a squad in Luna Galaxy that likes to play very wide out in the open. That does mean that they could lose a member here or there, but looks like they're going to opt into a bit more of a wolf pack. They are starting to regroup in some fashion.
That's the right play for sure. Just get away from that fight of Day Trade and see if you can find some safety somewhere else. Try to continue to wait this one out. Didn't really go your way. That initial fight, BB going with FaZe. Gustav was res there for FaZe Clan. So just kind of a demarcation line with that fence in between these two squads. Some throwables being sent both ways, going fishing, but so far at FaZe, this building relatively safe for them. Hard for BB team to really fully commit to that push apparently early on, and they're just holding on. They're just going to chill for now.
So, new circle is about to pop. We did have an emergency pickup come up from Petrichor Road. They were pretty close to Luna Galaxy's positioning, so we'll see a hard shift away from Azahar. And now it is going to be pretty hard to deal with TE in the thick of the entirety of the circle, probably going to regroup. But notice that we do have as going to be VP and T1 lined up against each other down here to the southeast. But we have a death funnel that is brewing coming out of Azahar as we've got Falcons, as well as 4 Angry Men, TSM, FaZe, BB, all going to have to make an approach over here. TE, here's this firefight down to the south. Looks like they're going to find an angle into it, and it is going to be VP that does finish off T1, but they're sitting just fine.
Yep, that's just nice consolation points there for VP. Falcons have 4 AM, 2 players strong, out and about, looking through the window. So many angles you can get shot at from El Azahar. Makes it pretty tricky to make some of these pushes. Plus, there's the high ground you have to worry about. But Falcons on the better side of the circle, so they can kind of wait 4 AM out a little bit here if they so choose. But it looks like, you know, they just want to wipe them out. They feel like they've got the opportunity, they've got the numbers. Let's make the play.
I think that they realize there's an isolated solo here, so they're just going to stack in, walk in. It's going to be 1 down, but the second one is going to be able to pick it up. Nice bit of trading going off from Falcons there, so should be resible. And now, I mean, that's all she wrote for 4 Angry Men. Good double up between the 2 of them.
Yeah, really clean there from the Falcons. It's a zip line.
Hey, I love
the
it.
Zip line.
Hey, you know, get some use in. Have some fun.
Appreciate the attempt.
Have some fun.
Oh, Luna, oh, no. They lose another player here to Aches left.
Petrichor Road, that is going to be a problem. Petrichor Road, though, not going to be too happy over in their position either. Luna being forced up onto this hillside. They want to make it into the compound itself. VP also left Azahar. Looks like they were eyeing a pretty similar position. They're going to have to deal with multiple threats. Luna Galaxy just slowly creeping their way in, but do manage to get into the compound.
I think you can see a little bit of frustration on Posa's face. He knows that this compound is often a death trap. I mean, you're stuck here. Getting out of here is extremely challenging. There's so many sheer rocks around you. Day Trade was harassing Petrichor Road from afar, but now Summer's just driving by, takes down Flash.
Summer's just feeling it today, dude. After that clutch, he's like, I don't care. We got this.
I love it.
Just make the shift down. So now it is going to be on to Nurens. What can you even do from this position? I don't know. Longhouse can buy you some space, but Petrichor Road, they're just vibing. They're feeling it. They're at the top of the leaderboard right now. Navi's going to be chasing back behind them, but again, the leaderboard just pretty much for respect at this stage. So finishing out could keep you mental pretty high. So, I mean, Petrichor Road, we've seen them trying a couple things, having some fun today, but they're just going to go ahead and leave this behind, realize the fact that Nurens isn't as big a threat as they got multiple members up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they can just keep Nuren's gate kept. They're just going to immediately turn their attention, but they're taking a bunch of damage. He got up on the roof. They weren't really expecting that. Not able to find the knock, though, is Nurens. And this blue is going to tick rather quickly, so has to hide, has to go for the first aid.
Speaking of that, we've got FaZe, Falcons, and TSM all still out there. Falcons at least have Roth in positioning. Sparking just kind of hunkering down for as long as he can weather the storm, for lack of a better term, over there. As it is going to be Roth finally getting Gustav, as that point's going to shift over. Falcons with a high ground, going to have a lot of vision inside this next circle into the ravine that's just going to be in front of them, but also kind of hard to navigate. Nurens just being a thorn inside of Petrichor Road, but it's a thorn that will eventually go away.
Yeah, and no more thorns on that rose. Nurens is going to fall. Petrichor Road on their way to maybe have to fight Luna again, or BB team kind of keeping them gate kept. Guangdong Freaks trying to just leapfrog their way forward down the middle of this road. It is a very recessed road, very much underneath a lot of the positions around it. So those shacks, you know, they'll provide you some limited amount of cover, but ideally you don't want to be on the bad side of this hill if you can help it. But the Freaks trying to find a way to get around. The real concern I have for them is that you have the Falcons starting to make their breakout from El Azahar.
And they're going to have a ton of vision right into the Freaks' positioning. Also, Na'Vi is going to have some ideas what's going on. Luckily, Na'Vi and Falcons are taking some shots between each other right now, so no clear focus just down into that ravine just quite yet. Sparking is going to go down to the blue as he was just kind of trapped over there, didn't want to risk going in any further. Petrichor Road has to fight their way into this circle as it is also going to be right next to Luna Galaxy. BB is going to be the defenders out. Good throws and a couple of nades are at least going to shift them out. Looks like BB team realizing the fact that they've got a very good angle into that, where that rock is just perfectly lined up. Best of luck gets the knock onto 2, and just look at the Molotovs. Anything that they've got, sink, whatever they've got sitting next to them, just going to be thrown in that direction. But let's not forget about Falcons also having some angles in, and that's all she wrote. Petrichor Road.
That's placement points for Luna. It's 8th. They're still alive. So that's something. Only 3 more points between them and Gen G. Something to keep track of as we roll along in this game. Beamy. Nice shots into Tanvu's backside. Delwyn thinking about a grenade. Trying to maybe back off VP a little bit. Nixie reinforcing. Lucarux watching their flank. But VP, all eyes on this compound. All eyes on this warehouse. They want to clear this out. They want to find some level of safety. BB, if they start coming up over that hill, yeah, going to start pouring in some fire. Besto doing a good job taking Nixie down to about half health.
If anything, though, it's a distraction that Luna can try to use, and they see and hear those firefights going all around them. They're going to use that to shift in. At least one of their members now inside the safe zone. So, Best of Luck is going to spot out Lucarux, get the knock onto him. So, multi-tiered firefighting going on for BB team right now, and they're navigating it very well. I mean, it's just very solid control over here into the east. Delwyn, not a lot of opportunities to maneuver, but while this all going on, 17 also did creep into a compound just down in the southwest.
Oh my God, Delwyn springs into action. The barrel singing its song, but Besto from afar is going to get 2 of VP.
And Delwyn sneaks away with that, now having a compound, at least a corner of it that he can play from. With this new circle, Freaks actually in a great position. They just have to make sure that they can weather the storm that Falcons going to be bringing in the later stages as the blue zone's going to be collapsing in. Na'Vi needs to make a move, but they're going to be shifting right into a very pinched position between BB Falcons as well as the Freaks. And let's not forget Luna Galaxy. But Luna Galaxy, what are you going to do? You need points, and you have a wall of teams in front of you.
Yeah, they just want to survive at this point. Let everybody else fight. They're going to wait this out as long as they can. No idea what the med situation is like for them, but they're going to have to start getting closer. The further you are away from the center of the next circle, the more the blue is going to tick. Have been trying to pepper some shots into Na'Vi. He's got a bit of an isolated position here all on his own, so if he gets knocked, he's going to be in trouble and feels the pressure from a couple different positions. Falcons behind, BB up above. That's going to be a tricky spot for Heaven to navigate.
I mean, Falcons can't even get out of their perch that they've got up on top of this hillside right now. Okay, Luna Galaxy, blue zone's coming in. You need points. How do you navigate this? They hear BB above them. They don't want to move fast because they're terrified. They do not want footsteps. We know the fact that BB has just been on point so far this game, getting throwables on top of him. So slow, steady, creep along this path and hope that Falcons, he spotted, he knows he's got to creep forward. He has to be so careful. He spotted some type of safety that could be had in front of him, but it is going to be Na'Vi that is going to be gatekeeping out that angle. That is so scary. Delwyn, not quite done, decided, hey, I wanted those kills earlier that you took from me, BB, so I'm going to go ahead and try to get them back, but instead, he takes a ton of bullets to the face. He's going to go down. Best of Luck continuing a rate of damage, sitting at 5 kills.
Oh, what a great game for Best of Luck there. Just big smiles on Delwyn's face. Just having a little fun. These last couple of Miramar games. Now, yeah, how tunneled are BB and Falcons going to be onto Luna? An extra point from the placement. They're up to 35. So Kraken and Posa just going to creep their way along, trying to stay ahead of this blue as best as they can. They would just love for everybody else to kind of fight each other, do some damage, but pretty soon here, they're going to have to make a move.
Okay, they've got Falcons in front being a distraction. Is it going to be enough? Creeping down, hoping that the shots will cover up any form of movement as they keep their way in. They are prepped. The Kraken's already down. It was going to be Snakers.
This grenade!
Nade's going to go. Bounces well. Gets some damage. Posa, just not a lot that he can really throw into it, but he's got the gun. He's got the angle. Can he take him down? Buy some points off of it. Posa manages to pick up something. Can he get to the safety that spot is going to provide? He's terrified of BB up on top.
But he's done it. He's gotten to 16th. Luna has found a way to at least get past Gen G. So if they can stay out of Cerberus, they are good to go. Oh my.
Slowly creeping forward and now going to find a ton of pieces, a ton of crates in front of him. He can manage to find something to maybe buy him some more space inside of it. He's inside the circle. BB had to step away from the angle. Freaks get almost all of this circle. It's just going to be them and 17 Gaming with Posa and Best of Luck having to creep in.
Yumi just gets demolished by Lil Ghost. Trying to get a tight angle against him, and Lil Ghost had a much more favorable one and punishes it. Bean and Salute trying to dip and dive around their positions, but not really, again, much that they can do. Yes, they've got center circle, but center circle is low ground, and everybody around them can see every move they try to make. Besto trying to spot out Posa. 7 kills in this game for Bestalock. What a pop-off for him.
Just jumping ahead, but 17 Gaming feels like they've got authority inside of the circle, and the game is just theirs to lose. Sitting at four players up right now, as they've got a lot of kill capabilities. They're going to be in front of them, but let's not forget it's going to be the Freaks with Salute still up and alive, and Besto on his terror right now can continue to rain down bullets from this high ground right on top of him.
17, so well fanned out right now. So much control over this circle. As long as they can keep Xiao Wu alive, they should be pretty good to potentially win this game, barring some kind of what we saw from Circuit 1 from Freaks, their huge clutch pop-offs. For now, to me, it's all just about keeping Xiao Wu there, making sure you've got some good cover fire, but Suju actually taking damage from Besto, trying to get into the vehicle. Oh, great shots, man! He is dialed in.
He is not done today. He is exploiting the entirety of this. Meanwhile, it's going to be Posa creeping in just below this, using everything that Besto is providing for him. Seeing the fact that he might have a path in the circle, but Salute keeps hearing those shots coming out from Bestalock. We have Xiao Wu that's going to be right down below. Posa has spotted out Salute, takes a couple of silent shots creeping in. He is just full on stealth right now. He's got himself the ghillie suit. He's creeping forward, and he is inside the new circle, I believe.
This is just great stuff from Posa again. This is a player they've called upon many times to make these powerful plays, these solo plays, and he has stepped up big time for Luna. Again, every point is every point is so important here though for Luna, because you want to stay ahead. You're in that 16th spot. You've got to keep the Cerberus team out of it in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus can have a pop-off massive game at any given moment, so Luna needs every single thing that they can find. And just look, Besto, he's got, I mean, 17 has control of almost the entirety of the circle, but it feels like Besto's got control over 17. He's inside their brains right now, forcing all of their attention, all the committal up. Look, they can't deal with anything that's going on with this Freak's positioning over here, and finally, he does go down. So 17 has a high ground position, but interestingly enough, Salute has a position very close to the center of the circle. Can he survive? No, he is going to go down.
Just not much that anybody can do right now with the way that 17 has themselves arrayed. That's going to be Posa going down, but a 3rd place finish for Luna. Some big kills, some big placement points, and a finish for 17. They're going to get the win.
I mean, it was a slow and steady push coming up from 17 there at the end as Azahar, the push coming out of it, the bloodbath as teams are just trying to scrap for points, but Luna Galaxy managed to clutch up where Cerberus didn't.
Yeah, they were the ones who scrapped the most. They have collected enough to put themselves out of Gen G. That's step 1. There's still one more game to go.
The step 2 is pray that Cerberus doesn't pop off, but it feels like that dog is just getting madder and madder back behind them. Luna Galaxy, can you do it again? I knew the fact that they could steal some points at some point today and find some way to secure themselves something out of this one, but now Gen G sitting back in sadness. No further options for them. What, oh what can Cerberus, the X Factor, moving into our last game, manage to accomplish?
A slow start and a wild circuit run has led up to this moment where 17 walks away with the chicken. in our penultimate match of the Circuit 3 Grand Finals. It was a fascinating game. The focus was on Cerberus and Luna, and somehow Luna eked through with a ton of points.
Yeah, they snuck in there and they managed to get a fantastic nade, some good pressure, and then a little bit of peeking.
Yeah.
Managed to take out Navi, a huge amount of points for them, and you could tell the way that they played that the pressure is on them. They were playing obviously different to what we saw yesterday, but they were playing smart with it and trying to maximize points. They're only down to 2 guys, and you got to salvage in that situation.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think they had the opportunity early game to capitalize on the space that they had and take out day trade, but I mean, the pressure is just massive in these situations. You know, they don't want to make a mistake. They shied away from the fight, so they decided to make a send play, and they definitely rigged the rewards here.
Yeah, 8 points before this match concluded here. That's 2 points per game average. It's just not enough. But now they have taken over Gen G. That means we're actually going to be thinking and saying goodbye to Gen G after this one here. They are out. Now it really comes down to how well is Luna going to be able to continue to play him this last one, or is Cerberus able to have that one resurgence game they needed. Before this game, they had 5 points in 4 games. And yeah, it's been a rough day for them so far.
If you're asking me, what teams in the sphere of PUBG can have that one massive game to end out at the desperate moment, and I can't choose FaZe, it's Cerberus, right? And these is a team that I think you can pull it off. The problem I have, Tigleton, is they haven't looked like Cerberus, even on the camera shots we're getting from them. This is not the hubris-filled, punch you in the mouth dogs that we are used to. They just seem completely non-effectual.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, I hate to say it, it's obvious on their face cams, it's obvious from their gameplay. This is not the Cerberus we're used to seeing, and I really think that if they do qualify for the Grand Finals, they'll be so much more relaxed, so much more comfortable, and I would expect a way better performance from them.
Do you think in a way, now that they are farther behind because Luna has had a good game, it makes it less difficult? I don't know, is it easier to have to be chasing 4 points or to be chasing 15 to 20?
I mean, yeah, I think if Cerberus came into the game needing 20 points, they're going to show up, play confidently, look for those early scraps, look for that, I mean, those early points that they're so good at putting up. And I think that they would put up a 10-point game if they were looking for 20, whereas if they're looking for 4 points, they're looking for 2 points.
Right. It's kind of like what Luna was doing. I mean, that spread that we saw from Luna was absolutely massive. I'm assuming it was some sort of preserve points play. What was going on? Because that whole north was like just a Luna galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a salvage play, right? Or it's a kind of, it feels like, you know, you're playing roulette and you're both putting your, you know, a little bit on red and a little bit on black there. You want to win, but ultimately it's not going to get you as many points you're talking about, right? And if you're putting that mentality, you're just playing for the salvage. But now, yeah, it's not really what's going to be worrying them anymore. Now it's up to 15 other teams or 14 other teams that's going to be looking at it and saying, okay, do we want Cerberus in the Grand Final or not? Because they got a target on their back. They are a potential big team, big favorite, a former PGS winner that could go in and really mess up the Grand Final. But yeah, 14 kills for BP team. That's a huge one for this one here, but it was 17 that managed to win.
It did. It did feel a little bit like as we got to that end game, though, with the exception of Poza, who's trying to sneak out as many points as he can, the team's got a little wild and out. 17 was just running around doing whatever they want. Is that just a symptom of the fact that really they've got nothing to lose at this point?
I mean, absolutely. I think this is glorified scrims at this point. These teams are here to practice and flex their muscles. They want to put on a show. They don't want to sit back and the last day before Grand Finals really just be reactive. I'm sure all these teams are going out there today like, let's enjoy ourselves, let's get in their heads, let's crush them.
Nice, and get in their heads. I mean, I would assume that is some aspect of PUBG. When a team is really popping off in a tournament, do you find yourself sometimes as a player, when you see them in the kill feed, you know, I could crash that compound or go somewhere else, that affects your decision-making process?
I mean, absolutely. This tournament, I think the team to look out for was KDF. And in every other tournament, there's always that one team that you're like, these guys are just on demon mode. You don't know what they're going to do. The confidence is through the roof, and nothing is scarier than that.
All right, Xiaobei, big man of the match. Congratulations to him. 2 kills, 569 damage. And they really did feel like that was a big spread in the end game. They were just looking to go out there, punch some people in the face, and have a pretty good time with that last fight. Now, the match leaderboard is going to be a tale of the tape. Yes, we got a bunch of points going towards 17 and BB team. Down on the bottom, though, you are going to see Luna manages to walk away with 7 points, which almost doubles their entire point gain on the day, and it's going to put them in a position where they are now being chased. And I will ask this: when you're in a world, Martin, where Cerberus and Luna are both at the bottom, Who are you focusing on?
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, I'm thinking this, and it's gonna be, there's 14 teams that are thinking, I'd rather have Luna in the lobby than I'd have Cerberus in the lobby of the grand final, right? And then, as Tick is saying here, like, it's feeling very much a little bit like these kind of scrim games, but you don't want to be playing against 14 teams that are playing scrim games and warm-up games for grand finals when you are yourself, you need points to get into that grand final. And as you see here in the total match leaderboard, currently Luna 40 points. That means thank you, Gen G, as we talked about here. Cerberus has 7 points up to beat them, but they also need to beat the total points.
Yeah,
of the day.
so Cerberus basically, it's not necessarily 7, it's 8, but that's so everybody knows at home, if there is a tie between Cerberus and Luna in that last game, it's how many points were gained today. And because Luna entered today at lower, I think, on the overall points than Cerberus, that would mean that Luna would win those tiebreakers most likely.
Exactly.
So that's something to keep an eye on as we go into the next game. Now, Tig, I know that you've been in this spot where you know what teams, the value they bring. Is this something where we should expect 14 teams, 12 teams? How many teams do you think will actually actively be looking at ruining Cerberus?
I mean, that's up to the teams. I was very surprised this game to not see a camp come out from TSM on Cerberus, looting San Martin, and Luna being a comfort team for them that they have so much experience playing against. I was really expecting TSM to camp Cerberus's drive down out of Power Grid. I guess they don't want to make enemies, and I can respect them for that. Cerberus will be at every event next year. They're an incredible team. So
that's a great point. Just because they get knocked out here doesn't mean that they're not a world-class team, and you have to be worried that they may come after you. But at the end of the day, FaZe, I love seeing James in a good mood. But at the end of the day, all of this is about getting to the PGC Grand Final in 2 days' time and setting your name in the history of PUBG. I think that Cerberus has to be very, very worried. If you're working with Cerberus, if you're coaching them right now, what's going on in that back room in the pep talk?
Worried faces and everything. And for me, it's just like play your game. Just maximize. Don't spread out. Stay as 4. Yeah. Take your fights as 4 because you might be able to survive. You might be able to have those clutches here and just shake off what's been happening today. I know that it's going to be, almost 14 teams that's going to be feeling in a somewhat in a scrim-like situation, just trying to look for these fights, just trying to see what's happening. If they have an early position where they actually have a chance to get into somewhat priority in somewhat center of phase 2 or 3, they should do that. But these early fights, make sure they stay together, make sure they stay together as a format.
The moment is now. The final match of Circuit 3 about to get underway. Let's head over to your casting duo. It's Matchroom and Paperthin.
Thanks, guys. A ton of insight moving into this last game as it is do or die for 2 squads. We've already had one that unfortunately perished in Gen G. Now done their dreams of PGC ruined. Question is, can Cerberus mount something today, anything today, and usurp the position from Luna Galaxy? Or can Luna Galaxy and their slow and steady positionals, where they manage to scrap something together, manage to scrap together a PGC fight?
I mean, I'm shocked. It's hard to find words to describe what's been happening to Cerberus today. They just don't have it. And it has been a struggle of a tournament for them, to say the least. And today is just sort of a microcosm of that entire picture of PGC 2024 for Cerberus Esports. They're getting out of the plane late this time even. I mean, that plane path dropped right over Power Grid, and they know. They know that they
can be hunted. I mean, look at Rello dancing around the outsides of this, seeing if anybody is going to be landing over here, and he's going to feed that information back over to his teammates, saying, nope, this looks like this is open. They are playing safety, and this is at least a good read coming up from Cerberus, realizing, hey, this could be a problem. And speaking of a problem, T1, EF, you've got your own situation, as this is going to be a very quick scrap to pick up a lot, and EF does get the inside of the church, but I feel like T1 has more options on the outside.
Could be. That is a nice shotgun there for Zenith as well. But this is all about control over this part of Chumacera. So EF and T1 drop very close to each other. So this is kind of a moment where they can duke it out. Maybe say the church is ours or the church is yours going into that grand finals. And that's that's an easy knock.
Yeah, he dropped high ground up on top. And
the timing.
The footsteps. Does he know? Can he get any shots out? He doesn't go down. Finally, the connecting shots do manage to take him. But look at this up on top. EF gets outside the church, and suddenly everything shifts back into their favor.
Yeah, this is really nice now for EF. Type was kind of the danger man up there. Didn't have great guns to support him. That shotgun not really going to be valuable at that range. EF, they know they have a knock. The res did come through, but they're still going to try to make a go of it. Cold Marco catches the end in the back.
Look at that. Just got the helmet, got the armor to work around, just steps in. finds what they need there. EF vibing on this firefight right now. Now just raining, seeing if he can find anything out of it, but it is just a ton of Eternal Fire coming after him. Can you handle the Eternal damage that's going to be coming from you at this point, T1? I don't think so, and that's going to be Eternal Fire picking up that fight.
Yeah, just having an M16 there makes matters worse for raining. Not the ideal gun. Code Marco's going to let out a whoop. Let him know that, hey, we want this church. We want this to be part of our kind of spread drop that they do to the southwest of Picado. Circle, in the meantime, did go towards the other side of the map, so
Been
northwest. Yeah.
Been years, but the church
El Pozo's
still interesting, man. Love it.
Dude, that church is so freaking valuable. That's why you'll see teams scrape over it all the time. I mean, it's just too good.
Oh, well, a new problem presents itself as Petrichor Road's like, hey, don't leave us out of this conversation. Oh, no. Kraken already spotted it out, and it's going to be Colorius that takes him down.
This is not what you want to start with here for Luna. They're trying to piece out of this. I don't think they want to fight at all. I think they would be happy to just plop down in El Pozo somewhere, squat on a building, and not let anybody get through. And that would be an okay idea, to be honest. But that's, the Expendables, the wild card. Here they are again.
Right. They're going to firmly regroup over here on the eastern side of Pozo. I mean, it's pretty centered, so they should feel pretty good about it. TSM also going to be rotating pretty close to it. Mad slowly bleeding out, crawling away as his friends have now abandoned him, and they are going to continue on their path to the circle. At least stopping off, there is Chewy that is ahead for Petrichor Road, but I think that this is pretty much done. Petrichor Road still just kind of circling around to see if they can make sure to secure the kill.
Yep. Just get that extra point. Aches left looks like he was the one who did the damage. Ooh, Rello gets little Ghost out in the open. I can hear little Ghost kind of screaming a bit. Oh, Rello!
Good shots, good shots. We went Korean casting there for a second.
I liked it. Yeah.
Fun.
That was good. That was good synergy. I appreciate that you're bringing my region's style to your casting for that.
We can do it. Just start screaming like guns.
Falcons!
Oh, TSM, you came into the wrong neighborhood of Pozo right now because the Expendables, man. The Expendables are just having fun, and it's a problem for everybody.
They're the landlords of El Pozo right now. You got to pay the rent.
You really are.
The rent is due. Glorious. Thanks, Tom Purdy-Gurdy. Poor Pert, dude.
He's gonna be so mad.
God,
he's died early so many times today.
Oh, it's. I just hope he can reset after today, because it has been a rough day for Pert.
He's so tilted. He's back in America right now. Okay, so 17 in a bit of trouble as the Falcons are feeling pretty good. I mean, this has been a really cleanly played day from the Falcons, all considered. They've been involved in a lot of the later stages. I mean, we've seen them make some. Yeah, they did get a victory off of a pretty cemented position, but they had to defend it up. But that said, this is a very confident playstyle coming out from the Falcons. Really just them stepping out and saying, okay, there's a couple of opportunities for us. We've seen them step in and make sure that they're kind of cementing in against some of the teams that might be considered threats against them. And 17 in trouble right now due to it.
Yeah. No. I mean, this is, again, today is about confidence. And 17 is going to be coming out of this regardless with confidence because they got the win in the last game. Falcons already have a win today, too. They've got to be flying high, and so, take this fight. Who cares? Like, you're in the grand finals. If you want to practice something, if you want to try to flex your muscles that, hey, you want to make this rotation to this compound. This is a very good compound, by the way. That's definitely part of why they're fighting over it. In these circles, this is kind of both teams just saying, hey, this is ours, and Flood claims it for the Falcons.
It was just a good read on footsteps. Once they got the blue zone nades in there and forced him away from it, they heard the footstep, instantly said, nope, we know exactly where you are. Ready on the angle, and Flood picks that one up. So Falcons continue just an overall solid day as Cerberus, as an update, did do an emergency pickup for, I believe, one of their players, and Duckmai, who's going to be scouting out what's going on around Pozo, while the other ones are going to be playing right up against the wall. Cerberus is playing, I don't know how to say it, other than very scared safe.
Yeah,
right now.
They dropped into Via Del Mar because they knew that El Pozo would be where Luna Galaxy was dropping, so they were just trying to fill in a spot that they, on this plane path, knew would be open and would be safe, is more or less what it was. Now, VP was kind of close to them. There wasn't any fighting there in that mix, but for Cerberus, it has to be ultra safe. They have to be ultra careful, and they are going to get the spot onto BB team. That high ground position that the other two players came into from that emergency pickup gives them sightlines onto that, so that's going to give Hisaki and Sawalsi plenty of time to not crest that hill, to not reveal themselves, and give BB an opportunity to end their day.
Okay, we were caught up in dealing with Posas, trying to survive by some points for Luna Galaxy, but Besto in that last game.
He was crazy.
Dude, he was... that is like some of the best that I have ever seen him play, and if he can mirror that through the rest of this, that is going to be phenomenal for BB.
Yeah, I hope that's a big step up for Bestalock. He's just kind of been quiet this event.
He's always been good, but
yes.
yeah, he's just been quiet so far.
This event, yeah. But he's a very, very good player. And even Fex, I saw Besto in the back there, and I was like, oh, Besto, great game, man. He's like, yeah, it was okay. And then Fex goes, no, you dogged us in. And I was hard. He was all mad. It was just jokes, of course, but...
those are two players I absolutely love.
Oh, they're great guys.
Fex is always just so, I don't know, he's so happy. It's like there's infectiousness around it.
Yeah.
Same thing with Besto.
Yeah, they're both just always smiles, just always talking to us. Really nice dudes. So
Mental, that's just made out of titanium as well for both of them.
Oh yeah. No. They are steel fortresses. Like they just are unflappable for sure. EF lose some players. Well, you got a mutant in hand for Code Marco, and that's just because they were contesting a drop spot, and they can loot if they want. Or
they're 5 kills. Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't matter really. They can do what they want. They have complete reign to play this game as they so choose.
That's kind of the name of the game for
everybody but Luna and Cerberus.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, well, hey, Falcons, you were doing some good rotations, but Snakers is going to go down inside that one, and that is going to be Freaks picking that up pretty quick. Human going to go ahead and get the spray all the way down from the flush as well. So all around pretty cleanly played as everything just keeps going Pozo.
Pretty massive split from the Freaks here. You got 2 that you can see on your screen. The other one's on the official kill, and then southeast of this position is where the other player is. So it is very spread out for the Kwangdong Freaks right now. But Falcons did get ahead of kind of the formation that the Freaks had set up. Yes, they lose a player, but let's see if they can maybe use that position to their advantage as we look towards phase 2. We look towards Day Trade, who's pre-popping their emergency pickups so they can... If it hard shifts, they have an opportunity.
Is time right? I think that the blue zone, I think the helicopter is going to hit before the blue zone. It's going to be very, very close, so we'll have to see. They're going to need to be ready if they're going to want to take it. They are presently connected. I guess that they don't even feel good about this no matter what. Blue zone pops, and they are yeeted up into the sky.
I guess they could just turn right back around.
Yeah.
Or they can just go mess around in El Pozo.
Get some vision on it. I mean, I guess there's no harm in doing the yoink for the time being. So, let's see, wraps that we've got. DP's going to have to make a move. Cerberus already cresting in, but it's going to be BB very close, and the Expendables. God, Cerberus between BB and the Expendables, but at least a compound on the outskirts of Pozo. Could buy some time being. But El Pozo, with Poza in it, is going to be the problem that they have to keep.
The El Poza.
The El Poza. If he gets it here, man, it could be El Poza.
Dude, that'd be the best. You can have an entire city named after yourself if you can just pop off here. Well, that was Roth pit maneuvering his teammate. That's okay, though. Oh, Vinny. Oh, I pray for moments like that, but...
Any point, man. Any point. That's all any of these guys want right now, as it is going to be Falcons getting very, very close. Looking out, you can see that Luna Galaxy is trying to cement in their control over the area, but there's just so many threats that are creeping in more and more. Delwyn is going to go ahead and finish out. Everybody on EF is, okay.
No.
That is just Cerberus today in a nutshell.
At least there's another car there. So they've got that going for them. And
I think that's the second time you said about Cerberus.
I know. It's just, I'm trying to use the memes to will Cerberus into some kind of position, and look who it is.
Oh man.
Look who it is.
This is what I was worried about. TE. These guys don't care.
No.
They're just doing whatever they want.
They're just fighting everybody in Pozo, and they're winning.
They're just like, the entire lobby is their plaything right now. Win, lose, die, they don't care. They're just like, ooh, a piece of candy. I want to go after this.
Oh, Belmoth's up on top of this rock. HS trying to climb up there. I think Belmoth should be pretty aware of it. Maybe they're both aware of their positions. HS is being extremely careful, trying to get up on top of the rock. Has done so. Let's see if he's going to be ready for this position. Zepion following close behind, but Belmont has an AK. Oh my god, HS.
And that's against Belmont, man. Belmont is a phenomenal player.
Yeah, Belmont has been popping this tournament, so that's a huge win there. Great reactions from HS. Clarice is so close, and it's Emas of all the players.
Yeah, I mean, this would just absolutely pull Cerberus apart if he goes down at this stage. Cerberus, they have to be so cautious. They're just entrenched. They've got expendable players all around them, and that is the worst position to be in because Nade is going to be prepped. They know, does Hamas have an idea on it? There you go, it's going to roll out. Explode does do some damage. Clarice doesn't know exactly where we saw IMAS move to.
You might have heard the pin get pulled on that grenade.
I think so, because he got out of there.
Yeah. That was extremely good reactions from Emas. No matter how you slice it, Hisaki now trying to back him up.
But here's the thing. If Cerberus can win this fight, look how spread out TE is. This is 4 potential points for them, but they have got to win this right now. With the way that this is set up, Sparking also is getting some free range shots into it. So Cerberus starting to regroup, realizing the fact that the threat on this side of it is going to be a bit more exposed. But look, Delwyn, we've seen him pop off today. He's prepped, ready to go. Mas does get the knock on Glories, runs in. They want to flush this out. They want the point quick. Are we going to see follow-up? And yes, it is going to be Delwyn that manages to pick up one on the other side.
Still not enough points for Cerberus, and losing a player right here, right now is actually really, really painful because you have to play so differently coming into that late game if you can even get there. But Besto, it's Besto who knocks Emas.
And it continues. He is hot right now, and can we see anything come out? The Expendables get vision on. Can they tap in the last bit of it? And yes, Tanvu knocks down Hisaki. No res capability. Look, BB realizes what's going on. They said, hey, there's an opportunity. They come in so hot, they bounce off the wall. And that is BB realizing we want Cerberus out. We do not want them to be a part, but it's going to be Tanvu that does manage to get the knock on a pill first. Can Duckbite survive? No, he cannot. And that is Cerberus. They are done. No PGC Grand Final for them.
Insane. I mean, just, you know, who else but the Expendables to be the team that kind of stymies Cerberus, and then BB opportunistic and rightly so. Good grenades from Duck Juice. Does find a knock and a flush here. So BB committed to this fight, and with already 10 kills in this lobby, the Expendables might be the ones to finish it.
I mean, also, Luna Galaxy, you have done it. You have survived the storm. You have handled it. You clutched up when you needed to. And you gotta be careful about that one. So, steps away, and it's starting to get a bit energetic with our players right now, as we can hear some laughing and clapping going on as we continue to go around the Pozo area. Craterfield still in play, as well as BB team having to deal with, I guess, the cyber bullies and the Expendables at this point.
They are fearless, to say the least. I mean, I love that they're just equal opportunity offenders. Like, they just will go after whoever, whenever. They have zero fear.
There isn't we need to focus on this team.
No.
Or just there's a guy over there.
Yeah, let's kill him.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
I believe I can do it. So, Duck Juice, looks like he's going to spot out a doozy and get the knock on him. 4 Angry Men are going to be playing over here in the far east. Petrichor Road's going to be coming up pretty much next to them. Navi is going to be outside of Pozo in control of it. So Pozo, with the way that it's going to be set up, is got Daytrade on one side of it and Vex also on the other side of Navi. So Virtus Pro going to deal with what's going to be going on with FaZe, but it looks like Corexi's just going to deal with Beanie directly. No blue zone for you to deal with this time.
Lucarux out there with an M249. Gonna have a grenade being sent his way, but he's repositioned himself nicely, was anticipating those frags coming in, so he's gonna be able to dodge the majority of that damage. It looks like Gustav trying to find some kind of angle. There is a player way up on high ground for VP, so they've got great overview of FaZe's position.
Well, Vex is also all the way across the circle next to Navi while this is going on. So they're playing a couple of anchored positions. Meanwhile, BB, TE, they're just having some fun right now. They're just living their best life. Looks like BB has been drawn down into the mud with TE, and both of them just having fun along this firefight. Watson back behind, does get another knock, and a doozy just continuing to rein in.
Yeah, looks like the TE train may be coming to its final stop, but we'll see. Duck Juice, Downvu, definitely still have a role to play in this. That grenade could be really, really good. Oh, a doozy doesn't get knocked by it. Tanvu just trying to hold the angle there. Duck Juice is actually going to get Spyro. Here comes the stun. They want to finish this.
Is also committing into Pozo. Tanvu goes for the flush out. Does manage to pick up the rest of it with Tanvu as well. So that's at least going to cement out just in time for Navi to hop inside of their cars, roll down right into the same neighborhood, and new threat approaches, or I guess I should say a new contender.
The circle? El Pozo itself? is the new contender?
Well, no, not me moving into the Expendables territory. I mean, that's about all you can be concerned with. Trying to see Petrichor Road make a shift in. Luna Galaxy wants it. They drop down. Posa just runs right in front of Akeleft, delivers himself, and thankful for it.
That 1 HP there on Akeleft, too, in that moment. Posa thought he had the opportunity to get the drop on him, but just a hair too late.
I hate the shot whenever we watch the players backing up the stuff. Cause
it's rough. It's rough for sure. It's a heartbreaker. No doubt about it. Ooh, Akeleft, got to be careful in that windowsill, my guy. Got to get the heck out of here. I think that's smart. Just throw some utility at the stairs below you and try to run so you can buy yourself the opportunity to get the first aid kit.
Man, he just threw everything on that run up the stairs. He's just like this and this and this and this. And now Luna really wants him gone, but they assume that he's in a different area. So Nade's going to come up, not going to connect. Looks like Posa's going to step out. Or Haven, sorry. Haven is going to step out and going to throw up there. But Akeleft is just going to continue to hang out. I mean, it's Akeleft. What are you going to do?
He's using the cracks in the ground to get through to different positions. Luna heard him go up another flight, and I think he found a good timing with the sound cues, so they didn't know that he dropped a story down. Are they going to be ready?
He hears it. He's wanting to see if maybe somebody steps around that and he can get a really surprised angle in. 4 angry men going to be running right now.
The car land on top of the roof, no!
That went
so close.
Flying. Falcons just absolutely set that one up. I mean, okay, Falcons, even if that doesn't go your way, you still got an amazing highlight out of the day. That car just got launched. Where did it even end up at?
It's like right next to that stadium in the middle. I mean, just it almost landed on the roof. It was really close.
I wouldn't even be surprised if the whole reason that fight fell apart was Falcons were like, bro, did you see that car?
Yeah, I would have been laughing. I couldn't control myself in that moment. That's so funny.
I think that they figured it out.
I think they.
The problem is, if you look up there, that just means that your head is going to get revealed, and then you're just in the
I think
perfect
they
area.
saw him maybe, but maybe not. No, they're still checking. Now they're going to see him.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to see him now, or at least feel the bullets as well as Akeleft going to continue to juke away from it. And already, look at that, already reading that Molotovs are going to be coming after him.
Oh, it's a vector though for Vinny. I like the gun combo here with the name. Get some alliteration going.
Okay, well, can the alliteration manage to stop Akeleft, who is just a demon whenever it comes to his play style? He's lined in, spotted out, creeping around, gets some more damage, but now it's just backs up against the wall for Luna. Can they manage to follow through? He retreats yet again. This is just a game of cat and mouse right now. A bit of damage in between, back and forth, as the reads are now starting to come out. Akeleft steps away yet again. Not a lot of option for him to deal with, but moving into that corner, very well read by Luna Galaxy, knowing the fact that he was probably going to step over there and just catches him with his back turn.
I love just how good of an individual player you can see Akeleft is in that moment. I know he doesn't win the fight, and you got to give props to Luna.
Yes.
Look at that thing.
Follow the car.
It was so close.
Oh!
It landed inside.
It made it, what is it, the bull ring?
Yeah, whatever that is in there. Yeah. Like a luchador, not a luchador, but like, yeah, a bullfighting arena maybe? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what it is. I don't.
It is
a stadium
it's
of some
a mini
kind.
stadium.
Yeah.
But see, it gets convoluted because there's also stadium in and of itself.
Yeah, exactly. The whole thing's.
It's a fun place to fight.
There
we'll
you go.
Just leave it at that.
Anyway, I want to say real quick about Akeleft. The way he was anticipating stuns and repositioning, like you could just see what a smart player is. It's a tough situation, but well done by Luna all throughout today to get into that grand finals. Tip of the cap. A nice kind of coup de grace there onto Akeleft, and we move over towards the northern side of El Pozo. Could shift outside of the city, could stay in it. We'll have to wait and see. And VP on the outside looking in, trying to find a way through. If you had a car, you could actually rotate around all this, but there isn't a lot of space in the mountains that's actually worth fighting for, and it seems like our players are content to just go for a city finish.
It's Tanvu. That's the closest player to them. But keep in mind the other Expendables are caught up in dealing with, surprise, surprise, FaZe. These guys are like, we'll each take a team. It's fine. What's the worst that can happen?
They're unreal.
Oh,
no. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm all about it. Just get all three with
Just
one.
do whatever you want to do today, the Expendables. That's one down. Tries to lean in, see if he can pick up some more. This angle is tight, but he's trying to get some more out of it. Going to go ahead and step around. Got the nade prepped. This is a good read. See if he can manage to catch up. But no, it's going to be Lucarux that runs it. Oh, the last bit of the damage for the circle does manage to take him down. Tanvu playing out of his mind right now, creeping around this one, reading exactly how VP is going to be navigating this. Now, already stepped away. He's like, I don't even really care about the kills. I just want the fight. Runs away from it.
I love the commitment. He was all about that. I think he thought he had one of the knocks in there. pulled off of the angle as the grenade explodes right in his face. He's just going to throw one in return. A blue zone picked up. Oh, out the window, and he's caught flat-footed.
There you go. VP gets it, but can't.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Are we
Bye-bye.
going to be able to creep out? Oh!
Ooh, a visa.
Ooh. Just barely.
Nope.
Nope. I thought he was.
I thought he was okay for a second.
I
He
thought
stopped.
he was too. He stopped. Did he sacrifice it over? I don't know. Nixie now going to be all by his lonesome as he's going to have FaZe moving in that maybe can stop him out, but they're going to be going for res of their own. Okay, look.
Tanadol's going to take the zip line again.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay, if you guys in this game are wanting us to deep dive analyze what's about to be going on, you're watching the wrong game.
Buckle up and have some fun.
This is all that's about to happen. Now, look at what's going on inside of this building, and that should tell you.
Yep, and there's a big hug there for Luna. They have earned their spot, and it's smiles all around for the Brazilian boys. They've got to feel good about that. As we're watching FaZe, who's mostly outside of the next circle, kind of split between fighting the last member of VP, Nixie, and Na'Vi in the warehouse in front of them. And I say go for some. Yes, Correxy. Yes. That's disgusting good barrel sprays.
Yep, he's been on it today, man. That's all you can really say is FaZe qualifying rounds, doing some work right now. Is they've got a couple of different approaches that they can deal with, but the problem is Na'Vi on both sides of it is it's going to be this compound that Na'Vi's got on lock is just continuing to put in more and more work. Diffex is going to get the knock on to James, and I mean there should be maybe time to get the res on it, but Nixie is so close to that duo for FaZe over there.
Yeah, and he could end up kind of cutting FaZe in half, but Flash is actually going to help out a little bit. Gets the knock on a Ferris. Day Trade's compound very, very powerful in this circle. If it keeps centering up on them, they're pretty much in control of this game. But still a lot of fighting on the edge to be had. Rez should be okay on Ferris. It looks like Godv and 4AM making their move into the circle. Just going to take one of the red brick firehouses and chill it. Look, oh, nope. Who am I kidding? They're going to make a dive. They're going somewhere. I don't know. There's a few dips out there that you can kind of hold. Yeah, there's this hill that's out there.
Okay, we are at phase 6. So there is it could go outside, right? It could shift over here. So
yeah,
it's a good play for 4 Angry Men as they're going to shift into position. Virtus Pro going to get eliminated. That means that FaZe is going to have more opportunities over on this outside. Find some angles of approach. Day Trade up on top of the world right now with pretty much everything that they want. Thanadol can kind of eye what's going on over here with 4 Angry Men. But, I mean, really it's going to be about FaZe, Na'Vi, and how they're lining up. Let's not forget the fact that the Freaks are still up and alive.
Yeah, they've been
or
chilling.
strong.
Yeah, they've been chilling. They haven't made much noise recently. They've just been kind of vibing in their compounds. Some blue zones to try to thwart FaZe from making their next move, but a little bit early. So FaZe is able to dodge those, kind of reset for this next fight. But a tough push they're going to have to make into this warehouse. I don't really see many other directions that they can go, so no smokes there for that other FaZe player. But Craxy, he's got some smokes. James has an AWM. Please, 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 James, please do it. Do it, do it, do it.
Praying for the peak right now. Diffex been on his own run. I mean, a lot of big damage plays coming out from him. A lot of very solid performances. So, see as Na'Vi is about to weather the push coming out from FaZe. Doorway's got a couple of throwables coming out for it, but you can see that those open windows up on top are being a focus point for both teams. FaZe doing a good job of making sure slow and steady, finding some opportunities with it. Counter nades getting prepped up as Na'Vi is realizing the line and the threat. New Circle has got I don't know, about 50 meters away from this point. So Na'Vi has to defend against FaZe and then shift very quickly into what's going to be Day Trade sightline.
Hey, you gotta find some good stuns and frags to land for FaZe. Gonna set up Corexy for the push with that first stun. This side of the building seemingly conceded by Na'Vi, except Hakatori trying to hold an angle, but it's actually Tanadol. Finds the footsies, forces him back, so that's opened up a little bit extra space potentially for FaZe. Fax, if he can find this. Oh, he just smells this. He just knows somebody's in that corner. Oh, it's so close.
Okay, keep in mind those big open walls on the other side of this is why
he
I'm playing it. Oh, just narrowly misses it. But FaZe is going to use the opportunity to step in. Anyway, Corexy takes a ton of damage. Ferris on that high position, at least getting some angles in. James is going to go down. So it's going to be a quick stop off for FaZe. They did at least get a foothold inside of the building, but it came at the cost of 1.
Now it's gotten a bit tougher for FaZe. Trying to go around the outside. Nope. Diffix shuts that right down. So Gustav did pick up a shotgun in the middle of this. Craxy's still got that barrel, and he's been nuts. But Solson, just faster, just better. Gustav does take him down. Na'Vi seemingly going to win this fight.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a fight for the victory and the kill points on this one because now you get to walk into day trade, sparking. Everybody is just waiting for you to walk out into the open and so see if maybe something can happen. But I mean, look at what they're walking into. It's pretty open over there. Sparking's got pretty high ground. I mean, he's not content. He's still looking around, seeing if he can find anything else. And my lord, Sparking. Did I see that damage on the right?
I'm just thinking about Na'Vi and how much they're going to roast FaZe after this game. That's all. Just the bragging rights for EMEA. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, we're a fight.
That's all. That's all.
Everybody here is qualified. Everybody here is fun, and that's pretty much what we're looking at. Freaks now maneuvering a bit lower in the same compound that we see Sparking is going to be playing from.
Ha!
I dare you to come through my bicycle door.
Yes, my immovable bicycle. And
oh well, that could be a way to do it.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. It's human, just slow and steady. Uh-oh.
They're going to open that door and be like, oh, bro, we've got a Panzer. You've got a bike? Panzer beats bike.
That's not a very fair paper rock scissors. The bike's too strong.
Yeah, they can't open the door.
There's nothing they can do. So, okay, give up on that. So, yeah, not worth the effort, right? You can see like, hey, what do we do? Sparking's like, no, you go live over there. We'll leave you alone. I guess the freaks are like, maybe that door doesn't open. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, like now you start questioning yourself. Like, wait, is that actually just a blocked door? You can't.
Is there an update that I didn't know
thought
about?
we opened that door.
Yeah, I swear that could happen.
No, but there's a bicycle there. I think they know, but now they're looking for more targets with the Panzer.
They're really committed in this Panzer play.
Oh. Is 4AM going to be ready for this? Look at that frag. Bounced just over their heads, and now they're done. They're roasted.
That is the answer. Were they ready? No. There are 2 down already. Not too much more that can be had. Godby, remember, he was playing off by himself. He's going to be trying to run over here and see if he can get some type of return shots, but Sparking has now made friends, and that's going to be with Day Trade. They finally managed to take him down.
All right, down to 2 teams here. KDF with 4, but Day Trade a little bit better positioning, you could say. Just a little, but KDF right underneath with the Panzer still in hand. Are they going to try to clear out the roof? What's the play here, my freaks?
3 of them running together with a Panzerfaust, and then they've left Salute behind. You know, just in case we all blow each other up with the Panzerfaust, you know, prepared for whatever contingency plan that they need. Meanwhile, Day Trade has managed to move out, got that hillside 4 angry men, but Thandal is just, his position's so strong.
Center circle is like right on the road.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
You mean right where Thandal can see everything?
Yeah. So it's all about clearing him out, and I think he's probably made enough noise that they should know that he's up there. And that's why they're just going to wait. You know, take out Nurens and Flash, and then you should be able to just kind of wait out the wind. Some smokes are going to come down.
And the freaks have to push over this hill fast. So they know about the position for Thandal up on top. So if they want to win this, they have to immediately push over the hill, go for the multiple members that are on that side, and then hopefully that the cover will provide something with it. See Salute just locked down. But the longer he actually keeps Thandal distracted here, that's the opportunity for the other members to go after Day Trade on the other side.
Yeah, they could do that. I think they might just wait underneath Thandal. I don't even think they're going to push out. I think they're going to make Day Trade make the move first if they can help it. It kind of depends on the angles of the circle, but that's a good blue zone there, as Salute is in a very, very rough spot.
Well, there is also a weird world where they push along the smoke wall, and Thandal can actually just jump down from back behind them.
Yep.
So we'll have to see. This is going to be the makings of a very interesting game. Here comes the start of the shift, as it is going to be the freaks sending Salute over into a new position inside the smokes. He wants to get his meds up and ready to go. Thandal is just going to be looking down. Did spot out 1, I believe. Dancing around the outside of the smokes now. Going to feed that information over. The other members already lined up. Blue zones up against their backs. Not a lot of good vision, but Nade's starting to come out. Bean is already down. Freaks, not a lot of good angles to play from onto this. They've got to keep their head on a swivel up on top. But there you go! Lines in. It's going to be Freaks starting to cut a path into this one. Day Trade now on the backs, trying to see if they can maneuver into this one. Nuren's in some trouble, but look, it's just going to be Evan steps in, and the Freaks manage to take it.
Fun little ending there. We get a Pozo finish for our last game of the circuit. as we get ready for 3 days of grand final starting on Friday. And of course, the big story is going to be that Luna in, Cerberus out for today. Genji, of course, was on that bubble position. They get knocked out as well. And it should be a banger grand finals here to close out the year for PUBG Esports.
The circuit series is done, and now it is just going to be the build-up to who is going to win the grand finals. We're moving back to everything tried and true in the PUBG systems, so you guys should be entirely familiar with what's going to be happening out from here. But Luna Galaxy absolutely feeling it right now off of that survival play in the 5th game today coming up from Posa.
Yeah, tip of the cap to 4 a.m. playing really nicely today to get themselves into the grand finals. No real concern throughout the day for them either.
Okay, it is time to finish out everything and get us ready for the grand final.
It's a freaky end of the day as KDF comes away with the final chicken dinner of the circuit series. But the real story is the top 16 that are going to the PGC Grand Final has been solidified. Before we talk to the players, before we do the scoreboards, let's take a look one more time at the highlights.
Yeah, this last game here, what a crazy one, right? It wasn't even a pseudo open ending, it was an actual open ending, right? And it's been so hard for some of these teams. They're the early ones, the early teams that went in and said, okay, we're actually gonna bet on it's gonna be ending urban here. It paid off huge for them. They had some of these power positions, the high ground, the 5 stories, all these positions were locked down, and it really closed out Cerberus into a situation where they got hunted because they got in on the edge and it shifted away from them.
I mean, it was looking so good for Cerberus in that circle 1. They had that valley drop. Luna was contested in Pozo. They had the E pick up to the high ground. They had the space with 17 dying. I think it was just the worst shift possible for them, really, into Pozo. Flipping the car, it's just the story of their day.
It is honestly just so sad for them here. It could have been the Alcantara ending we saw yesterday, or it could have been this one, the 2 worst ones, and it was one of them. Almost all other circles, it benefits them. They could have farmed high ground. They had 2 guys up on that unplayable rock. They had position below the rock where they actually solidified themselves. Any other shift on that, they would have gotten 10 plus points in that game. But yeah, Freaks managed to get this last one here. They also had fantastic circuit for them. That's kind of a good way for me to kind of, you like a good bookend, right? You like to see where they're able to start a fantastic circuit and then closer with this one here, it really solidifies the foundation what KDF and Freaks and Salute have been doing, right? Where it's a return of a champion.
KDF gets that win, and a lot of it due to the MVP, which was the top of that building that blocked all of Thanadal's spray, because I did think for a second there he was going to wipe him out with that surprise attack from above. This was not to be. KDF came out with a really nice win, and there is something to be said for that. A bookend. They started the circuit series absolutely dominating in the first chicken dinner of the event. They got the last one. What does that do for the mentals going into the PGC Grand Final?
I mean, I didn't think I'd be saying this going into the start of the tournament, but going into Grand Finals, I think KDF would be my personal favorite. That team is just playing with confidence. They are playing mechanically insane. When it feels like other teams are slipping, they are just picking up the slack.
I love that. And you know what? I love seeing them because of the lineup, because they are one of the few teams that still have that sort of PGC champions pedigree on their roster. It's exciting to see them in a position that maybe they go back and do this again.
Yeah, you know, the storyline for us throughout the year has been like, we felt like the talent afterward. We have a power team in Danawa last year. It's been, the story has really been that it's been spread out. It's been watered down a little bit across too many teams, but T1 and KDF, they have come into this event here and showed us how strong Korea in general are and how mechanically better they are at the moment.
I mean, really, when Danawa won, people did not paint Salute as like the giga carry. You know, people are looking at Inonix, Loki, multi-time champion, Sol, the MVP. People did not give Salute the credit, and for him to come to this PGC and just put up such an amazing performance already with an entirely new roster, you have to really think that this guy was the glue of the team.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good point, man. And I really like, again, in general, KDF, to start like that, it gives you an insane confidence. For the rest of the circuit, right? You're almost safe from the very start, and yeah, they've just been looking great.
We'll come back around and make sure that Salute gets all that he deserves and everyone else, but right now we're going to check in with Bella on the main stage.
Hi guys, it's Bella for our post-match interviews. Para beans, Posa. It's a good day for Luna, right?
Yeah.
Wow, you made that final punch ticket to the grand finals possible. So tell me, how are you feeling?
Então, perguntou o que vocês fizeram, principalmente você, o último jogada aí, que vocês já estão no final. Como você está se sentindo?
A gente está muito feliz e muito aliviado, principalmente.
So he said, like, I'm very happy, but mostly relieved.
Right, and now that your pressure of having to constantly fight for points through the circuits are over, do you think you'll be able to relax and play some real PUBG in the grand finals?
Então agora que a pressão de brigar por cada ponto durante aí os círculos, você acha que vai conseguir jogar mais relaxado?
Totalmente. Esse formato ele tem uma pressão a mais por ser uma MD6. Então agora a grande final a gente vai jogar 100% aliviado e dar o máximo novamente.
So he said, of course, especially because of the format of this game, it will be like for them more like easy, and you play like more relaxed for the finals.
Wow, incoming Luna Galaxy, watch out, right? And do you know that this is the first time that a Brazilian team has made it into a PGC Grand Finals? I want to ask you, what does that mean to you? Oh, Posa.
Então, como é a primeira vez que uma equipe brasileira vai para a final da PMGC, como que você está se sentindo?
Muito feliz, a gente desbloqueou algo que nunca foi feito antes e agora a gente vai buscar uma boa pontuação e buscar bastante ponto para ficar bem colocado na tabela geral.
So of course, like he's very happy because it's the first time that it's happening for the Brazilian team. They will do like the best so they can get like the more points possible, so they can get like a good position in the leaderboard.
That Nate against Navi was the final punch. All right, congratulations again. Thank you, Posa, for the interview, and Jameson for joining me on stage. And for our next interview, I'll be joined by Petrakorod's Aiksleft and our translator Christian on the stage. Aiksleft, come on over here. Whew. What a day it's been. What a circuit it has been. Hello, ni hao, Aiksleft. Stand right here. Christian, good to see you again. All right, huge performance from Pero throughout the circuits and at PGC 2024. So, what's your take on the journey here?
在2024年 PGC 这3轮比赛当中，你们的表现这么出色，你们怎么评价到现在的比赛？
就是比赛，我不管是自己在打还是在台下看，都觉得非常精彩吧。但只是因为我们第一周其实已经确认了进决赛的名额嘛，所以说就觉得不会有太多的感情了。这样。
No matter it is to watching from outside the game or to play it yourself, it is of course a very excellent, a very satisfying match. But of course we were already qualified in the first week, so we didn't feel that stressful in the second and third weeks.
And Pero is known to pop off on the last days. So now that you have the momentum going, do you think you'll be able to start fresh off the bat on day 1 of the grand finals?
就是大家知道飘柔总是能够在最后一件比赛爆发。那么现在你们势头这么猛，你们觉得你们在总决赛第1场比赛当中能够有同样出色的表现吗？
其实说如果可以的话，我想天天都能爆发。但是就毕竟 pubg 是一个就也说不太准的游戏吧，就是我们还是尽力的打好每一局吧。
So, but of course, if there is such a possibility, we want to pop off in every match. But of course, PUBG is a game of any kind of possibilities. So we will try our best to play as well as we could in every match.
I want to ask Aiksleft, how confident are you to seize that trophy here?
就是你们对自己非常有自信。
Well, yeah, all right. That was a very brief, yeah, all right. Do you want to give a shout out to your fans, Aiksleft?
有什么想要对粉丝说的吗？
就是感谢大家的支持吧，然后我和我的队友也会尽全力，就是打出精彩的比赛，回馈给观众的。
Thank you for your support, and I and my teammates will do our best to try to repay our dear fans.
All right, thank you, Aiksleft and Christian, for joining me. That is all from us. Oh, don't leave yet. That is all from us on the stage, and we're gonna go back to the desk to hear from the 3 men. Bye.
Welcome back to the 3 men. Aiksleft looks so excited at the end of that interview. They did have a great day, a great week, though. They look very, very strong. What do you think about Petrichor Road as they head into the grand final?
I mean, I think I have them pretty high regard after what we're able to see in the Esports World Cup. And you know what we've seen in this tournament here, it's really been about the whole team relying on each other rather than it being the Ixlip show, you know?
Yeah.
It very much felt like prior to Esports World Cup and prior to this event, it feels like the rest of the team was the tank and Ixlip was the turret on top, just shooting everything. And now it feels like they're really coming together as a team, and it's not just about the Ixlip show. It's not just about him being able to just pop off, being able to get these fantastic games where he has 6-7 kills and the others has 1-2. Everyone has been able to contribute so far in the circuit, and if that continues, if that really comes through in the grand finals, I feel like they're a contender for the very top. For sure.
I like that.
I mean, I think that after PGS 6, when they got grouped, trying a tournament without Summer, they kind of realized like, we need Summer, Summer needs us, and they came back to this tournament with a different kind of like fire ignited under them. And I would have to say, Summer today, this tournament, I've just been absolutely shocked by. This is a completely new Summer that we've seen compared to the past. He's fragging. I mean, that last game, that drive-by, second to last game, when we qualified, the drive-by Summer just hit, I was like, what is going on? Who is this guy? Like, he's beating the washed allegations. You know, he gets a lot of hate, but I gotta say, like, he stepped it up big time.
100%. I love what I'm seeing. And all, a clutch where you win a game for the team multiple times throughout, where not just him, but the rest of the team, getting 4 or 5 kills in a game is huge for them, especially when you have an Ixlip in your team. You know how they're playing as well. They have been historically kind of playing a little bit to set Ixlip up for this kind of huge success. Could be some of this pressure, playing with your boss directly. He owns the team, the star, the biggest streamer, but it really feels like the pressure has come off from the rest of the team's shoulder, and they are really growing together as a team.
At the end of the day, you never really appreciate Summer until you know what it's like to feel the cold. And I think these guys bounced back, got them in the right place, off of some bad plays. They look good. Another team looks good, KDF, 7 kills. And here's another one, the Expendables. Now, I know that I can't project their PGC finals performance on what I saw today, because let's be honest, the Expendables came into this feeling like they have no cares in the world and just wanted to hurt people, but they hurt them so effectively. I mean, 15 games, and ultimately sort of, Cerberus would have loved to hide in that shack, right, Take, and hope nobody noticed them. Once they got on that kill feed because of the Expendables, you saw everybody wanted a little bit of that. So the Expendables looking good. Do you think they can carry that to the grand final?
I mean, I hope they can. It's so enjoyable to watch. Our team, multiple times, we caught ourselves saying, like, why aren't the Expendables scared of anybody? We won the Esports World Cup. We've won multiple lanes in the past. We're like, I've made a lot of prize money. The Expendables are like, we're going to hard job Gaka. Like, this team just shows no fear. I don't understand where they get this confidence from.
I gotta follow up with this, right? Because do you feel like from a macro and strategy point of view with the Expendables, are they playing to what the best would be? Like, are you hot dropping teams like this? While we look at Heaven, of course, it's going to be the man of the match here. 2 kills, 6 damage. They were able to lock down, of course, early on, but also clutch that day.
He's in the man match with 2 kills. We can talk about the 15 kill team that you were bringing up that